Night Nook Publishing presents Fall of the Guardian, written and read by Tracy Daly. Part 1. The Invitation. 2,000 descendants of angels massacred at the edge of eternity. Only 20 survived because my brother had listened to me. With the ability to bend light particles around time, I saw the future, glimpsed what was about to happen. He recorded my visions when no one else believed me, and found a way for a few of us to escape the trap. We created a place of safety called the Veil, as the world evolved into the age of total war. A hiding place, when we should have been doing more. Just as the world was divided, we fought amongst ourselves. Should we risk extinction to bring light back into the world? Or stay safe, doing what we could from a distance? They looked to me for answers when I was only a child. All I saw was the end. I saw the twin daggers pulled from the bones of Adiona's descendant, her death, the opening of the edge of eternity, the blast of power that would roll across the earth, destroying every living thing. I have seen the end of all things, because no light particles will bend around that moment. I left the veil of safety to find hope. I found a guardian, and even from the first moment, I saw his fall. From the Visions of Ajura. Chapter 1. Location: Coos Bay, Oregon. Date: June 14th. Eleanor Agarwal. The last thing Ellie expected to find at the abandoned cabin she'd lived in as a child was a description of her death. She'd promised herself she'd stop running. She'd promised herself she was ready for the consequences of facing her fears. But this changed everything. "What is it?" Treadon Nelson asked from the doorway. He could always tell when she needed space, though she could sense his hesitation to leave her alone. Ever. His protective instinct came with any guardian's bonding to a descendant, but their bonding had been incomplete, and their connection felt strained. Confusing sometimes. Ellie rolled the scroll she'd found on the floor among the ashes and dust and scattered debris of broken furniture, without turning around. She tucked it in her pants, disguising the movement with a roll of her shoulders. It's hard to face the memories here. Ellie wasn't lying. She wiped at a tear. It's hard to see my home like this. He took a step, broken glass crunching under his feet. She turned toward him then, the dim light from the porch silhouetting his broad shoulders. His workouts with Gabriel Tuoer had changed his physique from a high school athlete to a warrior, but his insecurities still hung about his shoulders like a physical weight. He was so cautious, so worried about living up to the expectations of a guardian that he often waited too long, moved too slow. She wanted to give him the confidence he needed, but now, with the vision of her death, she was going to break his heart. "I'm sorry," Treadon said, looking around the living room. His gaze fell on the family pictures on the wall, the two happy children with a mother and father standing behind them, hands on their shoulders. "Did you find anything that helped you remember?" Ellie wanted to close her eyes against the memories. Her parents had been taken by the Triune when she was only 8 years old, and her brother taken to a place of safety while she had been left to fend for herself. It wasn't anyone's fault but her own. She'd accepted that, but it didn't fill the icy emptiness. She'd come here for answers, or for closure. She thought if she started from the beginning, she'd find a direction, and she had. It just wasn't the answer she'd wanted. They moved through the cabin, paralleling each other's motions, picking up discarded items, wiping dust from a windowsill. Ellie picked up the rumpled blanket from her bed, a quilt made from patches of her favorite things that had been sewn with love. She'd loved bats and squirrels as a kid, the wild parts of nature that had their own beauty and survival skills. Her mother had sewn it, and now it sat covered in dust, batting hanging out the front like an open wound. "Did this belong to your brother?" Treadon picked up a set of mechanical building blocks. "I wouldn't touch," but it was too late. A string pulled tight across the floor of the room and released a toy dart that hit Treadon square on the forehead. It was the kind with a suction cup on the end, and it stuck to his face with a squelch. Ellie couldn't keep the laugh in, and had to cover her mouth when he gave her a flat stare. "My brother loved complicated traps," I'm surprised that one still worked. Nice. Treadon tossed the trigger back to the floor and pulled the dart from between his eyes. I think I'd like him. Has Gabe told you any more about him? I haven't pushed the subject, Ellie said, though she wasn't being completely honest. She asked Gabe about her brother and where he was, but Gabe only explained that he was in a safe place, and until Ellie decided she wanted to leave, he couldn't tell her the location. It would compromise the safety of others as well. Ellie felt desperate to see her brother, but she'd wanted to get her foster family settled and find some answers about the Triune and her future. She wasn't ready to go back into hiding, and now she wasn't ready to bond with Treadon as much as she wanted it. Ellie looked around the room that seemed so much smaller than she remembered. My parents chose to leave the Veil, to fight against the Triune. I hoped coming here would provide some answers, some clue as how we can fight back and find the Unguarded who have already been taken. Treadon moved around the bed and reached for her hands. She let him take them, but she kept her arms stiff, not inviting him in to wrap his arms around her waist. Keeping you away from the Triune is the best way to stop them. They wanted what you had inside you, and they didn't get it. Hiding didn't work so well for me before. She regretted the bitterness to her voice. She softened her tone and turned her palms so that their fingers intertwined. If Caden Bachman wanted to find me again, he didn't have to wait 6 months. Something's changed, and I need to know what. We need to face the future with as much information as possible. I know. Treadon sighed. He stepped back like he could sense her hesitation, her fear that if she let herself lean into him, he would feel the scroll. She didn't have the strength to argue with him about her decision. Let's check the next room. The front door slammed open. Gabriel Tuoer followed Abigail Nelson and Rachel Sampaio through the door. I thought you were going to stay outside and watch for problems. Ellie pulled on her shirt, making sure it hung loose about her waist. We found some, Rachel said calmly. Her dark hair was pulled up into a ponytail and she wore biking leathers. She had become a part of the family after Jarren left. Sometimes Ellie felt like Rachel fit in better than she did. Fenris are surrounding the cabin. The forest is crawling with them. Can we make it to the car? Treadon asked. Retreat was his first choice. He wanted to keep her safe. He wanted to keep the final dagger from falling into the hands of the Triune. She ran her fingers along her forearms. Her skin was scarred from wrist to elbow, where the white dagger had been pulled from her right arm. Her left arm had matching scars. But Treadon had stopped Jarren's dad before he'd gotten the black dagger from her bones. Now she knew from the scroll that if the black dagger had been removed, she'd be dead. She was connected with the daggers, and as soon as they were pulled from her body, her life would be over, and her guardian's life as well. Adura had seen her death in a vision, but Treadon wasn't in them. Treadon wasn't her full guardian yet, and if she kept it that way, if she didn't complete the bond with Treadon, he wouldn't die with her. They're coming in too fast, Gabe said. We'll have to hold them off from here. What if we bonded? Treadon's fingers curled into fists. Would we create another pulse to stop the Fenris? Ellie glanced up at Treadon. Their eyes met, and she shook her head. Pain flashed across his face. The doubt about how she felt. She wished she could ease the pain. Let him know that he wasn't the problem. He would walk through hell and back if he thought it would keep her safe. We can't know what will happen with the completion of an incomplete bond, Gabe said. There may be no pulse, or it could be magnified. We won't know until it happens, but both of you need to be ready. Gabe had seen the small shake of her head. They both had to choose this time, and Ellie wasn't willing to do that to Treadon, not even if it meant running again. The growls of the Fenris pierced through the walls and made the hairs on the back of her neck stand on end. She tried to fight the shiver that worked its way through her body as the memories of the last time she'd fought the demon hounds flashed through her mind. We'll fight. Abigail moved to stand next to the living room window. Rachel pulled the whip from her belt and moved to the kitchen. Treadon's jaw worked as he opened his fists and rubbed his palms on his pants. He wanted to bond with her right now, and she wasn't explaining anything to him. I'm sorry. Ellie turned away so she didn't have to look at his face, and so he couldn't analyze her expression. Gabe handed Treadon a sword. Keep them from coming through the front door. If we keep the entrances blocked, we can take them down one at a time. Even if it takes all night. They aren't taking us by surprise this time. Treadon nodded. Abigail brushed the hair back from her forehead, her fingers tracing along the scar that had been given to her by a Fenris 10 years ago in this very room when they'd come for Ellie, and Ellie ran. That's when the voice sounded, loud enough to shake the glass panes in the window. "Come out!" The thunder of the words made Ellie want to cover her ears. Caden Bachman was here, the man who had the answers, the man who wanted the dagger from her arm. "It's time to stop running. Everything has been set in motion, and you have the final key." Ellie stiffened. Her arm ached like her bones were grinding together. She was going to die one way or the other. Adura had seen her death in a vision. She hadn't thought her moment would come so soon. But no one else had to die with her. She picked up the quilt from her bed, hugging it to her chest for comfort. "It's me they want. The rest of you don't have to do this." Treadon grabbed her arm. "No." Rachel let her whip uncurl, the end slapping against the floor. "We'll fight them off. We still have a chance." "Not with so many." Ellie pushed Treadon's fingers off. "I don't want you to die for me. My life is not worth more than any of yours." "There may be another way." Gabe held his sword by his side, his shoulders hunched. "No." Abigail moved toward the door, like she could stop Gabe from opening it, even though she was not half his size. "Rachel's right. We can fight to the end, and that's better than giving up before we've started." "He doesn't want you," Ellie said. "He wants me." "Caden Bachman is a businessman," Gabe said. He set his hand on Abigail's shoulder gently, but firm enough that she had to step to the side. "He likes a good deal. Let me see if I can bargain with him." "Don't do it," Abigail whispered. "It's a trap." Gabe raised his eyebrows. "It's our only chance." He set his sword on the floor. "You're not taking any weapons?" Rachel asked. "No." Gabe opened the front door. "Some battles are better fought with words." He walked out onto the porch and slammed the door behind him, shutting them inside. The air pressed from Ellie's lungs. She knew she should stop him, not let the man risk himself for her. But he was right. Either he stopped them, or they would all be taken. And the truth was, she wasn't ready to die. Not yet. Chapter 2. Location: Southern Utah. Date: June 14th. Jarren, Calavan. Jarren shaded his eyes with his right hand and used his left hand to balance himself against the jutting cliff of sandstone rock, standing at the highest outcropping he could find. His vantage point gave him a clear view for several hundred miles. His search for the last 6 months had led him here. The clues his dad had left on his computer had led him on a research journey of legends and ghost stories, internet conspiracy theories, and unexplained events, all surrounding the idea of a woman who survived in the desert alone, only appearing to save a lost hiker or sabotage an illegal hunting trip. Most of the leads he'd gotten had been dead ends, but he'd finally tracked down a rock climber who'd broken his leg after a fall in southern Utah and barely survived. Everyone said he had heat stroke, but he stuck to his story of a black woman who had brought him cactus leaves and fried snakes to give him enough strength to drag himself to a hiking trail. He'd only seen flashes of her between moments of unconsciousness. The expanse of the southern Utah desert was intimidating. From the top of Jarren's perch, there was no sign of human influence. A line of blue traced its way through the brown and red cliffs. The ground rose and fell in sharp, unpredictable ways, creating a beautiful display of deadly landscape. Even with the sun straight overhead, the jagged mountains and rock formations created shadows that tricked the eye. He'd been exploring the area the injured rock climber had described, but had found nothing to indicate someone could survive here alone. But there was a dark patch between 2 pillars of rock that appeared to be more than shadow. It was green. It looked to be about 20 miles from the tower of rock he stood on now. 20 miles as the bird flies. The distance on foot was impossible to predict, with the ground dropping away to incredible depths and then rising suddenly to create a natural wall. A smile pulled at his lips. After all the frustrations and dead ends, he was getting closer. He could feel it, and the excitement of a physical challenge rose in his stomach. His empty stomach. He'd been searching the area for over a week without supplies, testing the new abilities he'd discovered after Ellie had stopped the pain in the back of his head. She'd opened a window to a part of himself that was connected to the earth. The ground seemed to speak to him, respond to him. His body was able to survive things no normal human could. He still felt the need for food and water, but his body continued to function, pulling energy from the earth itself. He'd learned a little about descendants of angels from Ellie and Treadon before he left, before he knew he was one of them, but he needed to know more. He needed to know why he hadn't been able to do these things until Ellie's touch. He needed to know why his descendant mother had left him. He needed to know what else he was capable of doing. He licked his lips. It had been 4 days since he'd run out of the jerky and crackers he'd brought. But the thirst was not as bad as yesterday. He'd found a small pool of water in a shallow indent and sipped some of the moisture. His bare feet pressed against the ledge. His dark skin and clothes were dusted with the red dirt of southern Utah. It hadn't taken him long to abandon his shoes once he'd left his car. It had been like trying to text with gloves on. He tried to think of what his proper business tycoon father would think of him walking barefoot through the desert. He pushed the memory of his dad to the back of his mind, swallowing the anger for another time. He focused on the small dot of green that didn't match the rest of the landscape. He created handholds in the wall of the cliff and climbed down as easily as a kid in an elm tree. He sensed weak spots in the cliff, the same way he could sense his elbows and joints. Learning to manipulate them had been a different story. Jarren was glad Treadon hadn't been here to see him at the beginning. It had been like learning to walk all over again. Jarren moved up and down and around the cliffs and crevices as quickly as he could, but the sun had set before he made it to the oasis. He found a smooth rock, still radiating heat absorbed from the sun, and lay down on it. He softened the rock and pushed at its center, the solid surface reforming to give him a pillow. He could have made it to his destination in the dark, but not tonight. There was a part of him desperate to reach the green oasis, to get the answers he craved, but he didn't know who or what would be waiting for him in the shadows of the unforgivable crags, or what he would say when they finally came face to face. Jarren felt comfort wrapped in the arms of Mother Earth, but his eyes didn't close. He watched the stars come out, first one, then a few, then thousands upon thousands. An infinite number of distant lights filled the black expanse. His chest lightened as his mind spun in amazement. It was the same scene he'd watched dance through the sky the last couple of nights, yet he couldn't get over the beauty. This wasn't a sight he'd grown up with. He'd considered himself lucky to see a few stars come out in the sky over L.A. Stars were what he saw in his father's eyes when business was good. Stars that he'd watched disappear from those eyes as his father died in front of him. The temperature dropped fast once the sun's energy turned to warm the other side of the world. The cold didn't bother Jarren until the early hours of the morning. Once the chill made it impossible to sleep, he decided to continue his journey in the dark. He moved only a little slower without the light to guide him, pausing to interpret the feelings of the earth before jumping into blackness or sliding down into invisible canyons. The light changed the shadows from black to gray as he approached the two towering rock formations and the bright patch of greenery protected between them. "Hello?" Jarren's voice cracked as he tried yelling out for the first time in a few days. He cleared his throat to try again. A nagging sensation made him stop. Maybe he shouldn't have announced his presence before looking around a little more. He studied the two pillars of rock. They stood like a landmark or a warning. They were natural but strangely symmetrical, like the two oracles in the never-ending story. He didn't want to just walk between them. He couldn't see any eyes, but the image of lasers shooting out of the eyes of the oracles in the movie still haunted his dreams. He would get a view from the inside, from above, instead of walking between. He climbed the first pillar on the far side, and then shimmied around enough to peek down through the branches of full-grown willow trees. They definitely weren't a natural part of the landscape. The small valley was a horticulture heaven, not something found in the middle of the desert. The entire area was shaded by towering palm trees with wide leaves and coconuts, fruit trees, flowering bushes, and grass and shrubs growing in neat, conforming patterns. His mouth would have watered if he'd had any moisture to spare. Through the gap in the trees, he caught sight of sparkling blue. Water. He listened, reaching out through vibrations in the ground, but sensed no movement. Thirst finally overpowered his indecision. He climbed down the pillar, keeping out of sight of anyone hiding among the leaves. He reached the bottom and remained crouched beside the rock, waiting to see if his landing caused any sort of disturbance. He finally let himself move into the oasis. The line between brownish-red dirt and the grass was distinct. One step was on dry and lifeless ground. The next step fell on cool, moist vegetation. He made his way around the outskirts of the oasis, finding tree trunks to take cover behind, and ducking behind taller bushes so that he could approach the pond unseen. Nothing. No movement. No voices. He couldn't resist. He walked out from the shade and knelt by the still pool. The water was crystal clear. He could see the bottom, the rocks and the pebbles, the contour of the ground. A school of tiny fish darted away from his shadow. He dipped his cupped hands into the pond and sent ripples across the surface. He lifted the water to his mouth, and the cool moisture sent a powerful relief through his body, soothing his cracked lips. He sucked the water from his hands. it was gone too soon. The small amount of water in his dehydrated body magnified his thirst beyond reasoning. He lost the self-control he'd been attempting to maintain and leaned forward, pressing his face into the cool pond and sucking water in gulping mouthfuls. "If you continue trying to breathe water like a fish, you will make yourself ill." Jarren gasped at the sound of the woman's voice, breathing in water instead of air. He'd been so focused on the water that he hadn't heard her approach. He rolled over and pushed himself up into a protective stance, trying to appear intimidating while coughing the water from his lungs. At the same time, he realized the truth of her words. The initial relief of the cool water turned into a dizzying sickness. His vision blurred as his belly rejected the flood of life-giving water. The woman made no move toward him. She stood with one hand on her hip, the other holding a long spear. A glare of suspicion rested on her face as she watched Jarren sputter. He went down to one knee, taking deep breaths to try and calm his spinning head. His vision cleared, and he took in the image in front of him. The woman was tall, dressed in homemade clothes the color of dried leaves. No, the clothes were made of leaves, somehow softened and preserved to form the garments that loosely covered her upper torso, crossing over one shoulder and wrapping around her stomach. The other shoulder was bare, her dark brown skin exposed. The loose-leaf skirt began at her hips and ended unevenly around her knees. Her hair was left in a natural crown around her head, and her feet were bare. Jarren looked into her face. A wise look of experience and suffering gave the appearance of age, but her skin was seamless, the years unable to touch her youthful beauty. "You're strangely dressed for a lost hiker." Her eyes raked over him, taking in his khaki pants rolled up to his calves, a collared shirt with sleeves ripped off, and bare feet. He rubbed his eyes and tried to shake the sickness from his mind. He couldn't quite clear his thoughts. The aching in his chest had nothing to do with being waterlogged. His reaction was unplanned, the small child inside of him taking over his deprived body. "Mom?" It was the only word he could get out. Chapter 3. Location: Coos Bay, Oregon. Date: June 14. Gabriel Tuoer. Gabe stepped out onto the cabin porch. The trees swayed with the wind, as tormented as his own heart. The bushes moved with the restlessness of 100 Fenris. He heard the growls, saw flashes of shiny black fur. A few stepped from their cover, but they didn't attack. Gabe buried his hands deep in his pockets to keep them from shaking. No swords, no weapons. He either had something to offer Caden, or he didn't. The moon was a sliver of a fingernail that wasn't much brighter than the single star that kept it company in the northern corner of the sky. Caden Bachman stood in the clearing beside the driveway, sporting a three-piece suit, the picture of patience, of control. Gabe had fought him once before and lost, saved only by the death of Caden's loyal demon companion and the efforts of Gabe's brother, Vox. Vox had lost his life that night, and Gabe wasn't about to let the others in the cabin die for him. Vox had lost his life that night, and Gabe wasn't about to let the others in the cabin die if he could help it. There was something Caden wanted, or he wouldn't be holding his demon army at bay. Gabe stepped off the porch and approached Caden like an equal, like two pirates who had agreed to parley. Poetic that even the moon had company, while Gabe stopped 2 steps away from Caden, alone, a single spark of light in a future with nothing but darkness. Adura had foreseen the end, and she had wanted to stop it, to prevent the destruction of the Descendants, but then she disappeared. Gabe had continued with her plan, following every detail, but his doubts grew as his efforts felt more and more useless. How could he be sure Adura's plan would save them if she hadn't even been able to save herself? "You. Why is it always you?" Caden sounded more resigned than surprised. "Because it's my duty, and my greatest desire to stop you from getting what you want." Gabe felt the heat of hatred flare in his chest. He faced the leader of the Triune, the man who had massacred the Descendants 100 years ago, the man who had taken Adura, the man who had killed his brother. The slightest movement from Caden and the Fenris would be released, but Gabe could barely hold himself back from attacking. "What I want?" Caden said. "I want to be whole again, for me and the other demons to be filled. I want to stop the hunger that eats at our souls." "The daggers will not give you relief," Gabe said. "They don't have that kind of power." "I know, but that doesn't mean it won't give me great pleasure to use the black dagger to finally kill the one who stands in my way. There are other ways to kill Descendants. Gabe glanced at the forest around them. The Fenris milled around each other, licking their teeth and scratching at the ground impatiently. You know that better than anyone. Killing Descendants one at a time with a dagger is hardly effective. Not effective, Caden said. His tongue felt along his own lips, like there was a leftover taste from a dinner he craved. Satisfying. You shouldn't lecture me about effectiveness, saving one Unguarded at a time, thinking you're some kind of hero, like each life has a purpose beyond watching the world burn. I will take the daggers so that I can finish things my way. Your way will bring about the end, Gabe said. Even demons may not survive. Of course, Caden said with a note of bitterness. The guardian with the true heart. Even with your descendant missing, you fight to bring about a future that doesn't exist. Adura hoped for a better future than the one she saw. Gabe blinked away the blurriness in his eyes. Adura had hoped. He had to keep that hope alive. But she saw what was, what is, and what will be. You know better than to doubt the future Adura saw. She was never wrong. Why stand in my way? The daggers will come to me. Not like this, Gabe said. He had one card in his hand. Once played, he had nothing left up his sleeve. The Descendant only has one dagger left in her. The other was taken out that night. The white dagger that can permanently scatter a demon essence is safe from you. I am the only one who knows where it is. And you are willing to trade the location of the white dagger for what? Caden asked. Caden Bachman had built a technological empire to find the Descendant with the daggers in her DNA. He had taken Ellie and tried to rip the daggers from her bones, but he'd failed, only getting one dagger free and losing his best soldier in the process. Yet he was willing to bargain with Gabe for a dagger that ended the existence of his own kind, even with a dagger that could kill an immortal angel within his grasp. He wanted both daggers, but maybe there was something he wanted more. I will not give you the location of the white dagger. Ever. I'm here to offer something else. Besides, you don't want to use the white dagger against your own kind, but I would use it if you took the black dagger now. I would take your demon army out, one by one, hunting them down, using the blade to scatter their demon essence for all eternity, until there is no one left but you. It may be ineffective, but like you said, it would be satisfying. Caden stood with his thumbs looped through his vest, his hair short and combed to one side, like he'd cleaned up for a business meeting, not a kidnapping. If he was surprised or intimidated by Gabe's threat, his wax face showed no reaction, not even a muscle twitch. You know the daggers will come to me. She saw that they would, but not the timing. Gabe motioned to the Fenris, who had become so impatient they were nipping at each other. I have something else to offer, if you leave the daggers alone for now. I will find them both eventually. You will. Gabe didn't bother arguing, but there are other paths that lead to the same end. Let us go, and then I will come to you of my own free will. A traitor. You will have your revenge on me before the final days, and then you will have a bargaining chip with the Veil. They have already put a price on my head. Caden's head tilted to the side. You are willing to give yourself up in order to leave the black dagger in the girl's arm? It will only be a small delay. Do we have a deal? After all these years, you are still trying to save one descendant at a time. You are too slow, too ineffective, but even knowing you can't win, you keep fighting. It's pathetic. Do we have a deal? Caden circled him. Gabe kept his eyes straight ahead, his shoulders back, his muscles tensed for a battle to the death if Caden rejected his offer. He stopped in front of Gabe, hands behind his back, a slight tilt to his lips, despite the fact that his face was emotionless as wax. You will come to me in 3 days. Willingly. You expect me to let you all walk away with your word only that you will come? No. Gabe put his hand into his pocket and pulled out the compass that Adura had given him when they'd bonded, 3 circles inside one another, a yellow, blue, and green marble resting on each loop, the compass that should have led him to her, the compass that was the key to his life as a guardian. You can keep this as collateral. Caden's mouth opened for a moment before the words came out. I could use this to kill you. then all the knowledge I have would be lost, and you would be no better off." There was only a small pause. Then Caden reached out and took the compass from Gabe's palm. "You have a deal." Gabe turned. The growls of the Fenris were already fading, the visible demons stepping back into the shadows. "You never understood your own value, Guardian," Caden called after him. "You won't stop anything by giving yourself up. You don't know what you've given me, or what you've sacrificed for a little more time." "You made the right choice," Gabe called over his shoulder. Caden curled his fingers around the compass. "And you will live to regret yours." Gabe stepped onto the porch and turned to survey the yard. The trees were still. The spot where Caden had stood was empty. The Fenris were gone. Treadon opened the door. "What happened?" Treadon asked. "Where did they go?" "We were ready to fight," Ellie said. "You should have let us come with you." Abigail stood behind them, her back against the kitchen counter, her arms folded. Her glare felt more intimidating than the horde of Fenris. A tingle of appreciation and sorrow for the woman that could never be his friend, his closest ally. Leaving her to face the world alone would be the hardest part. "They're gone for now," Gabe said, not able to look Abigail in the eye. He focused on Ellie instead. "Take one last look around. This will be the last time you see your home." Ellie moved toward the small staircase leading up to her parents' room. Treadon put out an arm. "Let me go first, just in case." Ellie shoved his arm away and marched up the stairs without looking back. "What did I do?" Treadon asked. "You tried to protect her," Gabe said. Treadon let out a frustrated sigh as he handed Gabe's sword back to him. "That's what I'm supposed to do. It's literally my job description. And it's part of me in a way I can't explain. It's like every fiber of my being is pulling me to do whatever it takes to keep her safe. I know she doesn't want me to keep her from trying, but I can't help myself from protecting her. It's like I'm being torn apart." Gabe closed his eyes, his breath catching as he tried to fill his lungs. He swallowed and tried again. "I know." Chapter 4. Location: Southern Utah. Date: June 14th. Jarren, Calavan. "You've been out in the heat too long." The woman stared down at him, her skin glistening with a sheen of sweat that looked as natural as the earth around her. Her thick hair surrounded her head like a halo of curls, blocking out the sun. "I am not your mother." Jarren swallowed the dryness in his throat. The water had given him energy, but he still felt dizzy. The picture of his mother in the only salvageable file on his dad's laptop was from 20 years ago. She had changed, but she hadn't aged. The easy smile in the picture was gone, replaced by sharp eyebrows drawn down in mistrust. "I'm looking for Selena. Are you a descendant of angels?" Jarren asked, widening his stance so his body wouldn't betray his queasiness. That wasn't the introduction he had imagined. He hadn't meant to sound like a little boy who had been lost in the grocery store. All he wanted was to stand like a man and face his mother like he had never cared that she'd left. The tip of a sharpened stick pressed against his Adam's apple before he realized she was moving. She held the weapon against his throat. "How do you know to ask that question? If you are a hunter from the Triune, they were foolish to send only one." The tip of a sharpened stick pressed against his Adam's apple before he realized she was moving. She held the weapon against his throat. "How do you know to ask that question? If you are a hunter from the Triune, they were foolish to send only one." She pressed harder, and the tip cut into his skin. He leaned away, but the stone beneath him shifted, growing up around his ankles and holding his feet in place. If he leaned back any more, he'd fall and be on the ground again. Instead of leaning back, he pressed his shoulders forward, leaning his head toward Selena. The point of the spear caught on his throat. He flinched from the pain as the tip broke skin, clenching his teeth against the fear that pulsed from his belly. Selena's eyes widened for a second, then narrowed. She didn't pull the stick back, but she lessened the pressure so that he could stand straight. A trickle of blood from the wound dripped down his neck and soaked into the collar of his shirt. "What do you know about Descendants?" Selena asked again. "What do you want from me?" He pushed down the fear, reminding himself that he was different since Ellie had healed him. Instead of answering, he tilted his chin and focused on the wound in his neck. Selena's spear shifted lower toward his collarbone. A cool sensation pulsed out from his core as his body pulled energy from the ground to heal the wound. He hadn't been able to heal himself before Ellie had changed him. He'd been normal. Not exactly normal, but not that different from everyone else. Now he didn't know what he was, or why he hadn't been able to do these things before. The wound closed. His skin stitched itself together, and the trickle of blood stopped. He focused on the stone around his ankles. He could sense the rocks, the cracks and weaknesses in its structure. He pushed, and the stone cracked and shattered away from his ankles, releasing his feet. He stepped towards Selena, and she stumbled back. "Who are you?" Selena asked. "Have you come from the Vale?" There was a note of desperate hope. "Have you come to invite us back?" Jarren sensed movement around him, the stone in the walls of the canyon shifting as she prepared a defense that was far beyond his capability to stop. Her eyes shone with a fiery hatred that made him believe she would bring the cliffs down on top of him if he said the wrong thing. "I'm not from the Vale, and the Triune didn't send me to hunt you down." He raised his hands in surrender, lowering his shoulders and ducking his head. He wasn't used to turning off the aggressive side of his mind. It was all he'd been taught. Be the bigger man. Be the powerhouse in the room. He knew these lessons wouldn't serve him now. "I came on my own. I have some questions and I need your help." Selena made a small wave with her fingers, like someone breaking the strings of a spider web. The canyon walls returned to their natural state. "What is your name?" She pulled the spear to her side, less threatening, but ready for use. He wiped at his neck. A small smear of blood came off on his fingertips. "Jarren Calivan." Selena leaned against the spear for support. Her hand flew to her throat and her chest heaved as she gasped for air. She looked at him and then away, shaking her head. "No, it can't be. I need you to help me understand what I am, and why I'm different." He wanted to reach out to her and take her hand, to fall on his knees and beg her to stay with him always, pull her into a hug and cry tears he had never shed into her shoulder. He hated himself for it. He folded his arms and puffed up his chest into a power pose. Now that she was off balance, he would show his strength, even if he was faking it. "He told me I could find you here," Jarren said. "Impossible." The words came out like a hiss from a released pressure valve. "He didn't know where to find me. No one did." "Right." Jarren nodded in agreement. "He told me how to find you. He gave me your scent. I've been searching for months." Selena's eyes combed the edges of the canyon above them, scanned the banks of the small pond. She searched the area without turning her back or taking her attention off of him. "Xander Calivan is your father?" She wasn't about to let assumption make a fool of either of them. "Yes." Her eyes went wide and glassy as tears formed. "You're my son? My baby I used to hold in my arms." She made the universal motion of rocking a baby. Jarren felt a sting. He wouldn't fit in those arms now. "And you've come back. Just like she said. That means he's here, finally. You brought him with you, right? Where is he?" Jarren had to blink hard against the sweat that dripped into his eyes. The sun beat down on them despite the early morning hour. Selena showed no signs of discomfort from the heat, but the hope in her eyes left him as uncomfortable on the inside as he was on the outside. He swallowed, his throat sticky from thirst, and a lump stuck somewhere between his tongue and his heart. He kept his face neutral, no emotion. A true businessman, like his dad. "Xander is dead," Jarren said. Selena's arms dropped. Jarren could almost see the baby memory of himself disappearing with Selena's disappointment. "Dead? But I left you with him." She reached out and touched both sides of his face, as if searching for the baby he'd been, the child she'd never touched like that. "You were supposed to save him." Bile rose in his throat at her expectation of him. He turned away and knelt next to the pond, pulling water to his mouth with his cupped palm, careful to drink more slowly. The water was cool and refreshing, but he had to fight to swallow both the water and the lump in his throat. "I tried." Jarren blinked hard, but his vision still blurred. "He sold his soul to the Triune and tried to recover the twin daggers. He was stabbed with the white dagger. The demon essence was scattered, but the damage to his body was too much. He told me to find you." It was the last thing he said. He repeated the explanation, like a memorized report. He tried not to let pictures of that night seep into his mind. He didn't mention the part about Xander shoving the knife further into his own chest, the apology, or the look of pride in his dad's eyes as the light went out. "He sold his soul?" Selena stood as still as the rocks around them. "When?" Jarren splashed the water over his face before he stood up. He could face this woman. She'd left them. She'd left him. As much as Xander Calivan had ignored him as a child, at least he had been there. "He signed the contract before I was born." Jarren didn't know how to ask the question he'd carried in his mind, like an overburdened backpack. Why wasn't she there? What had happened? Did she know he'd sold his soul? Had she left him with a man who was owned by the Triune? Emotions played out on Selena's face, like an orchestra warming up for a performance. Small twitches that moved the muscles beneath her skin with the same force as a continental shift. He thought he saw his own sorrow reflected in her eyes, but then her eyebrows came down, her jaw tightened, and her lips pressed together. She knew. The words were forced through her lips. I missed every second of your childhood because of her, and she knew before she told me. She betrayed me. The bitterness in her voice was sharp and sour, like the first taste of a lemon. Jarren glanced around, worried that Selena's time isolated in this heat had done something to her mind. Who are you talking about? Who betrayed you? Selena lifted her stick like a weapon again, holding the length of it in both hands, in a battle stance. He reached for the dirt and rocks at his feet, preparing to defend himself. If she could use the ground as a weapon, he could too. Adura. The name was familiar, but Jarren couldn't place it. He shook his head to show her he didn't understand. She clenched her jaw and seemed to have to mentally pry it open to get the words out. The visionary. The descendant of angels who could bend light around time. She said she saw you. She said that if I left you, if I left my baby boy, you would save him. You would be the key to Xander Calivan's salvation, not his death. She knew the whole time that he'd already signed the contract for his soul. Because of her, I left you for nothing. There was too much to take in, but his mind clung to one thought, one possibility. You didn't want to leave me? Selena flipped the spear around and jammed the sharp end into the red dirt at their feet. The earth rumbled, the walls of the canyon shook, and the surface of the water rippled. The spear changed, branches growing from the sides, small buds sprouting. What was once a spear became a small tree. I've mourned my decision for 18 years. You are here as a man when I loved you as a baby. All those years lost, and now I can see it has all been for nothing. Xander is dead, and Adura is a liar. Jarren stood facing her, wanting to put her hands on his face again. Feel like the child who wanted his mother, but she only studied his face for a moment longer, as if seeking the child she'd lost. Her face crumpled in pain, and she turned and walked away. He felt off balance, and it wasn't just from the earthquake Selena had caused. She hadn't been clear about what part of her decision she'd mourned. The fact that she'd left a baby on his father's doorstep, or the fact that she'd left Xander Calivan. She certainly wasn't acting like she wanted anything to do with him now. It wasn't a new feeling, but he'd come here for more than answers. He needed to know what he could do. You don't have to be happy that I'm here, Jarren said, running after her, but I want to understand what happened to me. I want to know what I can do. Selena stopped. She pulled her shoulders back, her posture as straight as a steel beam. You have never trained? I didn't know what I was until a few months ago. How is that possible? He clenched his fists, fighting the frustration that rose in him. I don't know. I think something happened to me that blocked my abilities. And someone fixed it, but not all the way. Something is wrong with me, and I need your help to understand. Selena wiped at her forehead, her fingers curling like she wished she had the spear back in her hand. I will train you for 3 days, but then I am leaving. Someone needs to answer for their lies. Chapter 5. Location: Los Angeles, California. Date: June 17th. Abigail Nelson. Abigail walked in the door, groceries in hand. A loud thud came from the back office, followed by a ripping sound. Gabe had gone out before she left, and even when he was home, he worked in silence. She put the groceries down on the floor and grabbed the closest solid object she could find, an umbrella sitting in a bucket next to the door. Not as solid as she would have liked, but she wasn't about to get caught in her own home without something to defend herself. She'd been on edge since they'd come home 2 days ago. Caden Bachman was after the daggers. He knew Ellie still had one of them, but he didn't know what had happened to the white dagger. Abigail assumed that was what Gabe had used as leverage, but he hadn't told her, hadn't talked about his exchange with the demon at the cabin. She held the umbrella over her head and tiptoed through the living room. Something heavy crashed against the floor, and there was a loud scraping sound. She rounded the corner into the hallway. Gabe's office door was slightly ajar. He always left the door shut when he was out training with Treadon. The thought made her want to sag with sorrow. Her main goal, since she'd invited Gabe to stay when Treadon was only a baby, was to keep Treadon safe, ignorant of the war she and Gabe had been battling. Now Gabe was training him to fight. She couldn't keep him safe anymore. Anger rose in her with a rush, and she took the last few steps, kicking the door open with a yell. The door smashed against the inside wall. She brought the umbrella down, breaking it over Gabe's head. Abigail let out a squeak. "I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. I thought there was an intruder." Gabe rubbed the top of his head, glancing at the broken umbrella in Abigail's hands. "And what was your next move, once you'd stunned the intruder for 3 seconds? Abigail looked down, embarrassed. She hadn't had a plan beyond taking her anger out on whoever or whatever had been in this room. She was half tempted to hit Gabe a second time, just to make herself feel better. "I would have hit harder if it hadn't been you," Abigail said. She noticed the state of the office. There were boxes on the desk, half full. The futon was folded up and shoved against the far wall, covered with books and other items waiting next to an empty box. "What are you doing?" "I wanted to make sure everything was in order." Gabe kept his eyes on the desk, running his finger along a grain of wood. Abigail pushed away the thought of what it would be like to have him touch her like that, his concentration, his gentle movement. Abigail put a hand on her neck to cover any evidence of the heat she felt rising to her skin. "What are you talking about? You always keep everything in order. I've never seen you have anything out of place." "I want you to be prepared." Gabe lifted his compass stand from the desk. The compass wasn't there. Maybe he'd already packed it away in a box. She'd never seen the office without it. "If anything happens to me, I need you to keep the dagger safe. You know where it is." That's when she noticed the bag on his shoulder. One leather strap pressed across his chest, his shirt tight against his skin. He was packing his things up in boxes. He had a bag across his shoulders. "You're leaving?" Abigail asked. "I haven't seen another Unguarded on the map. I wouldn't know which direction to send you." Gabe shifted the strap on his shoulder. "This is a different kind of trip. I'm not sure how long it will take." "What aren't you telling me?" He looked up at her for the first time, meeting her gaze, freezing her in place and making her heart speed up. "If you do see another Unguarded, don't send Treadon and Ellie. They're not ready. Keep them safe." Abigail couldn't catch her breath, and it wasn't just the intense focus of his gaze. Caden Bachman was back and had found them in Oregon. Now Gabe was acting like he wasn't going to be around if he came again. "What if he finds us?" she asks, her words more air than substance. "What if he comes here to find what he's looking for?" "He won't hurt you," Gabe said. He took a step forward like he could press his assurance into her soul with his nearness. "I've put precautions in place, but if something changes, if you think you're in danger here, go to the sanctuary." "Where you take the Unguarded?" Abigail had never been to the place he took the rescued Unguarded, the children just coming into their abilities that were in danger of being taken by Caden Bachman. "I've never been there. I don't know the way. I don't understand why you're leaving now if Caden is back. We should be doing the opposite. You should stay here. We should make a plan. A way to keep Ellie safe even though she's ready to go in kicking and swinging. She's not ready. Treadon's not ready. I'm not ready. You can't leave." Gabe stood too close. She tipped her head back to keep eye contact with him. His hands gripped the strap on his satchel like he was holding himself back. "I have to go. There are things that I'm leaving behind that can't be taken." He glanced around the room. His change in focus snapped Abigail out of her fear. She was stronger than this. She wasn't a frightened child. She would do anything to protect her son, and she wasn't going to let that change whether Gabe was here or not. "I will keep it safe. I will protect them with my life." Abigail straightened her shoulders and wiped the emotion from her face. Gabe's gaze snapped back to her, and his mouth opened a slit, not wide enough for words to slip out. Words she knew he couldn't say. He licked his lips, mirroring her own posture. It seemed to take something from him, but she couldn't tell what. "I'm doing everything in my power to keep you safe." "Not everything is in your control," Abigail said. He flinched when she said that. A small twitch in his eye sent a ripple of concern through her. He wasn't telling her everything, but she was used to that by now. Except he'd never left her before. Not like this, not without reason. "I will show you how to get to the sanctuary." Gabe lifted his hand toward her face. Abigail leaned away. "You can't. If I know and they catch me, they can get the information from me. We are putting all those children at risk. My safety isn't worth that." A vein protruded on Gabe's temple. "You are worth far more." He touched her cheek, his large hand covering the side of her face, his body leaning in toward her, his forehead pressing against hers. She closed her eyes and breathed him in. He smelled of leather and shampoo, his skin warm against hers. She reached up and covered his hand with hers, leaning her face against his fingers, rough skin brushing against her cheek. She felt a shift in her as he sent the information into her mind, the location, the image, the sense of the sanctuary. She wouldn't be able to give directions, but if she ever needed to find it, the place would call to her. He held her longer than necessary. She knew he had implanted the location in her mind. Yet he held her there, in that same position, the closest they had been, the longest they had touched in the last 18 years. He was driven with a single-minded focus on his mission for Adura, but something had shaken him, and for a moment, he was vulnerable. She leaned her head to the side and looked up. All he had to do was pull back, but he flowed with her motion, his nose touching hers, sliding to the side, their lips a hair's breadth apart. And then he kissed her. Let his mouth press firmly against hers. He brought his other hand up to cup the other side of her face. Her heart leapt into her throat. Warmth spread through her, from her center to the tips of her toes. She closed her eyes and held this moment, capturing it in her mind as firmly as the location of the sanctuary. As much as she wanted this, wanted him, she could sense the hesitation, the battle raging in him, ripping him apart. She placed her hands on his chest and pressed firmly. She was surprised how much breath was pulled from her lungs as their lips separated. She had to swallow twice before she could speak. "I have it." She nodded, not dropping her hands as quickly as she should have. "If anything happens, I will take Ellie and Treadon to the sanctuary." Gabe's head dropped in acceptance. Abigail folded her arms, completing the cushion of freezing cold air that had filled the space between them. "Are you going to look for her?" she asked. He could tell her the truth about that. He owed her that much. "No." His voice was deep and raspy. "There's something else I must do." Of course, she hated herself for the rush of emotions that filled her. Anger, betrayal, understanding, sympathy. She wanted to hate him and yearned to pull him back into her arms at the same time. He closed the box with a piece of tape and set it on top of the others. Then he nodded to her. "Thank you." He stepped out the office door. She stood, unmoving, unable to make her mind sort through what she was feeling. He stopped, one hand pressed against the doorframe. "Abigail." She couldn't turn to look at him. "I'm sorry for everything. You deserved so much more than this world has offered you." And then he was gone. When she finally let her mind touch on the memory of the kiss, she tingled with the warmth of it. She placed her fingertips on her lips as she let her mind accept what the moment had meant. Gabriel Tuoer had said his last goodbye. Chapter 6. Location: Los Angeles, California. Date: June 19th. Treadon Nelson. Treadon carried the 3 cherry-dipped ice cream cones to the table and sat down on the bench next to Ellie and across from Rachel Sampaio. Rachel took a big bite out of the top of her cone, crunching the red crust into the white soft-serve ice cream. Ellie picked at her cone, breaking off the cherry hard shell and eating it one piece at a time, leaving the ice cream beneath almost untouched. "Have you heard from Jarren?" As soon as Treadon asked the question, he felt the air shift around the two girls. Ellie tensed, and he reached for her hand. She let him place his hand against her palm, but she didn't squeeze back. Rachel kept her eyes on the table for a moment too long, and Treadon felt a rush of anticipation. She had news, but he had to let her decide how to tell them. He could read facial expressions and body language with an accuracy that often left people feeling uncomfortable around him. If he let slip, he could tell what they were thinking. It was one of the side effects of his partial bonding with Ellie. The accident had happened 10 years ago, and had left Treadon with abilities he'd never asked for, and Ellie with a deep sense of guilt and regret. Still, Treadon wanted to be the guardian she needed, and to do that, he would have to accept what he was, and all that he could do. They'd had a chance to complete the bond in the cabin in Oregon, but she'd said no. She wasn't ready, and no one should be forced to make a decision like that, surrounded by enemies. But her rejection had hurt. She hadn't been the same since they came back. She seemed more distant, like she was pushing him away. "You have heard from him." Treadon leaned forward, the ice cream melting between the cone and the cherry topping. A single drip left a line from the edge of the cone to his fingertips. He squeezed too hard and the cone cracked in his grip. "You're making a mess." Rachel handed him a bunch of napkins from the dispenser on the table. "You're stalling," he said, using a napkin to keep the ice cream from making it to his elbow, "and I will sit here in a puddle of ice cream until you talk." Rachel laughed. "You know I can't handle chaos. Clean yourself up, and I'll tell you what happened." "Here." Ellie handed Treadon some wet wipes from her purse. "I've been carrying these around ever since our picnic with the jelly sandwiches." "Thanks." Treadon took the napkins and the small pack of wet wipes, tossing the destroyed ice cream cone in the garbage on his way to the bathroom. Someone came out of the bathroom just as he opened the door. The guy kept his head down, bumping into Treadon's shoulder with enough force to knock him back a step. "Excuse you," he called as the guy slipped around the corner without stopping to acknowledge the interaction. The man had a military cut with dark hair and a coat that fit tight on his shoulders. He only had a second, but he was able to glance at the man's neck. No triangle tattoo. Treadon shuddered as he stepped into the bathroom. He washed his hands in the sink, letting the warm water run over his skin, taking deep breaths to try and slow his heart rate. It hadn't been a member of the Triune. There was no one chasing them. If he wanted to be Ellie's guardian, he had to get these small panic attacks under control. He didn't want her to know how weak he was, but he also knew that if he couldn't be strong enough to protect her, she needed someone else. How could he know if he was the right person to be Ellie's guardian? She had the remaining twin dagger still trapped in her arm, a way to steal the life of an immortal angel, or trap a descendant soul in the in-between, never moving on, never fully dying, a weapon the Triune wanted. He needed to help keep Ellie safe and the dagger out of the Triune's grasp, but he could barely keep his hands from shaking under the flow of water. The anxiety built up in him. Flashes of fighting Fenris filled his mind, but they'd won another battle. They'd gotten away. He didn't have to be frightened right now. They were safe in an ice cream shop. It always seemed like his panic attacks hit in the most mundane moments. Treadon dried his hands and stepped out of the bathroom. There was a line at the register, and most of the tables had filled up. The room felt smaller than it had a moment ago, and scenarios of how someone could attack Ellie raced through his mind. "Can you tell us about Jarren in the car?" Treadon asked as he approached the booth where Ellie and Rachel were leaning in, talking about something. They pulled apart too quickly when Treadon spoke, and he had to study the tiles on the floor to hide his annoyance. She still didn't trust him. Not the way she needed to if she wanted to complete the bond and make him her full guardian. "Of course." Rachel stood, pulling the strap of her purse over her shoulder. "I need to get to work anyway. I'll drop you off." Treadon held the door as Rachel and Ellie stepped through. Ellie paused, her head coming up and eyes darting. The clouds were low and heavy, the ocean weather making the air wet, and Treadon's clothes cling to his body. The day was unusually dark, and he could feel the tingle in the air that had made Ellie stop, a sensation of being watched. Rachel grabbed Ellie's arm and pulled her forward, flipping her hair and pretending to laugh at something Ellie had said. "Don't react. Keep walking." Rachel wasn't ordinary, but managed to stay more composed than either of them. Treadon let the door swing shut, taking an obvious glance up at the sky so he could scan the parking lot. Other than the couple glaring at him because he was blocking the entrance, no one was watching them. They climbed in Rachel's car, Ellie in front, Treadon pulling his legs to his chest and the back. He'd put on even more weight since football season. Training with Gabe had broadened his shoulders and helped him bulk in all the right places. Too bad his emotional control wasn't as strong as his ability to push through physical challenges. "Jarren sent me a message." Rachel put the car into reverse. Her tone was even and professional, like she was sharing information from a source. "He texted you?" Treadon asked. "No." Rachel turned a corner and glanced in her rearview mirror. "He's out of service, and he hasn't charged his phone for a couple of weeks." "He went totally off-grid?" Ellie asked. "Is he afraid some of his father's associates will come after him? Do they think he knows more than he should?" Rachel shook her head. "I don't know how much Jarren knows about Xe Energy or what happened there, but that's not what he's worried about." "What did he say?" Ellie asked. Treadon leaned forward an inch. It was all the wiggle room he had in Rachel's small back seat. He'd been waiting for news about Jarren for a while, but Rachel was distracted, glancing in the mirror again and taking a turn a little too sharp. "He found his mom. She's been training him for 3 days." 3 days? That's it? Treadon let out a breath. "He said she was coming to find Adora because she's a liar, and that Gabe is a liar too." "Why would he say that?" Rachel turned left, cutting off a truck and earning a honk. The force of her turn slammed Treadon into the door. Ellie gripped the handle and shot Rachel a sideways glance. "What's going on?" Ellie asked. "We're being followed," Rachel said. "Do you think it's Bachman?" Ellie's voice was tight with tension. She pulled on her seatbelt, loosening it off her shoulders and squeezing the strap until her knuckles turned white. Ellie's reaction wasn't fear. It was anger, a determination to turn and fight the enemy, to stop running. His own reaction was to do whatever it took to stop her, to keep her out of danger. Rachel took a right turn, and then a full U-turn, skidding across the street and cutting off an old lady in a sedan. The woman honked, but Rachel ignored it as she hit the gas. There were 2 people in a green truck. The windows were tinted, and Treadon couldn't see anything other than sunglasses that moved as the heads turned in tandem to follow Rachel's car. That was Jarren-worthy driving. Treadon tried to cover the anxiety in his voice, joking away his tension and pretending that his breath wasn't being squeezed from his chest. His dad owned a full-size racetrack, Rachel said. Her tension was only visible through the tight grip she kept on the steering wheel and her glances in the rearview mirror. Jarren and I snuck out more than once to test the cars. Jarren lost to me more times than he won. They've turned around. Ellie kept her eyes locked on the side mirror. We are definitely being followed. I would say they might be undercover police cars, except they haven't turned on their lights, and I think they'd have called in for backup by now. Slow down and let them catch up. I'll see if I can get them off our tail. Rachel seemed reluctant, but reduced her driving speed. She kept on the main road as they all watched behind them. The green truck swerved around the old lady they'd cut off. It can't be Gabe and Bachman, Treadon said. First, the SUVs he uses are immaculate, like they've just been professionally detailed. Second, the drivers he uses drive with precision, like robots almost. These guys on our tail are driving like high school kids at a drag race with unfiltered road rage. Ellie put a finger to her forehead. Something's wrong. I can feel them, but I can't influence whoever is driving that truck. Are they too far away? Rachel asked. No, Ellie said, pressing harder against her temples. Distance doesn't matter. I can sense that they are there. I just can't reach them. I've never met anyone I can't influence, except for Treadon, but he was just stubborn. I'll take that as a compliment. I guess we're back to losing them the old-fashioned way. Rachel shifted gears and flipped her long hair over her shoulders. Everyone buckled? Treadon held onto the door as Rachel accelerated, keeping his head turned so he could watch the progress of the truck following them. It remained stubbornly behind Rachel. They made the same turns, no matter how last minute Rachel made them, and they ran red lights without an incident 3 times. Who were these people? Gabe and Bachman's men had herded Jarren onto the highway with precise, coordinated movements. The driver behind them showed no indication of trying to force them anywhere. They were only determined to follow them to where they were going. They're trying to follow us home. Treadon knew which home they wanted to find. His house, with Abigail, and a guardian of angels. If it had been Gabe and Bachman, he wouldn't need to know where they live. He wanted Ellie, and Ellie was in the car with them. Rachel nodded. I think so too, but they are hard to shake. I have to give them that. Who are they? Ellie asked. It was a question none of them had an answer to. Losing the tail took almost an hour. Rachel weaved in and out of traffic, like the head of a snake. The truck was the body, slithering along behind them, but eventually they were able to get back on the freeway without their new friends. Rachel pulled into Treadon's driveway and leaned back against her seat with a huff. That was intense. What do you think those guys wanted? Treadon thought about the way the drivers had followed them, relentlessly, with their non-aggressive movements. Never, during the long car chase, had the drivers attempted to run them off the road or play bumper cars. They had been determined to stay behind them, no matter the cost. Or at least, they don't want only us, or they would have found a way to cut us off. They want something, or someone we're associated with. He reached over the seat and touched Ellie's shoulder. Ellie put her hand on his as she turned and looked at him. Treadon felt the pull of his heart and the drop in his stomach. Every time he felt both the thrill of having her near him and the fear of losing her. Rachel turned off the car and opened the door. We'll have to tell Gabe and Abigail and see what they think. I got the license plate number, and I have a source that can run their plates. Ellie started to unbuckle, but she stopped, the smile dropping off her face. What? Treadon asked. They found us. Chapter 7. Location: Black Hills, South Dakota. Date: June 19th. Gabriel Tuoer. The road in front of Gabe was black, except for the white lines illuminated by the motorcycle headlights flashing past. He sensed a change in the air. He hit the brakes and turned off the engine. He listened, not just to the sounds of the night, the crickets in the field to his left, or the wind twisting playfully through the branches overhead. No, Gabe listened deeper, to the very vibrations traveling through the ground at his feet and the air all around him. Despite the darkness that penetrated the night and swallowed up the light from his headlight, he knew he wasn't alone. You can step into the light. He lowered his kickstand and stepped away from the bike. It felt like he was tearing in half, like a cell splitting in two. He'd left his weapons with Abigail. He'd agreed to come willingly. No fighting. The darkness was too complete. The full moon over his head provided no reflection off any objects on the ground. He could hear the slight movement of Fenris. They surrounded him in a perfect circle, one step outside the light, and for each Fenris, there was a human, possessed. One man stepped forward, a fedora hat pulled down over his eyes, a heavy trench coat hanging from his shoulders. The face belonged to Gabe's brother, Vox, who had died fighting by his side. Gabe took a step back. He didn't mean to show weakness, but Vox was the last person he expected to see here. Don't look so surprised. The voice of Caden Bachman came from Vox's mouth. Gabe wanted to reach down his throat and pull Bachman's soul from Vox's chest, if only it worked that way. I thought it might be nice to welcome you home with a familiar face. Gabe had expected cruelty, but not the twisting in his gut at the sight of his brother. He swallowed. You wanted to meet. Here I am. He put his hands out to both sides to prove he had no weapons. I didn't think you'd come so passively. Caden scratched the scruff of beard on Vox's face. The movement was familiar. Something his brother always did when he was thinking. Gabe had to remind himself that he was not talking to Vox. We had a deal. Gabe had spent the last 3 days wishing he could slow time, wishing he had more moments to share with Abigail and Treadon. Wishing this role had never come to him. That thought felt like the deepest betrayal of all. I come willingly, and you give us a little more time. Time I look forward to. Caden Bachman pulled black gloves over his hands, squeezing his fists so the leather of the gloves stretched tight. Not all of Adura's visions were common knowledge. Not everything she saw made sense. And now you're mine. I don't even think Adura saw this moment coming. Caden stepped forward and slammed his fist into Gabe's jaw. The power behind the blow was far more than an old man like Vox was capable of. The pain sent Gabe down to one knee, his ears ringing. He resisted the instinct to fight back. He'd given his word. He would surrender without a fight. Caden pulled back and hit him across the cheekbone. Gabe's face split, and blood splattered on the ground. You said she was still alive. Gabe felt as if the last small part of him that he'd believed was good was shriveling into nothing. He'd made a deal with the devil to save a few ordinaries. His family. Would this final sacrifice finally lead him back to his descendant? Would his betrayal of his calling as guardian finally come to light? He'd fallen for another woman, had almost been willing to give up and run away with her, and leave the world to its ruin. The thought of Abigail, her strength, her soft words, her fingers as she nursed his wounds over and over, the pain in her eyes, the pain he had caused, left him short of breath. Caden raised one eyebrow. Fox's face was that of an old man who'd spent too much time in the sun, wrinkled and leathered, but the eyes were a flat black. You think I would have had to plan so carefully to make sure nothing could stop me if I had the future written out for me? Gabe felt a chill of ice growing in his heart, his breath freezing in his lungs. What do you mean? I am not the one you should come for truth, Gabriel Tuoer. You should know better than that. You know the prophecies of Adura better than anyone. You wrote them with her, and yet you still fight, knowing that she knew I would win. His fist came down a final time, and all the lights in the world blinked out. Chapter 8. Location: Southern Utah. Date: June 19th. Jarren, Calavan. I can't do it. Jarren wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. The frustration in him boiled with heat that rivaled the sweltering temperatures of the desert. It's not working. I don't understand. Selena had worked with him for the last 2 days. When Ellie healed his mind, Jarren had felt like he'd taken a breath of fresh air. After being buried in a coffin, he'd only been able to access this part of him for a short time. But Selena treated him like he was incapable of things a toddler should be able to do. This is a basic ability of all descendants of Samuel. You're an elemental descendant. We can travel through the ground the way water does. The soil absorbs us and moves us through the earth as we will it. They stood at the bottom of a deep washout where flash floods had torn the earth away and left a deep crevice. The sun was directly overhead. The shade of the walls they had enjoyed through the morning was gone, and the sun seemed to be mocking him right along with Selena. Jarren took a deep breath, shook his shoulders, and placed his hand against the sandy side of the dry riverbed. Nothing happened. Let me show you one more time. Selena walked straight into the steep bank of rugged earth that seemed to welcome her home. The ground didn't open up for her, or make a tunnel. Selena became part of the ground, absorbing into it the way she had described, like a puddle of water soaking into the soil. Her face appeared directly in front of him, coming out of the wall like a floating head. Jarren jumped back, unnerved at her nearness. See? It's simple. Even the youngest of elementals can ground travel. I don't understand, he said. He took another step back, so he had some space between him and Selena and the ground that mocked him. Are there a lot of us? Are our descendants traveling through the ground beneath my feet all the time? Selena's face, still grainy like the sand she moved through, fell, the smile dropping away like bits of a sandcastle pulled at by the tide. There are not many of us anymore. Not since the massacre. What happened? Jarren asked. I've never learned any kind of history. I don't even understand what we can do. Selena pulled into the bank of earth, barely hovering in view in the cracks and crevices of the sandy cliff. The image of her face swayed back and forth. 100 years ago, the Descendants were slaughtered. Only 20 Descendants escaped and went into hiding. There are not hundreds of us roaming through the ground. There are only the Descendants who hide at the Veil, the Descendants who left the Veil, and the Descendants who are born to ordinaries, coming into their knowledge and power on their own. It doesn't happen often, but there have been a couple dozen over the last 100 years. I was one of them. And we can all do the same things? He asked. No. Roots moved through the ground like extensions of Selena's hair, making the impression of her shaking her head. There are basic abilities. Elementals can ground travel, light descendants can see great distances, and those with the knowledge of life can heal. Valde Novo divided the knowledge into 3, so that no one person would have the power of creation. But once the angels decided to have children, the knowledge was divided more and more as the DNA was split and diluted over the generations. What a descendant can do depends on their own intelligence, the pieces of angel DNA passed down to them, and their own determination to develop the knowledge and energy they've inherited. You said there was a massacre, Jarren said. His toes curled into the ground at his feet, the warm sand comforting him, even though his soul had gone cold. Thousands killed. He thought of his dad, dying in front of his eyes, the light going out like something powerful being snuffed out for good. Yes, Selena said. One of the leaders of the Triune decided to try and gather all of the knowledge of Valde Novo together in one place to be able to recreate Valde Novo's power. He tricked the Descendants into coming together, uniting their powers and knowledge in a show of celebration. He had it planned too well. He trapped them in a room of hematite, wrapping their necks with hematite cords that pulled the energy from their bodies, and then he destroyed their compasses. A demon horde attacked the Guardians, and one by one, each compass was broken, each Descendant's light went out, and each Guardian's soul was torn from their bodies in sorrow. No Guardian can survive the loss of the connection with their descendant. Wow, Jarren said. Selena had told the story with so much emotion, he had to resist the urge to reach out and press his hand against the sand wall. He found himself wanting to comfort her. There aren't a lot of us left, then? The Triune continue to hunt us. If they gather enough descendants, they will have the full knowledge and energy of creation. And then what? Adura foresaw that they will use it to open the edge of eternity, the gateway back to Valde Novo's realm. If that door opens, the energy will kill all life on the earth. The Triune killed my dad. How is that going to help them open this stupid gateway? I don't know. Selena emerged more from the sand, her fingers playing with the roots like tangled hair. They've been taking Unguarded because they haven't chosen a guardian yet. They cannot be killed until they've bonded, a weakness the original angels hadn't anticipated. And what are we doing about it? Jarren asked. Are we just waiting around until the Triune gets their hands on enough Unguarded to destroy the world? There are 2 trains of thought, Selena said. Stay protected in the Veil. If all of the Descendants are safe, then Cadophilius cannot get their energy. There are others who left the Veil to fight, to protect ordinaries and Unguarded. But there were only 4 who left the Veil with their guardians. I once believed in their cause. But now? Selena trailed off, and her head solidified as she pushed her face toward him. I will help you ground travel, and then I will go to find some answers. It was too much to take in. So many pieces that Jarren couldn't fit together in his mind, but he recognized the determination on Selena's face. He would take what he could get before she left. Okay. He shifted his feet and waved his hand at Selena. Move out of the way. I saw what you did. He closed his eyes and balanced on the balls of his feet. He shifted back and forth, shaking out his arms and loosening up. He chanted his motivational line from Top Gun, the one he used to pump himself up before a football game. And I feel the need for speed. He did feel the need. He needed a win. He'd played enough sports to recognize when an athlete was getting in their own head. He was letting his doubts get to him, but he wanted to believe he was stronger than that. His dad had never shown weakness, never doubted himself, not until the very end. Selena's head came farther out of the wall, shooting toward him until her whole head and upper shoulders had their own form and color again. Did you just quote a movie that was made before you were born? I've always been obsessed with the 80s. Jarren smiled as her eyebrows drew down. Why? Selena asked. A cold feeling stole over Jarren, almost like the sun had lost its ability to give off heat. A memory flashed into his mind, and he started speaking before he decided if he really wanted to share the information with Selena. I used to ask Xander about you. A lot. He swallowed. I wanted to know about you, since you gave birth to me and all. My dad didn't seem to want me around, so I thought about running away, trying to find you. Selena pulled back into the wall, but didn't disappear. The stones shifted around her in a way that made it feel like the earth itself was uncomfortable. You asked about me? What did he say? He ignored the desperation behind her curiosity. It was all too familiar. Too painful. Nothing. For over a year, I would ask him every time I could corner him, which wasn't that often. He was busy and ignored me most of the time, but I knew if I bothered him enough, I would at least get a hint. He ignored you? Selena asked. He didn't love you? Like a son? He treated me like an infectious disease, flinching when I would touch his hand, turning the other direction when he'd see me in the hall. Jarren's fingers curled into fists. He'd thought he'd come to terms with his neglect as a child. Xander had come around, had come to love him as a son when he was older. Those memories shouldn't have been so painful for him, but everything came back, and he felt 8 years old again. But once, I caught him in his office just before he shut the door. I slipped in so he couldn't lock me out, and I climbed up onto his desk. He hated weakness, so I told him I would make a deal with him. If he told me one thing about you, I would leave him alone. I wouldn't interrupt his work, and he could pretend I didn't exist. Selena stepped fully out of the crumbling side of the washout. She stood close enough that Jarren could have reached out and touched her, but both of them stood with their arms straight at their sides. He was always a sucker for a good deal, she said, and a good sales pitch. They stood together under the sun that had lost its intensity in a moment of silence, caught in a reverie of a man they had loved but had burned them both. Jarren took a shaky breath. He shook my hand, like we'd signed a contract. Then he pulled out a tissue and wiped his fingers, like he needed to clean himself of my touch. He told me that you loved music and movies from the 1980s, that you used to sing in the car and bring up random quotes that no one recognized. He stopped, feeling like a piece of the mountain had gotten lodged in his throat. I tried to run away, but Rachel's mom stopped me at the bus stop. Xander had kept up his part of the bargain by telling me something, but nothing that would actually help me find you. So instead of finding you, I did everything 80s. I dressed 80s, and I watched every 80s movie, and I memorized every 80s song, so that when I did find you... There was another long pause. Selena's mouth opened once. She clasped her hands together and then pressed them to her thighs. The awkwardness pressed against Jarren until he couldn't handle it anymore. Move, I'm going to figure it out this time. Instead of stepping to the side, she stepped back, disappearing again into the dry ground of the southern Utah desert. It's showtime. Her words were a rumble of the earth, but they brought a smile to Jarren's face. She had even used the same voice inflection from Beetlejuice, a classic 80s movie. He could see himself stepping forward, shifting into the ground, becoming one with the earth, traveling effortlessly as the ground flowed in response to his will. It was meant to be. Instead of putting his hand out, he moved with confidence, like Selena, and walked right into a solid wall. He stumbled back. A small slide of dirt and rocks fell down the side of the bank and piled at his feet. Selena reappeared down the dry stream bed. Something is wrong with you. She strode toward him. I felt it when I was in the ground. Jarren rubbed his nose. He'd slammed it hard, trying to force his way to get what he wanted. That was how life worked, right? The harder you pushed, the more successful you would be. That's what Xander had taught him. He put 2 hands out and pressed them against the edge of the washout, pushing, trying to force his way in. He sensed the earth, sensed it calling out to him, but there was a black shroud between him and the light. Something holding him back. He fought against the block in his mind, mentally focusing all his energy on breaking into the ground. He groaned against the pressure. When nothing changed, he let out a frustrated scream. The ground parted before him, ripping apart like the earthquake scene that had swallowed Jane's car in the third Superman movie. He stood in front of a new crevice in the earth, perpendicular to the washout where they stood, almost a mile long. His vision blurred and he fell to one knee, nausea threatening to reject the water he'd been able to drink this morning. You are supposed to become one with the earth, not tear it apart. Selena stood with her hands on her hips, staring at the rift that had been carved into the desert floor. I'm sorry, Jarren said. I tried. An earthy scent filled his nose. The smell of decay and moist dirt and sagebrush calmed him. It was the smell of home, but the front door was locked. Something isn't right, she said. You are incomplete. Thanks for that. Jarren let a fear bubble up that he'd been considering. His dad had been part of the Triune for most of his life. Would he have done something to hurt him? Do you think Xander would let the Triune do something to me? Break me? If the Triune had gotten their hands on you, they wouldn't have let you go, she said. You've probably been alone too long. Suppressed things when you were meant to be growing. Jarren would have choked if he hadn't already been trying to swallow his nausea. He had been alone his entire life. Then again, he had never been alone. After his mother left, and when his dad had pretended he didn't exist, he had Rachel. Xander, hiring Rachel's mother as his nanny, had been the saving grace of his life. She was his solace. Do you know if you have the ability to choose a guardian? Selena asked. What? Jarren didn't know where her train of thought had come from. When a descendant chooses their guardian, abilities are unlocked and shared. Many find their abilities magnified by connecting with another. Maybe it is time for you to choose a guardian. You think that's what's wrong with me? He asked. Is that what happened when you chose a guardian? Selena turned away and picked up the bag she had brought. I have never chosen a guardian. Why not? I am better on my own. You just said choosing a guardian would make me stronger. Jarren wanted to run after her, pull the bag from her shoulders, and beg her to stay. He wouldn't stoop that low. He wouldn't show the weakness inside of him. She was leaving? It was time for him to leave too. She turned back to look at him, her eyes shaded by her own forehead. The ground seemed to quiver beneath her feet. It magnifies your abilities. That's true. And you need that. Me? I am strong enough, as I am. How would you know if you never tried? Selena continued to walk, turning her head just enough to throw her last words over her shoulder. The man I asked to be my guardian refused, and I was already pregnant with his son. Chapter 9. Location: Los Angeles, California. Date: June 19th. Treadon Nelson. Treadon rolled out of the car ungracefully from the confined back seat. He stood up, ready to fight. Hello! The man had a smooth politician's voice. He stared at Treadon like he wasn't sure whether to offer him a hand or laugh. I didn't mean to startle you. My associate and I are looking for someone. I was hoping you could help me. Treadon wished he'd kept his cool. Sure. Rachel thought on her feet faster than Treadon. Maybe he should ask for lessons in being chill. Who are you looking for? The man studied his fingernails on one hand, while he pulled the handle on Ellie's door with the other. A gentlemanly gesture. Ellie climbed out and walked around the car to stand next to Treadon. The car stood between the three of them and the visitor. He's an old friend. A colleague, really, and he's been extremely hard to find. The man slammed the door. The force shook the car, but Treadon could tell it hadn't been slammed in frustration. The man was stronger than he appeared. And who are you? Rachel liked to be the one asking questions. The man put his arms out theatrically, introducing all of himself. He wore a gray business suit with no tie, the top button undone in a way that gave him a casual but confident presence. He was average size, business blonde hair with the salesman's stance. His eyes were an emerald green that stood out among the rest of his averageness. My name is Darius, and behind me is Abi Egypt, my guardian. Another man appeared, almost like he had been hiding behind Darius. You can call me Abi, easier to remember. This man gave a wave with one hand, and the other remained in his pocket. He wore a lighter gray suit with a power red tie. The two standing together could have just finished an interview on Channel 9. Your guardian? Treadon asked. It was said with so much familiarity. His mind had almost skipped over the words. He might have missed it, except for the fact that he wanted to claim the title himself so badly. Darius nodded. Yes, every descendant has one. But based on the look on your face, you already knew that. Am I right? We're not used to people flaunting the fact that they're descendants, Rachel said. We know about them, but I've never had one introduce themselves like they were the governor. Darius and Abby shared a glance, and Darius looked down. His shoulders dropped a little, and Treadon could read a deep disappointment. There are not many left of us. It is rare to have the honor of meeting a descendant. He lowered his head toward Ellie. And I find myself more than honored. This world can be dangerous if we don't stick together. The front door opened with a squeal of rusted hinges. Treadon wished he'd taken the time to oil them. It would be hard to sneak in or out of the house with that kind of alarm in place. He turned and could tell from his mom's face that something had happened. When she saw the visitors in the driveway, she wiped her face of emotion. Can I help you? Abigail asked the strangers. Darius paused, his green eyes widening for an instant. Treadon thought he saw hunger in them. So you are the famous Watcher. Darius walked up the steps with quick, easy strides. Treadon jumped the railing, landing between Darius and his mom. Abby was on the porch before Treadon saw him move. There were 4 of them on a tiny porch. No room for air. Tension sparked from Abby, but Treadon wasn't about to leave his mom to face the men alone. Abigail squeezed his arm and gave him an easy smile. It's okay, Treadon. Thank you. Why don't we all talk in the living room? I think we'll be more comfortable. You want to invite them in the house? Treadon asked. Of course. She opened the door and stepped back, pulling him with her. Let's show our guests some hospitality. Would you get some water boiling for tea? Despite her calm words, she was tense. The 2 men followed them in, and Abigail motioned for them to sit on the couch. Rachel and Ellie came in behind them. Treadon made his way to the kitchen, needing the space, and filled the kettle before setting it back on the stove. Abigail's voice was level, in control. Only one person has ever called me a Watcher. Oh, my dear Abigail, we have so much to talk about. Darius accepted the invitation to sit, but ignored her gesture toward the couch. He took a stool from the kitchen counter and moved it to the center of the room. Abby took a secure position next to the window, standing with his arms at his side. Alert, Abigail, Rachel, and Ellie squeezed together on the couch. The 2 men in their house weren't exactly the image of Descendant and Guardian. They seemed like they would feel more at home inside the New York Stock Exchange. I don't think you've actually said who you're looking for, Rachel said, arms crossed, a challenge written in the shape of her eyebrows. Of course. Darius slapped his leg, like he was a host on a talk show. Though I did think it would be obvious now that we're all gathered, and the one person I hope to see is the only one not here. And that would be? Abigail wasn't giving this guy anything for free. Darius leaned forward. I know this journey has been hard for you, and what I'm about to tell you is going to be harder to hear than anything you've been through. You helped him. You worked together. That doesn't mean you knew him. Abigail shook her head, her face giving nothing away. Steam started to come out of the kettle with a high-pitched whine. Treadon got out cups and put a tea bag in each of them. I'm so sorry, Abigail said. I think maybe you have me confused with someone else. I admire that. Darius reached out and took Abigail's hand. Treadon spilled hot water, resisting the urge to storm across the room and knock Darius's hand from his mom. Abby's eyes bore into him with a warning. I wouldn't expect you to betray anyone so easily. I am here to find Gabriel Tuoer, and I recognize your ability to lie, but it will not work with me. I am Darius, a descendant of Adiona, and my gift is to see the truth. Abigail pulled her hand back, rubbing it like his touch had burned. I don't know what you're talking about. Let me start by correcting 3 misconceptions. First, Gabriel Tuoer is not the hero he led you to believe. He has been on the run for almost 20 years. A traitor, he stole from the Vale and went into hiding. Darius waited for a reaction. Abigail gave him none. Treadon overfilled one of the teacups. Second, whatever lies Gabe has told you, you do not have to fight the enemy. We have prepared for what is going to happen next. We've seen it. You have more visions? The outburst came from Ellie. Treadon flinched at the desperate hunger he felt behind her words. She glanced at Treadon and then dropped her eyes. I mean, the visions of Adura. She was able to see the future. Is that what you mean when you say you are preparing for what's coming? Do you know where Caden Bachman is? Rachel asked. That's the only information about the future I need to know. She had dedicated the last few months to tracking every move, every company, every purchase made under the Triune umbrella. She had consistently claimed the answers to their questions were behind the actions of Xander Calivan, Jarren's dad. Darius didn't blink. Yes, we have the full library of the visions of Ajura. Every word she wrote before her guardian failed to protect her, except for the visions Gabriel stole. She went missing, Abigail said. He never stopped searching for her. Darius ignored her and turned his gaze on Rachel. We have ways of tracking Caden Bachman, but he's not our main concern. Gabriel Tuoer is far more dangerous. And what is the third misconception? Abigail asked, her hands gripped in her lap, knuckles white. Treadon brought the cups of tea and set them on the coffee table. Darius picked one up and sipped it without blowing on the liquid. No one else moved. He wasn't saving them, Darius said as he lowered the teacup. Those unguarded you helped him find, that he took before Caden Bachman did? He didn't save them. If he'd brought them to us, we could have protected the unguarded, but he hid them, leaving them at risk, not giving us a chance to protect them. The blood drained from Abigail's face. Darius gently took her hand again. She didn't pull away. Treadon moved close enough to set his hand on his mom's shoulder. I can't imagine how hard it is to hear these things. Darius kept his voice low and sincere. I am so sorry to be the bearer of these grim tidings. I am sorry that I had to be so short and blunt, but the truth is, we are running out of time, and Gabe has managed to evade us again. We need this to stop. We need the prophecies he has stolen, and those children should be offered safety. Abigail spoke 3 truths. I didn't know you were looking for him. I can't help you. Gabe is gone. The truth of the final statement shocked Treadon. He left us? After everything that's happened? Darius studied the space around Abigail's lips, like he could see the air that left her lungs. I see the color of truth. He stood, pacing in the small living room. Which means you believe what you've said. That also means you believe some of what I've said, but not everything. He turned back to her. The hardest truth for you to come to terms with is Gabe's nature and his betrayal of everything he was entrusted with. Abigail's jaw flexed. She wasn't denying it. I see. Darius paced the room again. Abi's eyes followed Darius's movements. Does he know? Abigail's eyes flicked to and away from Treadon. There was something else. Something more. Treadon wasn't sure he could take more. His insides were swirling with doubt, disgust, betrayal, confusion. How much of what this man had said was true? Gabe had been the closest thing to a father Treadon had known, and while he wouldn't give the man an A+ at the job, he had gained a new respect for Gabe over the last few months. He'd seen the feelings Gabe had for Abigail, and he'd seen an internal battle that seemed to be tearing Gabe apart despite his uncrackable exterior. He doesn't know. Darius's voice had gone soft. He stopped pacing. I thought I had finished with revelations, but it looks like one more thing needs to step into the light. Abigail shook her head. No, you've said enough. She stood from the couch and moved toward the door. A bee blocked her from opening it. Darius straightened, and his height seemed to increase. The light around the room dimmed while gathering to him. He had gone from average and easy to ignore to an absolute force. What? Rachel asked. Ellie remained silent, head down. What secret needs to step into the light? Darius paused, his eyes on Abigail, as if giving her one last chance. She faced a bee with clenched fists, shoulders rising and lowering, with deep breaths as Darius locked eyes with Treadon. That Gabriel Tuoer killed Treadon's father. Chapter 10. Location: Los Angeles, California. Date: June 19th. Treadon Nelson. Ellie and Rachel watched Treadon. Abigail held her breath, her words trapped in the swirl of deception she had weaved around her like a shawl. Treadon waited, unsure if Darius was playing a game or had come here with swords swinging. If he had intended it or not, he had struck a death blow. Abigail looked like she was bleeding out on the floor. I don't envy your confusion, Darius said. Discovering a new truth can twist a soul in painful ways. He let a hand fall on Treadon's shoulder for an instant, long enough for the gesture to feel sincere, but quickly enough that Treadon didn't have time to push his hand off. Darius's green eyes landed on each person in the room. Ellie, Rachel, and last of all, Abigail. You may not believe I have his best intentions at heart, but Gabe was a brother to me. My duty tears my soul in half. Treadon stood. Gabe clearly isn't here, and you've overstayed your welcome. He was ready to fight for his mom, to make this man stop hurting her in ways Treadon couldn't protect her from, but he was also off balance, unsure of what was true. Why would Gabe lie to them about the Unguarded? Why had Abigail never told Treadon what had happened to his father? It was too much all at once, and the last thing he wanted was to have some guy dressed like a weather reporter sit and watch his life unravel. Darius showed no signs of resistance. He met Treadon's gaze with an intensity that left no doubt he was more than an average human. Abi opened the door and stepped out first, surveying the yard before walking down the porch steps. Treadon imagined doing that for Ellie, always being near her, being able to check for danger, staying one step ahead of anyone that would want to harm her. Abigail stepped to the side as Darius moved out the door. He paused as he pulled the door shut. "We cannot fix everything Gabriel has done, but we will stay close, knowing he has left you. You may be in danger from your association with him. We will keep watch." "Wait." Ellie pushed herself up from the couch. She wouldn't meet Treadon's eyes. "What about the veil? Could we go there for protection?" Darius's fingers squeezed the door handle, and a muscle beneath his eye twitched. "The veil is a refugee for the Descendants who escaped the massacre. I have kept them safe for 100 years. Yet, Adura saw a future where our protection would be brought down from the inside, from a newcomer. We do not have an open-door policy." "But if Adura saw who would betray you?" Ellie said, not giving up. Treadon felt like she was twisting a dagger in his heart. She didn't trust him to protect her, and she wasn't ready to complete the bond. She was looking for another way to protect herself. "Couldn't you invite everyone except for the one who was going to betray you?" Darius's mouth lifted in one corner, an ironic smile. "Adura's visions are not so easy to interpret, not always so clear." There was a pause. Darius looked out at the setting sun like the horizon was calling to him. He began to nod slowly. "They were clear enough. I can make an exception and invite you, the bearer of the twin daggers, to the veil." Ellie's shock that he knew so much showed in the way her lips parted. She licked them once and then squared her shoulders. "What about the others? Treadon is partially bonded, and Jarren is on his way back. He's a descendant as well. Couldn't we all go? You said we could all be in danger because of our association with Gabe. Maybe we would all be safer at the veil." Darius narrowed his eyes at Ellie. "And you could access the visions of Adura yourself. I can see the truth, the hunger for knowledge in you." Rachel shifted on the couch. "We could share information about Caden Bachman and share our resources on how to stop the Triune." Abigail's head swiveled between Darius and Ellie. A head shake, a disbelieving shudder. Darius again let his gaze fall on each person in the room, a hard look of calculation. "I have sacrificed everything to keep the surviving descendants safe. You must know this is my top priority. But I will make this one exception. I am offering an invitation to you and your descendant friend. I will even offer a place to the half-guardian. But I will not endanger all I have worked for by allowing ordinaries into the place of safety. Nothing is more important than protecting my family. You all understand that. 3 of you may come. You have 24 hours to decide." Once upon a time, Treadon imagined a life where he could make his mom happy, where Gabe didn't exist, and it was only the 2 of them. What did he want now? Would he have to choose between protecting Ellie and making his mom happy? Or could he have both? Maybe they could all go somewhere far away, where there was no danger and no war, and the smiles could be full and real, laughter, fun, certainty. Abigail gripped the back of a chair, her jaw flexing. "What about my mom?" Treadon asked. Darius dropped his head, breaking eye contact for the first time. "I cannot invite her. She knows why, but offering you a place, inviting you into the safety of the veil, is what she wants more than anything else." Treadon knew that was true, without needing to use any abilities. Darius pulled the door shut. No one moved until Abigail came back around the couch and picked up a cooling cup of tea. She sipped at it, the cup shaking with her unsteady grip. She let out a long breath as she cradled the bottom of the cup in her other hand. "He was right about one thing," Abigail said. "We've had too many secrets." "What are you talking about?" Treadon was afraid to turn around. "Come and sit down and look at me. I need to tell you the truth about what happened to your father." Treadon came and sat on the stool Darius had vacated. "Do you want us to leave?" Rachel asked. "No, you can both stay. You all need to hear this." Abigail set her tea on the tray with a clink and pulled a tissue from her pocket. She twisted it between her fingers, like she knew tears should come when she told this story. But they wouldn't. The tissue was a symbol of buried loss, of unshed tears. "What happened to my father?" Treadon asked. "I fell in love with your father in high school, and we got married young. There was a recession, and work was hard to find. We both worked and felt like we could handle things. He didn't mind that I was kind of strange. I used to talk about the light people gave off, and the fact that I could see different colors for different people. He'd give me a kiss and tell me I was special." Abigail's lips quirked with a painful smile. "He liked to go out, get drunk with some friends to forget how hard things were. He got mean when he drank, so I never went with them, but we were both okay with that. We bought this house together, even though it took both our incomes to afford it. I found out I was pregnant the same day he got fired, and things took a bad turn. The drinking got worse. He would get sober for an interview or two, but when he didn't get those jobs, he'd go right back to drinking." Treadon thought of the anxiety he had noticed in his mom when alcohol was involved. He'd always known how much she hated drinking, but never why. His dad had a substance abuse problem because of the stress of having a son. Treadon knew it wasn't his fault, but he still felt a pinch of guilt, like things might have been better for his mom without him. Abigail continued, "I went for walks a lot. I was getting bigger and more uncomfortable. When I'd come home after work and complain about my feet hurting or my back aching, he'd fly into a rage. I learned to work hard, not to complain, and to leave the house as often as I could. It was on one of those walks that I saw a man." Abigail swallowed, like the story was trying to force its way up and out of her throat faster than she had the ability to tell it. The pause pushed Treadon to the edge of his stool. A guy laying on a bench, a thin jacket over his shoulders, his head resting against the hard wood. He was scruffy, dirty, and seemed to have lost all hope. But his aura... Abigail let out a small breath, like even the memory of the light was awe-inspiring. He had the brightest glow about him I had ever seen. I tried to walk away, but I couldn't. I came back to the bench and woke him. I offered him a bowl of hot soup and a warm place to rest. He wasn't in his right mind, and he mumbled as he walked with me. I was a lone, pregnant woman bringing home a homeless man who looked like he'd just been kicked off a WWE tour. She pressed her knuckles into her forehead. I knew it wasn't smart or safe, but after I woke him and saw his eyes, even with the bright aura, I knew he needed my help. He slept on my couch while I made the soup. I didn't know what I was going to do, just one moment at a time. One small act of kindness that I hoped would give him the strength to go on." Treadon thought of Megan, a girl Ellie had given a reason to live last year. She had been on the verge of giving up, but Ellie had given her hope. Treadon tried to imagine Gabe Tuoer in the same empty state, ready to give up on life. He couldn't picture it. Gabe was the very image of strength. He had no patience for weakness, but maybe he'd always been hiding a weakness in himself. Abigail's words had stopped, and her eyes were unfocused. Gazing at something in the past she could almost see playing out in front of her. Ellie reached out and put a hand on Abigail's arm. Rachel placed a hand on her knee. The two girls comforted a woman who was about to relive a very painful memory. Treadon wanted to feel sympathy, but his mind was on Gabe and the father he'd never met. There was a small smack as Abigail lipped her lips and opened and closed her mouth a few times, building up air in her lungs that would fuel her through the next part of her story. "I wasn't thinking ahead," she continued. "I knew your father was out drinking. I knew he would come home angry, but I thought I had more time. I thought I could warm up this strange, glowing man, give him some food, and send him on his way without any consequence. But Mark came home early. Early for him. It must have been 9 o'clock. Gabe had eaten the soup and fallen back asleep. I'd started having stomach pains. They were contractions, but I didn't know that at the time." Abigail stood up, anxiety from the memory pushing her into movement. "Gabe was there on the couch. I was here, leaning against the stove, holding my stomach, praying the pain would go away. The door opened." Abigail closed her eyes. "Mark came home with a bottle of liquor in his hand. He started to say something. I never knew what. Maybe, 'What's for dinner?' or 'How was your day?' But as soon as he saw Gabe on the couch and me in the kitchen, he got angry. A man in the house alone with me. His mind jumped to the worst possible scenario, and the alcohol fueled the raging jealousy as effectively as if it had been a flame inside him. His face changed, and he came at me. 'What the hell is this?' he asked me, but didn't wait for an answer." She put a hand to her cheek like the pain of the slap was as fresh as the day it happened. "He hit me, and then shoved me into a wall. I cried out because my stomach pains got worse. I asked him to stop and let me explain, but any words I said only made him angrier. Mark pulled me up by my shirt and slammed me into the refrigerator and put a knee against my stomach. He asked if it was even his. Tears were streaming down Abigail's face. Her hand had moved down to her stomach protectively. Treadon stood, his own anger making his face flush, his stomach twisted in disgust. "It's okay, Mrs. Nelson." Rachel stood next to Treadon, her hand out toward Abigail like she could ease the pain herself. "You don't have to go on if it's too much." Abigail wiped the tears from her cheeks and straightened her shoulders. "I have to finish. I've let this sit inside me for too long. I've wondered what I could have done differently, thought through my actions, said something different, but I didn't. I haven't told the story, because then it would be set in stone. I remember the pain, thinking my stomach would rip. I was worried about the baby. My baby. I just wanted it to stop, but I couldn't pull in enough air to make a sound. A deep voice shook the whole house. Stop. I thought Mark was going to let me go, but he turned away just enough to backhand me again. I fell to the ground. The man I had found and brought home stood tall next to the couch. He wasn't the homeless man I'd invited in. He was a glowing form of power. Mark couldn't see the light, only a threat, but not one he could beat. He reached for me again. I don't know what he was thinking. Maybe he was going to apologize. Maybe he was going to use me for a human shield. But as soon as he made a move in my direction, the other man clapped. It seems so silly in words, but he reached out and put his hands together. The force of what he did ripped through the island and smashed into Mark, slamming him into the cupboards with so much energy that he broke the cupboard door and all of the plates and glasses in the cupboard. Mark, he didn't make it. Ellie put a hand to her mouth. He died? On the floor, looking into my face as the light went out. The labor pains got worse, and Gabe took me to the hospital. He said he would take care of it, take care of me. He was there when Treadon was born. He cleaned up the house while I was in the hospital. He even arranged the funeral, where the pastor spoke of a loving husband and father who had died in a motorcycle accident. I never told anyone the truth. Chapter 11. Location: Los Angeles, California. Date: June 19th. Eleanor Agarwal. The tension sat in the air of the Nelsons' living room, as thick as smoke from a kitchen fire. Treadon studied the door, taking deep breaths like he was about to say something, but then couldn't decide which words to let out. "I'm sorry," Abigail said. "I should have told you sooner." She kept her hands clasped in front of her. Ellie imagined her resisting the urge to reach out and pull her son to her, to hold him like a toddler. "I need to think," he said. He left through the front door, slamming the screen against the railing of the porch. Each step creaked as he moved farther away. Ellie considered running after him, but she decided to give him some space. "I need to rest for a few minutes," Abigail said, excusing herself. She moved down the hall to her bedroom, leaving Rachel and Ellie sitting in suffocating silence. "That was some crazy stuff," Rachel said, standing up and rubbing her phone screen on her pant leg. "I'm not even sure where to start. Do you think Gabe knew they were coming? The Descendants, I mean?" Ellie's fingers twitched against her legs. "I don't know. I guess it might explain why he left, without any explanation." "How do you think Treadon will take it?" Rachel asked, knowing Gabe killed his real dad. Ellie reached for one of the teacups to keep her hands busy. She didn't want Rachel to see them shaking. The tea had gone cold, so she didn't bring it to her lips. If Gabe killed Treadon's father, he broke a foundational law. Our purpose is to protect and bring light, not take a life. Only if a soul has signed a contract to be possessed should we ever take a life. And even then, it is rarely necessary. "Yeah, but he was protecting Abigail." Rachel picked up her keys from the table and spun them around one finger. "And Treadon. I don't think what Gabe did was wrong." Ellie spoke slowly, weighing each word against the other. "That's true, but any guardian would have been trained to immobilize someone without killing them. Killing an ordinary? Even with all of Abigail's explanation, it felt unnecessary. Like Gabe lost control. Maybe." Rachel caught her spinning keys in her hand. "I'm going to get us some pizza. Treadon's going to need some comfort food, and—" Rachel paused. "Jarren's on his way back." Ellie lifted her head. "What? How did you tell him about the invitation to the Vale?" I didn't. He doesn't actually know about that, Rachel said. He was on his way before. I just hadn't had a chance to tell everyone. I would go with him if he asked. You know what that means, right? Ellie asked. He'd have to choose me, to be his guardian. It's a permanent bond, Ellie said. You won't have a normal life after that. It's a big decision. It's a decision I've already made. Rachel stepped toward the door. All he has to do is ask. You know Treadon's already made the decision too. He's just waiting on you. I know. Ellie dropped her eyes and studied the flower pattern around the outside of the cup. Her attempts to hide the shaking in her hands were leaving small ripples across the top of the tea. It's a little more complicated now. I'll say, Rachel said. She pulled the door open. I'm not sure why you asked about the veil, and I can see you want to go, but Treadon will have to decide between following you to the ends of the earth and leaving his mom all alone. It was a statement of fact. Rachel said it with no judgment in her voice, but the words pierced Ellie's heart. She knew the weight she'd put on Treadon's shoulders. She stood up and set the cup on the counter, then slipped into the small guest room at the end of the hall she'd been staying in since she'd gotten her foster family settled. It was better for them if she stayed away, but she missed them all. She was glad they had each other. She lifted her mattress and pulled out the scroll she'd brought back from her family's cabin in Oregon. She traced the indentation along the edges. The black cover around the tube of paper was made of leather and smelled of the dust it had sat in for 10 years. She removed the leather loop that held the scroll closed and rolled it open carefully with both hands. She read the description of how she would die as the final dagger was pulled from her bones, the cracking of her compass. Ellie closed her eyes. She could see Treadon, his sincere eyes, his strong jaw, his tender smile. He'd become more confident since he'd trained with Gabe, but his hesitation, his weakness, was her. He wanted her to complete the bond with him. And she'd been ready to in Oregon. They were going to go to the beach and have Gabriel and Abigail serve as the sealing witnesses. But then she'd found the scroll. The truth was, she'd fallen in love with the boy she'd accidentally given her energy and knowledge to when they were both only children. She would choose Treadon again, if he didn't have to die with her. She would make sure he stayed with his mom, that he would live a long life, even if that meant breaking his heart. The vision of her death ended abruptly. There should be more details, but the last written word trailed off like there hadn't been time to finish the sentence. Ellie needed answers to her future that she didn't have in front of her. She needed access to the full library of Adora's visions. If there was a way to save Treadon, she had to know more. The sound of footsteps on the porch made her jump, and she quickly rolled up the scroll and shoved it back under her mattress. She tucked her long black hair behind her ears and straightened her shoulders. This wouldn't be easy, but it had to be done. Treadon wasn't in the living room when she walked out. He stood on the porch, his hands gripping the railing, his shoulders hunched almost to his ears. Ellie's heart skipped a beat. She wanted to comfort him, run her fingers up his spine, and whisper her true feelings in his ear. She swallowed the desire and pushed her feelings down into her stomach so they wouldn't show on her face. She stepped out onto the porch. Are you okay? Stupid question. Ellie didn't know where else to start. No, Treadon said. I'm mad. Why would he do that? I'm sorry about your dad. Ellie resisted the urge to reach out and touch his hand. It's not even that, Treadon said. Okay, Gabe killed my dad trying to protect us. He made a mistake. He ruined my mom's life. I could probably get over that. But what about now? What about today? Why would he leave when he knows this is when she needs him the most? A lump swelled in Ellie's throat. Your mom still has you. His fingers tightened even more around the railing. She needs me. I need to be with her. But what about you? You have a place at the Vale and would be safe. But I can't be in 2 places at once. Ellie found a small silver lining. He was hurting, distracted enough that he couldn't read the lie she was about to say. This will be for the best, Treadon. I'm not sure what I want, and taking a break might be good for us. What are you saying? The next part was true. I'm going to the Vale without you. Chapter 12. Location: Los Angeles, California. Date: June 19th. Jarren, Calavan. Jarren parked in front of Treadon's house, flipping off his radio with an angry twist. He'd refused to listen to 80s music the whole way home, but that meant he couldn't use his extensive playlist on his phone. He tried the radio, but nothing sounded familiar. He'd missed 3 decades of music because of his obsession with trying to learn about the things his mom loved. Too bad he wasn't one of those things. Even after she'd met him, Selena was more concerned about getting answers than getting to know him. Jarren rubbed his eyes with his palms. He wasn't any closer to figuring out what was wrong with him, and he had learned very little from Selena, except that he didn't want to be anything like her. She said choosing a guardian would help him, and that choice wasn't hard for him. Of all the people in the world, there was one person he trusted, one person he never wanted to imagine a world without. Rachel Sampaio. "Hey, stranger." Jarren looked up to see Rachel approaching from across the street. She had 2 pizzas in her hands. Her hair was a little longer, and she'd bought a new sweater that hugged her in all the right places. Her smile was the most familiar view on the planet. He climbed out of the car and wrapped her up in his arms. He leaned into her neck, taking in her smell, a mix of coconut and the earth after a rainstorm. She was his anchor when he was being rocked in an endless storm. "I got your messages," Rachel said. "Strangely cryptic and short-winded, but I'm glad you were thinking of me." Jarren pulled back. "I was thinking of you the whole time. Do you know what it took to send you messages? I had to get rocks to rearrange at your feet from 500 miles away. With my mind." He wiggled his fingers next to his head with both hands to emphasize his words. "Impressive. Does the planet Earth have spell check?" She raised one eyebrow. "Did I spell something wrong?" "Only my name." "Did I?" Rachel laughed and tugged him in for a full kiss. When she pulled away, she rested her forehead against his. Jarren leaned them back against the car and reveled in her nearness. "You didn't spell anything wrong. It's just an interesting concept to imagine all that dirt filtering your messages, like an aquifer. I don't think the ground has anything like a grammar check." Jarren took the pizzas from her and set them on the hood of his car. He pulled her against him and let the warmth of her mouth spread through his body. She kissed him back. Wrapping her arms around him, she pulled back too soon. She glanced up and down the street like she was checking to make sure they were alone. "How did it go? Do you want to talk about it?" Jarren knew he would need to tell Rachel about his mom sometime, but he couldn't bring himself to explain the weirdness, the coldness, the rejection he'd felt from her. "I learned a few things, but it wasn't what I expected. I do want to ask you something, though." The question had felt so natural in his mind. Would you be my guardian? Rachel being his guardian was so second nature to him that he hadn't even considered how to ask her, but now that she was standing in front of him, the significance of what he was about to ask hit him full force. Selena's voice came back to him. "The man I asked to be my guardian said no." His father had had a chance to be a guardian and ended up possessed by a demon who tried to sacrifice Ellie and pull daggers from her bones. That was a long way to fall. "No rush." Jarren waved his question away and pointed to Rachel. "What about you? Anything exciting happen while I was gone?" He wasn't going to be like his dad or his mom. He would make this special. He'd plan a way to ask her before popping the question. It wasn't exactly like getting married, but it was more intense commitment than a wedding vow. Rachel got serious. "I'm glad you're back. I guess, to sum up, Gabe's gone, Abigail's freaking out, a descendant of angels showed up and told us Gabe is a murderer. Treadon and Ellie are like oil and water. Caden Bachman is back, and I haven't been able to open any other files on your dad's computer." "Wow." Jarren blinked away the swirl of words in his mind. "You have an unrivaled ability to summarize. Have I ever told you that?" "You flatter me." Rachel smiled, but he noticed the tightness behind it for the first time. "So, no bad news." She shook her head and shoved his shoulder. "You can never take anything seriously, can you?" Jarren wasn't sure how to respond. He rubbed the spot on his shoulder. "Are you okay?" He didn't know what else to ask. Didn't know how else to say he cared. "I'm sorry I left." "Did you have a choice?" Rachel asked. "You never would have been satisfied until you found her." "I found her." He said the words and realized that he wanted to talk about it with Rachel. He wanted her to know everything. But before he could say another word, Rachel held up her hand. 2 men walked toward them, but Jarren hadn't seen where they'd come from. They were the same height. One man had dark hair, a slim face, and dark skin. The other had stylish white hair, not like an old man, but more of a sun-bleached surfer look. They mirrored each other's movements, stepping to the same rhythm, their arms swinging like matching pendulums, the same and opposite at the same time. "This is the descendant and his guardian I was telling you about," Rachel said, loud enough for the 2 approaching men to hear. "Darius and a bee? Meet Jarren. My boyfriend." Rachel's sentence had a firm period at the end. Jarren's heart stuttered at Rachel's confidence in defining their relationship, but her words also conveyed a wall, like he was nothing more than her boyfriend, almost like she didn't want these two men to know anything more. The man with the surfer-style hair put out his hand for Jarren to shake. "It's good to meet you, Jarren. I'm Darius." Jarren took his hand. Darius returned a firm, businesslike handshake, looking directly into his eyes and stepping in close enough to close a hand over his shoulder. The motion reminded him of his dad, when he was planning on passing over the business to him, training him up. There were a few years where there was nothing more Jarren wanted to do than work next to his father, Xander Calivan, business tycoon. A lump formed in Jarren's throat, but he refused to drop his eyes. Something in the way Darius looked at him reminded him of Xander and washed away his reservations. "What can I do for you, gentlemen?" Jarren's instincts took over. He knew a business approach when he saw one. Two men wanting to make a deal. Darius gave Jarren's hand a final squeeze and stepped back. "This is my guardian, Abhijit Harakumar." Jarren shook hands with the man with the dark hair. "You can call me Abhi. It is an honor." "An honor?" That was a good way to start out a business relationship. A little flattery went a long way. The two men were familiar with the game. "This is Rachel," Jarren said, expecting her to offer her hand as well. She kept her hands in her pocket. "We've met. I know the news we brought this morning wasn't well received," Darius said, bending at the waist toward her, almost like a small bow. "Yeah, Gabe's a bit of a hero around here. Saved a lot of people's lives." She shifted closer to Jarren, and he felt the pressure of her arm against him. It was so nice to be close to her again, but she was stiff and cold to the two men in front of them. The pieces clicked into place. "These are the guys who told you Gabe killed Treadon's dad." Rachel nodded. Darius and Abhi both bobbed their heads once in confirmation. "My ability is to see truth. I do not make false accusations, and I am bound by my oath to see Gabe receive justice. I am sorry." "Are you?" Jarren said. "You don't sound very sorry." "There are many ways to be sorry." Darius didn't even pause. Jarren huffed a humorless laugh. "There are many ways to define truth." "Wise words." Darius smiled. "You're a man after my own heart." "What do you guys want?" Rachel asked. "We said we would let you know as soon as we heard from Gabe. We thought we'd extend Jarren's invitation personally." Darius showed no sign that Rachel's coolness bothered him. "What invitation?" Jarren asked. "You, Ellie, and Treadon have been invited to join them at the Vale of Descendants," Rachel said. Abhi spoke. His voice was softer but held no less confidence. "There is more than one reason for our visit. We understand Gabe was gathering Unguarded." "Gathering is a strange term to use," Rachel said. "You make it sound like he was forming an army or something." "You sound like a comic book character," Jarren said. "You kind of look like one too. Can't you see it?" He turned to Rachel and put his thumbs out and fingers together so that his fingers made a rectangle frame around Darius and Abhi. "Two guys in suits talking about the apocalypse?" "Kilomoto, issue 6, Rachel said. Jarren's stomach fluttered with happiness at her comic book knowledge. Then he remembered he didn't like all things 80s anymore. "I saw the exact frame. You guys have an uncanny likeness." "Humor," Darius said, with a tone as flat as a cat under a steamroller. "This will serve you well in the coming days, but I also see more truth surrounding both of you, like a cloud." "I don't see it." Jarren sensed the offer was about to be put on the table. These men had approached them for something. "Can you tell us where the other Unguarded are? We are afraid Gabe has abandoned them, too." "Why would he take the time to save so many if he intended to abandon them at the end?" Rachel asked. "That's an answer I don't have," Darius said, opening his hands and spreading his arms like he was waiting to accept a gift. Abhi touched Darius's shoulder. "The enemy is closing in." "What are you talking about?" For a moment, Jarren thought the man was overreacting, but then he heard a sound he'd only heard once before. The night his father died. The sound of grinding stones and haunting wind, growling creatures not meant for this world. He looked around and realized somehow the dog-like creatures had surrounded them, creating a full circle like they had risen straight up out of the ground. There were rows of them, thick enough so that the ground wasn't visible, deep enough that they covered the entire street and Treadon's front lawn. Looking over the creatures' heads, Jarren could see there were some approaching Treadon's front door. "There are so many of them," Rachel said. "All of the weapons are inside." Abhi pulled a weapon from his jacket pocket. It was a razor-thin blade with a handle on both ends, like he could use the thing as a saw or a whip. "You can't take them on alone, my friend," Darius said. "There are too many." Jarren leaned over and pulled off his shoes. "I don't think your sticky feet are going to scare them away," Rachel said. She stood protectively between Jarren and the Fenris. "Oh, ye of little faith," Jarren called to the earth beneath his feet and pulled up the ground. A barrier rose up from the concrete sidewalk and a yard behind them. "Impressive," Darius said. Jarren tried to ignore the warmth he felt from the praise. He wasn't sure, even now, if his father would have been proud or afraid of him. If Xander had been invited to be a guardian, that meant that he knew about Descendants. He knew that Jarren was an Unguarded. Did that explain his aversion to touching him as a child? The reason Xander cleaned his hands after a handshake? Like his condition was catching? This won't hold them off for long. Others in the area are in danger. Abby moved closer to Darius, holding his metal whip in both hands. "We need a pulse," Darius said. "You mean from bonding?" Jarren asked. "You are a descendant of Samuel." Darius pointed at him. "If we bond you to a guardian, the pulse will scatter the Fenris and give us a reprieve to get back to the Vale." He bowed his head toward Rachel. Jarren felt the twist of fear, of rejection, even as one of the Fenris heads appeared over the top of his barrier. He shook his head. "We're about to get our asses handed to us by sick-looking dogs. I don't think this is the right time." "The bonding between a guardian and a descendant is a powerful moment," Darius said. "It creates an immeasurable amount of energy. Are the two of you unwilling to be bonded?" The noises of the Fenris scratching and clawing their way up the steep mound of rocks and concrete filled the air, echoing around the small circle of protection they stood in. "That's a little personal," Jarren said. Rachel moved to stand beside him. "Is that even possible?" "You need a witness and a bonder. If the two of you are willing, so are we." "You can bond us right now?" Rachel asked. Jarren felt like he was experiencing whiplash. "What? I haven't even asked you." One of the Fenris got its body balanced on the edge of the barrier. "I hate to put this pressure on you, but it may be now or never." Rachel turned to Jarren, her eyes wide. "You don't want me to be your guardian?" "Of course I do," he said, more sure about those words than any he'd ever spoken. "I wanted to make it special, you know? Ask when you weren't expecting it." "Wait, does that mean you would? Would you be my guardian if I asked?" "Are you asking?" "It's a big commitment. It's like tying yourself to someone by your DNA for the rest of your life." "We've always been the best at three-legged races." "That's true. We totally swept elementary school fair day. Every time." "I think it was a sign." Rachel's arms wrapped around him, and Jarren's heartbeat increased 1,000 times. His vision blurred, and his throat got tight. He blinked. Someone coughed. A bee flicked the whip, and the metal curved up into the air, wrapping around the Fenris as it was about to jump. The whip severed the neck. The head of the Fenris fell at their feet, rolling around until it disintegrated. Darius pointed to the other side, and a bee sent the whip cutting through 3 more Fenris as they reached the top. "This may not be how you imagined it," Darius said, "but we will be your witness and sealer, if you are both sure." "Here? Now?" Jarren's voice was an octave above what he wanted. "It doesn't have to happen somewhere special?" "No, a bonding can be done anywhere," Darius said. "What do you want?" Jarren asked, turning to Rachel. "I want you," Rachel said. "And won't it be fun to tell the other descendants we eloped?" She smiled. "And it would be nice to survive to fight another day. By your side, of course." "We are so cheesy." Jarren wanted to envelop her in a hug and let the ground wrap them up. He wished he could pull her into the earth with him, but he couldn't, not with the block on his mind. He turned. "We're ready. Tell us what to do." Darius put a hand on Jarren's shoulder. Abi rested his hand on Rachel's. They gripped hands, and Darius directed Rachel and Jarren to grab hands as well. This was real. She was going to be bonded to him. He couldn't find the space between his excitement to breathe. "Is it too fast?" "Since when have you liked the slow lane?" she asked. A second passed, and then another. Jarren waited for a flash of light or an explosion or something. Nothing. Jarren blinked. Rachel pursed her lips. "Do you feel anything?" Jarren asked. "Nope." Abi and Darius weren't moving, their eyes closed, but a line of confusion was forming on Darius's forehead. "Did it work? Is it done?" Jarren asked. "I was expecting something a little more impressive." "Something's wrong," Darius said. Jarren's heart sunk to the ground. Selena had said the same thing. Something was wrong with him. He couldn't travel through the earth. He couldn't bond with Rachel. He couldn't even save his dad when it was prophesied in a descendant vision. He was broken. Chapter 13. Location: Los Angeles, California. Date: June 19th. Treadon Nelson. "There's nothing I can say that will change your mind?" Treadon leaned against the doorframe of the guest room. Ellie pulled clothes from a small dresser and pushed them into her suitcase. She wouldn't look at him, so he couldn't read her the way he usually did. But from the hunch of her shoulders and her hesitant movements, he knew she wasn't happy about her decision. "I would come with you if you asked," he said. "I would never make you choose between me and leaving your mom alone." Ellie's fingers trailed along the arms of the sweater she'd worn on their first date. Then she reached into her closet and threw some shoes on top of it. "I'm not asking." Treadon blew out his breath. "And if I asked you to stay with me?" Ellie's fingers squeezed around her toothbrush as she snapped the travel cover over the bristles. "I do care about you. That's not what this is about." "Then what?" Before he could put the rest of his thoughts into words, the whole house shook. The ground rumbled under his feet. He stumbled into the room and caught Ellie as she backed into him. "What was that?" Abigail asked, coming out of the office. "I'm not sure." He held Ellie's elbow for a moment longer, waiting for her to look up at him. She didn't. The ground rumbled again. Ellie straightened and Treadon followed his mom to the front window. He couldn't believe his eyes. The yard was full of Fenris, milling around like junior high students on the first day of school. None of them were focused on his house. Instead, they randomly circled a large wall of rock and concrete across the street. "Jarren's back." Ellie reached for the door handle. He hadn't realized she'd followed them out of the room. "Wait." Treadon grabbed her hand. She tried to pull it back. "Wait. Just wait. We'll go out there, but let's at least make a plan. And grab a weapon." Abigail motioned for them to follow her. They went into the office, and Abigail pressed a knot on the wood paneling. The door to the weapons room opened. Ellie grabbed her weapons of choice, a green dagger and a mace with a retractable end. Abigail grabbed Rachel's whip, throwing stars, and crossbow with a magazine with over 20 bolts. Abigail pulled the magazine over her shoulder, so it hung over her chest like something out of a Rambo movie. Despite the red rim around her eyes and the small tremor in her fingers as she lifted the crossbow, Treadon had to admit his mom looked badass. He reached out for a couple of fencing swords when he saw something that made him freeze. There, on the wall to his left, were Gabe's double-edged swords he always wore on his missions. The swords were thick, with green hematite edging and gold-plated handles. "He really did leave us," Treadon said, reaching out for the swords. "Take them," Abigail said. "I'm sure he would want you to use them. Hurry, and don't try to stop me this time." Ellie turned and headed to the door. Treadon pushed the emptiness he felt at Gabe's absence out of his mind, pulled the scabbard and the swords off the wall, and scrambled after Ellie. "Can I at least go out first?" he asked. Ellie turned, lifting the mace and twirling it like a baton. "No? But don't be too far behind. I have a few seconds with the element of surprise on my side. Take advantage of it." "Don't get bogged down with fighting," Abigail said. "Cut straight through to Jarren. We need to get him to his car." Treadon had almost forgotten about Jarren's electrocuting car. "That gives us a fighting chance." He tightened the leather straps but kept the swords in his hands. They were heavier than he imagined, weighted for Gabe's extra guardian strength, but Treadon knew he could do a lot of damage before his arms gave out. Killing Fenris wasn't a precision art. It was a matter of causing enough damage for their forms to disintegrate. "Let's go," Ellie said, pulling the door open and stepping outside. "Does she always have to go first?" Treadon looked at his mom for some support. "What?" Abigail asked, pushing past him. "You want me to tell you to take turns like kindergartners? You're both adults. Figure it out." Treadon tried not to sigh as he raced out after his mom. They made it to the end of the driveway, slicing and hacking their way through the Fenris before the horde even seemed to realize what was happening. The Fenris he had fought before had almost always attacked with reckless abandon, a dialed-in focus on destroying anything that stood in their path. These Fenris seemed more listless, almost like they were lost soldiers waiting for directions. Treadon looked over the heads of the Fenris, but didn't see any sign of Caden Bachman. Maybe he had trapped Jarren in the circle of earth that had broken up through the ground. He worked in tandem with Ellie, cutting a path through the mass of creatures. Abigail cut down Fenris with the same energy as when she angry cleaned the bathtub. She released arrow after arrow into the chests of beasts. There was a moment, right before they reached the edge of the mountain of earth that took up most of the neighbor's yard and half the street, when the world seemed to slow, and Treadon's ears wanted to pop with a strange pressure. And then it was gone. He sheathed the two swords in his back scabbard, feeling almost as cool as Gabe. He ran up the steep side of the raised rocky crater and used his fingertips to hold and peek over the top. Down in the bottom of the crater, Jarren sat on his knees, like he'd just lost a football game. Rachel had one hand on his shoulder. Abby and Darius stood close by, looking up at the rim of the barrier. Darius's eyes landed on Treadon first. He leaned over and tapped Jarren, who looked up. "Throw us the keys to the car," Treadon yelled. The edge of the raised crater was steep and slippery, and it took everything he had to hold on. "We've got an infestation." Jarren looked up. He smiled, but there was no humor behind his eyes. "You couldn't even get my baby into first gear. Not a great time for jokes." His fingers were slipping. He heard Abigail and Ellie fighting behind him. The growls of the Fenris were growing in intensity. "I'll drive," Rachel said. She reached down and grabbed the keys from Jarren's pocket. "Let me out." "Here." Abigail threw Rachel's whip up to Treadon. "Give them this to fight with." Treadon had to let go of the edge with one hand and catch the whip. He slipped and barely caught himself with the tips of his fingers. He groaned as he flexed and pulled himself back up with one hand, throwing the whip over the edge. The whip landed in front of Jarren, and he picked it up. He rolled his shoulders back and cracked his neck. "Okay, you drive, I'll stall." Jarren lifted his hands, and Treadon felt the wall he was hanging on shudder and shift. He let go and fell to the bottom, rolling as he landed to find himself inches from the face of a Fenris. An arrow caught the creature in the eye, and the Fenris slowly blew away in the wind. "Thanks," Treadon said to his mom. "Any time." She offered her hand and lifted him up. The Fenris tightened the rough semicircle around them, but their barks were of confusion, and some of them were clawing and nipping at each other. The street rumbled, shifting and splitting, sinking into the ground. The walls of earth retreated and disappeared. Treadon pulled the swords from the scabbard and crossed them in front of himself, waiting for the Fenris to attack. He would have stepped in front of Ellie, but they were surrounded on all sides. "Get Rachel to the car," Darius said, taking the role of commander. Treadon felt a twist of annoyance, but followed Darius's lead as they created a perimeter with Rachel in the middle to hold off the closest Fenris, pushing through the yard to where Jarren's car was parked on the street. Rachel jumped into the driver's seat as they pushed the Fenris away from the car. Their circle consisted of Ellie and Treadon, shoulder to shoulder, Jarren between Darius and Abi, and Abigail between Abi and Treadon. "Should we all get in the car?" Abi asked. "Are we going to run and leave the Fenris to destroy the neighborhood?" "First of all," Jarren said as he struck out with the green whip, catching two Fenris in the jaw, "that is a precision machine, not a clown car. No way all of us are going to fit. And second of all, the car is our best weapon. Just give the woman some space to maneuver." As soon as Jarren finished the words, the car roared to life, and Rachel pressed the pedal, revving the engine. Once. Twice. "Move now!" Jarren yelled. Abigail, Ellie, and Treadon moved to the left. Darius, Abi, and Jarren pushed the Fenris back to the right until there was a clear opening for the car to drive between them. Then the lightning show started. Rachel pressed the gas and the tire screamed against the pavement. She shifted into first gear and the car jumped the curb, up onto the neighbor's lawn. The next few minutes were a swirl of black, disintegrating creatures and bright lightning bolts shooting from the sides of the car. Rachel spun donuts in the grass, tires spitting up dirt and flowers like a wood chipper eating a tree. Treadon found himself facing two Fenris, and he slashed his swords at them. They fell back, and to his surprise, sunk into the ground like a wicked witch after a bucket bath. What was going on? All around them, the Fenris not only retreated, but disappeared, until Rachel didn't even have a creature left to chase down. "They're gone," he said. He checked for Ellie first. She stood in the middle of the street, unharmed, weapons held out to her sides. Darius approached Rachel as she parked the Aston Martin on the cracked and lumpy curb after Jarren's renovation of the neighborhood. "That's an interesting machine. I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like it." "It's a Xander Calivan original," Jarren swallowed, wiping the hood free of Fenris dust. "I think he left it to me to provide some protection against the things that go bump in the night." Darius lifted one eyebrow. "He left you a car after he was possessed?" No, he gave it to me before, as a gift." Jarren's head hung low, his usual sarcasm gone. Treadon hated to see his friend looking so beaten down. They hadn't even had a chance to welcome him home after months in the desert. I guess even he knew something was wrong with me. Darius put a hand on Jarren's shoulder. "We have resources at the Vale. If you decide to accept my invitation, I will do my best to find out why you were unable to bond." Treadon's mouth went dry. Jarren had tried to bond with Rachel and failed? "What about Rachel?" Jarren asked. Darius's head lowered with regret. "She would be unable to cross the barriers as an ordinary. You could come back for her once we found the problem and fixed it." "You want me to leave with you?" Jarren said. "I just got back." "I'm sorry for the inconvenient timing, but there are things in motion that need our attention. There would be answers that both you and Ellie are seeking at the Vale." Darius stepped back. He didn't have a smear of Fenris dust anywhere on his hands or face. His clothes were still immaculate. The rest of them looked like they'd just come up from underground coal mines. Jarren's head began to shake as he reached for Rachel's hand. "Don't decide now." Darius nodded to a bee. "We will come back in the morning for each of your answers. This is a rare exception, against my better judgment. I won't ask again." The two men walked away. Treadon stood between Ellie and Abigail in the middle of the street. Jarren leaned against the car door, with Rachel still in the driver's seat. "That's one hell of an offer," Jarren said. "Try to fix what's broken, but leave behind what matters most." Rachel's fingers wrapped around his hand. "I'm not sure we should turn them down so quickly. You might be able to learn a lot if you went." Jarren shook his head. "I'm not leaving you behind again. If you went," Treadon said, "Ellie wouldn't have to go alone." He knew he wasn't going to change Ellie's mind, but having another person with her, a friend he could ask to watch out for her, would bring him a sliver of peace, and I could stay with my mom. "Don't stay on my account," Abigail said. "I want you to be safe and far away from the battle," Treadon said. I know that's what you want, but there's more at stake than my life." He ignored Ellie's flinch beside him. He wasn't going to act like staying wasn't hard, but he also wasn't going to sit around pining. "We have to find out what is going on with Gabe, and make sure the Triune doesn't take any more lives." Jarren shifted his feet, poking his toe at a Fenris tooth that hadn't disintegrated all the way. "I might be able to find out what's wrong with me at the Vale, but if I stay, I could help find Caden Bachman and take down the people who got my father killed. I'm hungry for some good old-fashioned revenge." Treadon turned to Ellie. "Are you set on going? Would you hide at the Vale even if no one else comes?" She dropped her eyes and rubbed the scars along her arms like she was chilled. "I'm not going to hide. But yes, I'm going. I need answers." Treadon nodded. He wanted her to be safe. If he couldn't be with her, he would fight to make the world a better place for her. Rachel smiled at Jarren. "Revenge sounds nice, but there might be advantages to building a relationship with the Descendants at the Vale. Maybe you should go, to be like a liaison or something." "I'll think about it." Jarren shrugged. "Have you been back to the mansion since I've been gone?" Rachel shook her head. "I figured you'd want to take care of your dad's office when you got back. It will be a good place to start. I've been respectful, but I've been dying to get in there and see if we can dig up any more information." "You just got back," Treadon said. "Don't you want to rest?" "The vacation is over," Jarren said. "There's no time like the present." Rachel and Jarren drove away, and Ellie and Abigail went into the house. Treadon was trying to make sense of everything that had just happened when the neighbor's door burst open. "What the hell did you do to my front yard?" Chapter 14. Location: Los Angeles, California. Date: June 20th. Rachel Sampaio. Rachel and Jarren sat in the nook at the top of the Caliban mansion, a secret room Jarren had used to hide from his nanny to try and get his father's attention. The small room, barely a closet, hidden behind a bookcase entrance that had been the perfect size for a 5-year-old boy, but there was barely room for the two of them to sit side by side, their legs unable to extend fully without hitting the far wall. Rachel didn't mind the nearness. She rested her head against Jarren's chest, listening to his heartbeat, wishing she could hear his thoughts instead. Rachel's mom had been hired to care for Jarren when Rachel was only 3. They'd grown up together. Jarren's father was too busy with his business and ignoring his son that he didn't set up playdates with other wealthy children. Rachel had been Jarren's only playmate, even in elementary school. They had developed a deep friendship, and Rachel could see Jarren's pain through his constant sarcasm and dismissive attitude. Underneath his cool guy exterior, Jarren was, she tried to find the right word, frightened. "Why do you think Gabe left us?" she asked. "Do you think he abandoned everyone? Or did he have to go into hiding?" "I don't know." He shifted so he could twist his fingers in her hair. Rachel loved the tingling sensation in her scalp at his touch. She was always in control, always ready to be the voice of reason, but Jarren Caliban did something to her that made logic and reason fly out the window. Gabe was a weird dude. I know Treadon didn't like him at all, until he found out he wasn't just a deadbeat. It has to hurt Treadon that he never got the truth about his dad until now. Darius might have more lies to uncover, especially about my mom. "You haven't talked a lot about her." Rachel felt his chest tighten with a quick breath. She wanted to find out what had happened, what had left a gaping, raw wound in Jarren that seemed even worse than what Xander had done to him. What was she like? "She was strange," he said. "Between my mom and my dad, I must have been lucky to get any cool genes. She's been alone too long, and she thought things would turn out differently." People are usually wrong about the future, Rachel said, lifting her head. Maybe. He shifted, sitting up a little straighter. But Selena talked about a descendant that could see the future, who told her what was going to happen and what she needed to do. She said she left me with my dad because this fortune-telling lady told her I would save him. Can you believe that? Selena honestly believed that I'd show up with Xander Calivan in tow, like some serf with a life debt of servitude. Jarren closed his eyes, like he was trying to imagine it. So she gave you more questions than answers? Rachel asked. Her hand wandered under his shirt so she could press her fingers against the muscles on his stomach. Jarren responded by kissing her ear. Don't get me wrong, he said. She knew a ton of cool stuff about being a descendant and showed me some things I could do, but she's the one that showed me something was wrong with me. She said I should be able to move underground. Through caves? Rachel asked. She tickled his side, and he wrapped her up in a bear hug. I can do that, as long as I have a flashlight. No, she meant through the ground, through the earth. She said I could become a part of it and travel. He wiggled his arm like he was trying to impersonate an earthworm, but I couldn't do it. There's a wall in my mind, a huge block that stops me from being able to accept the earth into me, or whatever I had to do. It's the same feeling I had when I tried to bond with you. Maybe that wasn't a gift you inherited? Rachel knew Jarren thought he could do anything anyone else could do, and better. It would be good for him to realize he had a weakness, except that they should have been able to bond. If there was something wrong with him, she wasn't sure how they would fix it without the help of other descendants. She said that wasn't an inherited gift. It was a skill all elemental descendants should have. That was probably very humbling. Rachel slapped his stomach playfully. She sobered and put her hand on his cheek. Maybe you should reconsider. Take Darius up on his offer. He pulled away from her, leaving a cold space between them. I'm not going. I'm just saying we might need to consider the option. You can't come with me. Jarren's pitch was too high. He covered it with a cough. I don't want to leave Abigail and Treadon, and I don't want to be locked into some safe facility when I'm trying to find answers about your dad. But you might need to go. She snuggled up to him again, pushing a playful smile onto her face. Are you trying to get rid of me? Jarren asked. Or are you in a hurry to bond so we can really have some fun? We don't have to be bonded to have some fun right now. I know you think I'm just a really sexy jerk and you can't resist my physical attraction, but inside, I'm more than just a boy toy. Jarren kept his face flat. No emotion, not even a twitch of his lips. Oh, he was good. He always knew how to twist her up on the insides, so she craved him even more. I thought you enjoyed benefits without commitment. Rachel tried not to let her hopes pull her upward, out of the safe place she'd found while he'd been gone. She thought he was leaving again, and had put up a wall. When you don't expect anything, you can't be disappointed. Rachel, I haven't treated you the way you deserved. That's true, but I saw what happened to my mom. I saw the regret in my dad's eyes before he died. Jarren closed his eyes again, but this time it looked like he was gathering strength, creating a dam before using the pressure to propel him forward. I don't want to end up like them, alone, full of regrets. Let's do what we want to do. And right now, I want to be with you. I'm not going to the Vale without you. He kissed her, and the small space closed in around them, wrapping them up in their own passion. His hand followed the curve of her spine and pulled her closer, with her hands against his shoulder blades. Something pulled at the edge of her consciousness, but she pushed it away, enjoying this moment. He tugged on her lip with his teeth, and she had to take a breath to find the will to push him away for a moment. Her back was up against the childlike drawings on the wallpaper that Jarren had traced over a dozen times as a child. Her head touched the point where the ceiling met the wall, even though she was sitting. The room smelled stale, but brimmed with memories. Childhood had been so much simpler. Do you think we'll be able to do this without Gabe? Rachel asked. Fight Caden Bachman with the four of us? Ellie, a partial guardian, 2 ordinaries, and a broken descendant. Jarren only looked away for a second, but Rachel saw the uncertainty. We've beaten possible odds before. Are you really worried about losing? Rachel pondered the question. No, I'm worried about missing an opportunity to give us an advantage. The only opportunity I care about is right now. He leaned toward her again. She leaned back and hit her head against the wall. Maybe we could find some place more comfortable, she said. Jarren laughed, and they climbed to their feet, ducking to keep their heads from touching the ceiling. Rachel stopped. Do you smell that? She sniffed. It smells like smoke. Chapter 15. Location? Unknown. Date? June 20th. Gabriel Tuoer. Gabe woke to the sound of water dripping against something hollow, a cold stone beneath him, and his bare skin exposed to the chill of damp air. His only clothing was a pair of thin boxer shorts. Not his own. He tried to push to his feet, but his arms could not hold his own weight. He tried to think back to the last time he'd felt this weak. It was so long ago, before he had met his descendant, before he had even grown to be a man. He'd been a 12-year-old boy, holding a dirty puppy he'd found on the side of the road. His mother had shaken her head and told him to get rid of it. She'd been strict and quick with her kitchen spoon if he disobeyed. He'd walked the puppy back to the road and laid it down in a pile of grass. The puppy had looked up with the biggest brown eyes Gabe had ever seen. All of the strength had left his arms and legs, and he couldn't even walk back to the house. He laid down next to the puppy and had fallen asleep. His mother had found him there after dark, curled around the puppy to keep it warm against the night. Lazarus had been his first pet his mother allowed, although he did have to keep him outside. Gabe slept in the shed with Lazarus on many summer nights. Vox had joined him, 2 brothers and their dog, talking long after their mother had gone to bed, sometimes until the stars disappeared with the approach of dawn. The thought of Vox brought Gabe back to the present moment, his skin pressed against a rough stone surface. He'd seen Vox, his own brother, but it hadn't been him. The reality broke the laws of demons. Demons inhabited a human body that had willingly submitted to them. If the body died, demons had to find other bodies to inhabit, but Gabe had watched Vox die in his arms. How could this demon possess a body that had already given up the light inside, too damaged for possession? Gabe pushed up onto one elbow, his senses dull. He could no longer sense sound waves. When Adura had chosen him as a guardian, Gabe had been gifted with the understanding of waves that traveled through matter and the strength to control or manipulate those waves. He'd destroyed a brick wall by finding the right tension wave. He could cause the earth to ripple beneath his feet with a compression wave. But not now. It was gone. His strength, his sense, his knowledge. Somehow, he'd been stripped of everything he'd been given. He was no longer a guardian. Gabe felt the loss, but also a sense of relief. This was what he deserved, what he truly was. He'd lost his descendant of angels almost 20 years ago, and had felt like an imposter ever since. He would never have kept fighting if it hadn't been for Abigail. She'd saved him, given him hope, and stripped him of his last claim to guardianship. He'd committed an unspeakable crime and had hidden it all these years. But now, he'd gotten what he deserved. He only hoped that what he'd done had protected Abigail in a way he'd never been able to protect his descendant, Adura. May she forgive him for betraying his bond, for losing his heart to another woman. And now, he'd betrayed Abigail in a far worse way. He knew where she was, and he'd abandoned her to face the next challenges, alone. He couldn't find the will to stand. He lowered himself back down, leaving a rock digging into his shoulder. He pulled the rock loose and tossed it away. The skittering of the rock across the floor made sharp pinging sounds that would have allowed him to map out the area through sound waves. In his current condition, he couldn't even guess how far the other wall was when the rock hit with a wooden thud and fell still. He lay in the dark, his own breathing too loud. Another sound reached him. His ears, that now picked up sound the same as any human, registered the whimpering of a child, the moaning of someone in pain. He was almost naked, stripped of his power, and caged like an animal, but he was not alone. Chapter 16. Location: Los Angeles, California. Date: June 20th. Jarren Calavan. Jarren stumbled out of the small bookshelf door. Wait here. You realize this enclosed cubby with no windows is literally the most dangerous place to be in a fire. Leave it to Rachel to keep her head full of facts at a time like this? Fine, he said. Head for the front door. I'm going to find out where the smoke is coming from. There was already smoke in the library. I'll call the fire department. Rachel pulled out her phone, and they both moved to the door of the library, stepping out into the plush carpeted hallway. Weird. No service. The hallway had even more smoke. He coughed and pulled his shirt up over his face, unable to see anything through the haze. The smoke stung his eyes and burrowed into his nose. He imagined Selena's disappointed glare. You command the elements of the earth and the essence of plants. Did that include ashes? Jarren focused on the smoke and pushed it away from his face. Most of it responded, leaving a bubble of fresh air around his head. Rachel coughed behind him. He turned and put his face close to hers, expanding the bubble of fresh air. Rachel took a deep breath. How are you doing that? I'm a descendant, remember? This didn't make up for his epic failure earlier, but at least they could breathe. You're not a full descendant, Rachel said. You're still unguarded. Details me tales. Jarren pulled Rachel toward the stairs. That's when he saw a flicker of light dancing against the wall at the end of the hall. He knew that room. He'd been meaning to spend more time there, searching, reading, researching. It was his father's office. The files. He pointed. The fire started in my dad's office. I don't think it started by itself. I smell gasoline. He could smell it too, could feel it in the particles around his face. An accelerant. The fire wasn't going to stop at his father's office. I have to see if there's anything to save. The image of his father on the marble floor, the light leaving his eyes, flashed through his mind. It's too late. Rachel pulled Jarren toward the stairs. Go down. I'll be right behind you. He pushed the air down the stairs to make a path for Rachel, and then sprinted to his father's office. A flare jumped out at him, and he dove to the floor, the heat strong enough to singe his eyebrows. Jarren squinted, putting his hand up to shield his eyes. Everything was on fire. The desk in the middle of the room, the shelves on the walls, the books on the shelves. The metal file cabinet had already twisted, melting from an extreme heat far above the temperature of a house fire. 3 of the file drawers had broken open and hung to the side, making the cabinet lean forward precariously. If only he'd taken time before he left. How much of Xander Calivan did Jarren not know about? How much of his father's life was burning up in front of his eyes? Someone grabbed his shoulder. Come on. He tried to fight, but the grip was too tight, the arms too strong as they pulled him away and dragged him down the stairs. His eyes were tearing up from the sting of the loss as much as the sting of the smoke. He didn't have the focus to push the ashes away from his face anymore, and he could hear his rescuer coughing as they made it to the bottom of the stairs. They both fell. Jarren rolled over and saw Rachel curled up, fighting for air as she coughed. She'd followed him. Of course she'd followed him. He remembered her words from that terrible night. Maybe I was always meant to protect you. He couldn't make her his guardian, but she was still there, with him, saving him again. Jarren was way too competitive to let someone else be the winner all the time. He sat up and focused. There was less smoke down here than in the upstairs hallway, but it had already spread and the ceiling was starting to blacken from the heat. He pushed the bad air away from them and helped Rachel to her feet. They went to the front door, and he turned the handle. Locked. No, that was impossible. He tried again. The handle was stuck. It wouldn't even turn. What's going on? It's locked from the outside. Is that even possible? Jarren ran to a display case, opened it, and pulled out a geode worth $300,000. He took the stone back to the door and smashed it down on the handle. There was less and less fresh air in the house, and even his bubble was starting to get hard to breathe in. The handle broke off, and he tried to push the door. Nothing. It's jammed. Rachel pulled and shoved. It's not budging. Someone screwed it in place or something. Did anyone know we were here? He examined the possibility that someone was trying to burn down his father's house, with them in it. Come on, let's try the window. They ran into the receiving area, where there was a wall-length window. Jarren threw the geode at it. The rock bounced off. Of course, Rachel said. She covered her mouth with her shirt. Only bulletproof glass would be good enough for Xander Calivan. He may have been more paranoid than I thought. The smoke burned Jarren's lungs. I know another way out, but we'll have to go back upstairs. Hurry. She closed her eyes and clung to him. At least one of them needed to be able to see. As much as he hated to do it, Jarren pulled the bubble in, closer to his own face. The air was barely breathable. They needed to get out. Fast. He pulled Rachel back up the stairs. The flames from the office had eaten its way out into the hallway. They ran the opposite direction and turned into the bedroom across from the library. There were a dozen unused guest rooms in the Calivan mansion, but this one was special. This one had Jarren's secret escape hatch that he had used for most of his childhood. He pulled the bed over and climbed on top. The smoke was still thick and heavy. His eyes burned even inside the bubble. Rachel lost her grip on his arm, but he had to get the small skylight open. He found the latch and turned. Then he pushed against the glass. The hinges responded slowly, but finally the skylight opened to the sky. Smoke billowed out, rising to new heights. Jarren turned around, but couldn't see Rachel through the smoke. He climbed off the bed and felt along the floor. His hands found her long hair, and he followed that to her face, neck, and then shoulders. He tucked his hands under her armpits and pulled her up. She was limp and unresponsive. Jarren swore. He could barely get himself out of the skylight. He was a lot bigger now than when he could slip in and out as a child. There was no way he could push Rachel through the opening when she was a rag doll. Jarren took a deep breath from his bubble, and then he pushed it toward her. He leaned in close and pressed his lips to hers. He blew into her mouth and focused on pushing the contaminant out of her lungs. Then he leaned back, held his breath, and gave her the last remaining air he could find. Rachel breathed in. He didn't even give her time to get her bearings. He shoved her straight up. She was conscious enough to grab the edges of the skylight. Her head went through the opening, and then her chest and hips. The last thing Jarren saw through the smoke was Rachel's feet as she squirmed the rest of the way out onto the roof. The smoke filled his nose, stung his eyes, and ripped at his throat. He could just make out the small rectangle-shaped opening in the ceiling, the smoke billowing up and out of the house through the hole. He had scaled cliffs and mountains in a single leap, but somehow the skylight seemed as far as the moon. He shoved the dizziness from his mind and focused on the pressure of the floor against his feet. The fire crackled as it consumed the wood in the halls, and the heat was worse than at noon in July in Death Valley. The pores in his face were clogged with the smoke, and he couldn't even sweat. "You can do this." It was Selena's voice, the mother he'd only just met, the mother who had been wrong about him. Wrong about a lot of things. He hadn't saved his father like she expected him to. He hadn't been able to dive into the ground like all elementals should. Maybe he couldn't even jump high enough to save himself from the fire. Maybe he'd go down with the house, the way he'd always feared this place would swallow him whole. "Jarren!" The voice was raspy and halting. Someone calling his name. Calling for him. He had sat down without realizing it. He could make out the silhouette of someone's head in the skylight. Rachel was waiting for him. The realization was a splash of fresh water, jerking him from the floor. He could do this if she was there, waiting for him. Jarren jumped. Nothing like the power he'd felt in southern Utah, but he jumped high enough to grab the edges of the skylight. There was no air at all here. Nothing but the billowing smoke all around him. He kept his eyes closed and held his breath. He tried to pull himself up, but one of his palms caught on some loose flashing and cut into his palm. He lost the air he was holding, and his hand slipped from the edge. Rachel caught his wrist and pulled. How she had found the strength, or how she could stand the heat billowing up from the house, Jarren didn't know, but he gripped her arm, holding her like the lifeline she was. He used his own strength to pull himself up with one arm, while she used her weight to pull him through. There was a moment when his shoulders hit the sides of the skylight, and he thought he wasn't going to fit, but Rachel shifted the direction of her force, and his shoulders turned, just enough for him to wriggle out of the hole. The roof of the Calavan mansion was full of dips and valleys, but it wasn't steep. They were able to roll away from the skylight and lay on their backs, catching their breath in the cool night air. "We made it." She reached out and grabbed Jarren's hand. "Not yet. We're laying on the roof of a burning building." "You've never been a glass-half-full kind of guy." Rachel was already pushing to her feet. Jarren didn't know where she found the strength. He coughed. She reached her hand out and pulled him up. They were the same height, but Jarren was on the lower slant of the roof, so she stood above him, her dark hair swirling in the twisting air currents created by the heat. She looked like a goddess, a woman warrior with the moon haloing her head. He couldn't take a breath, and this time it had nothing to do with the smoke. He didn't deserve her affection, or her loyalty. "What do we do from here?" Rachel asked. "We're way too high to jump." This wing of the mansion was above the side of the estate that dipped down to expose the walkout basement, almost 42 feet from the ground. He could probably survive, but Rachel would never make it. Even still, he'd probably break a bone or two. "We have to get to the tree." She tugged at his shirt. That's right. He did have a plan. The smoke was making him slow and stupid. Both he and Rachel had climbed to that tree a dozen times. "It's this way." "As long as we get to it, before the fire does," she said. Jarren led the way up to the roof and to the right. The dark branches of the tree weren't visible against the night sky, but he knew this way by heart. They reached the edge of the roof, and the branches of the tree stubbornly refused to be visible in the dark. There was a moon, there was the glow of the fire from the skylight, but nothing reflected off the familiar leaves and twisting branches of the tree. He stepped to the very edge of the roof and looked down. The yard danced with light from the windows. The fire had spread downstairs and created moving shadows across the entire estate. "Where's our natural ladder?" Rachel asked, looking right and left. "Are we in the wrong place?" He was speechless. The tree was there, but it was no longer vertical. Its friendly branches weren't reaching out to embrace him on his journey to the ground, like it had done a dozen times before. The tree lay out across the estate, reaching from the house to the barrier fence, the broken, shattered trunk sticking up like spikes from the lawn. Someone cut down the tree! Jarren wasn't even sure his voice carried far enough for Rachel to hear. He stared at the fallen giant. Many of the branches sheared off or splintered to bits on impact. The light from the flames gave the tree a ghostly quality. The great plant an empty husk on the ground. He sniffed before he realized he had a tear rolling down his cheek. He knew they were in trouble, that they had to find another way down. But his heart felt ripped from his chest for the giant tree. He wiped his eyes with the sleeve, and it came away from his face black with the soot from the fire. "I'm so sorry." Rachel placed a hand on his shoulder. Who would do that? Who would cut down a 500-year-old tree? It was just a tree. He knew that. But it felt like murder, and it very well could turn into murder if he didn't find a way to get Rachel off the roof. There was an explosion, and the sound of shattering glass. Fire leaped out of the far side of the roof where Xander Calivan's office had been. The house shook, and both Rachel and Jarren had to catch their balance. They had both been teetering on the edge, looking down at the tree, and the option to jump was almost made for them. Jarren pulled Rachel back, and they fell against the roof. "We don't have a lot of time," Jarren said. "I was starting to get bored anyway." Rachel stood. "Can we jump in the pool?" "That's on the outside on the east wing." He nodded. He wasn't sure the exact distance from the roof to the pool, but he could help push her out far enough, and they both knew how to land a high dive. They made their way across the roof, but as they moved over Xander's office, Rachel's foot broke through the weakened shingles and sheeting. The heat burst through the hole and knocked her back. She slipped down the roof. Jarren dove for her, grabbing her hand just before she went over the edge. He used his knowledge to make the shingles give way under his hands and dug his fingers into the wood on the roof like an ice pick sinking into the ground. He felt the pressure on his fingers and the tug of Rachel's weight as he kept both of them from becoming the victims of gravity. The angle was wrong for Rachel, though, and he heard the bone in her arm snap. She screamed in pain. His fingers dug into the tar and grit of the shingles. They shifted from the heat of the fire and the weakened state of the roof. Either they were going to fall, or they were going to burn to death. Chapter 17. Location: Los Angeles, California. Date: June 20th. Abigail Nelson. Abigail wrapped the dagger in a flannel blanket with cartoon dinosaurs patterned across the fabric. It wasn't the fanciest of protections, but Treadon's baby blanket was the closest thing to Abigail's heart. She'd brought him home from the hospital wrapped in flannel dinosaurs and an overflowing amount of love. She promised herself that she'd protect him with her life. She'd never let anyone hurt him again. She hadn't kept that promise. No mother really could, but she never thought she'd be the one to hurt him. The tip of the dagger glinted as she wrapped the end of the blanket tight, covering the last of the pure white dagger. It was as long as her forearm from the bottom of the hilt to the end of the blade, a knife that could permanently scatter a demon essence. Its twin was still hidden in the bones of Ellie's arm, the black dagger. Abigail shuddered as she thought about a knife that could banish the soul of an immortal angel. Cadophilius had killed the 3 original angels with it, but not before Adiona pulled the twin daggers into her and sent it down through her descendants' DNA. There were no more immortal angels. Descendants could be killed by the dagger, but they could also be killed when their compass was destroyed. Most of the descendants had been massacred 100 years ago. From what Gabe had told her, 20 had survived and went into hiding. Some chose to leave and fight against the Triune, but somehow descendants had been disappearing without a trace. Gabe had searched for them, but now, even he was gone. He'd left her with a dagger and the knowledge of where he'd taken the rescued Unguarded. He wanted her to keep the dagger safe. He wanted her to be safe. She shoved the dagger into the corner of her packed duffel bag, pushing it deep beneath her clothes and supplies. Gabe had left her with an impossible choice. She wasn't going to abandon him after all they'd been through, but she didn't want to pull Treadon into danger. The invitation to the Vale felt like a small miracle in her life of tragedy. Treadon would have a safe place to go, and she could search for Gabe without dragging her son into danger. He wanted to stay with her, but she couldn't allow that. She would have to leave without telling him, and that would hurt him. But it was better this way. He wouldn't have to choose. She surveyed her bedroom one final time. Everything was in its place, the bare necessities packed in the duffel bag. There was only one item left. She pushed her desk chair over to the closet and climbed up, running her fingertips over the dust collection on the top shelf. Far back in the corner against the wall, she felt the leather object. She wrapped her fingers around the cylinder and pulled it from its hiding place. A vision of Adura, her very own. Gabe had given it to her a year after they'd met. He said he'd never read it. It was for her eyes only. She stepped down and was about to place it in the duffel bag when she heard a sound from the hall. She whirled and found Ellie standing in the dark hallway, a backpack tightened around her shoulders. Abigail had been working by the dim light of her lamp, so not to wake anyone up. She'd waited until long after dark, when all the sounds in the house had gone still. "What are you doing?" Abigail asked. "I'm leaving for the Vale." Her eyes flicked down to the scroll in Abigail's hands. "What are you doing?" Abigail turned and placed the scroll in the duffel bag. She zipped it up. "I'm leaving too. When you and Treadon go with Darius, there will be nothing left for me here. Treadon is staying with you." Ellie stepped into the room, fingers tight around her straps. "No." She moved around the bed and stood in front of Ellie. She wanted to grab the girl's shoulders and shake some sense into her. "This is the perfect opportunity for you two to be together, to be safe. He can't stay here for me." Abigail kept her hands to her side, but she couldn't hide the desperation in her voice. Ellie was quiet for a moment. She glanced at the duffel bag on the bed. What was that? Abigail looked behind her to make sure the zipper hadn't come undone and the scroll was still out of sight. She didn't answer. "It doesn't matter," Ellie said. "I know what that was. I found one too, at my parents' cabin. It was a vision, wasn't it? Adura left you a glimpse into the future." "She left me a single ray of hope." Abigail swallowed. The vision wasn't exactly sunshine and rainbows, but it gave her one chance at success, and it meant breaking a promise. "Mine didn't." Ellie reached out and took Abigail's hand in hers. She wasn't expecting the tender way Ellie held her hand. Almost an apology. "I know that you want Treadon to be safe. As a mother, that is your most pressing desire." Abigail swallowed. "Yes, with you at the Vale, he'll be safe." Ellie shook her head slowly. "I have to leave without Treadon. If he comes with me, if he follows my path, he will die." "No." Abigail's heart twisted with pain. Adura saw it. Ellie squeezed Abigail's hand with a deeper fervor. "I'm leaving Treadon behind to protect him, but he can't know that, or he will never agree. I can't let him follow me to his doom. He thinks I don't want him to be my guardian." Abigail felt like the world was falling to pieces around her. Her plan, her perfect answer, gone. "And if he stays with me, I don't know," Ellie said. "I only saw the fate Adura left for me. But if he doesn't come with me, at least there's a chance. The Vale has more of Adura's visions recorded. When I go, I will find out what she saw and what she wanted from me. She wanted us to have these visions for a reason." Before Abigail could answer, a shattering sound made them both jump. Ellie turned. Abigail followed her into the hallway. Treadon pulled his door open, his hair standing up from sleep, eyes wide. For a moment, Abigail saw him as a little boy, crying out to her after a nightmare. "You have to come see this," he said. He stepped back into his room. Glittering shards of glass covered the floor. A summer breeze blew in from the shattered window. Abigail shivered, even though the air was warm. Treadon pointed to the ground outside. Abigail stepped carefully around the glass. A single rock in the center of the floor. She was glad her shoes were already on her feet. She leaned out to peer at the dark yard. On the ground, written in white stones, were the words, "A little help?" "It's Jarren." Ellie picked up the rock, the one that must have broken the window. He's in trouble. He went to his house with Rachel. Treadon pulled his shirt over his head, inside out, and pushed his feet into some sandals. It's 20 minutes away. I'll drive. Abigail moved back to her room, grabbed the duffel bag and her keys. They went outside, and Abigail looked up and down the street. If there was trouble, it wouldn't hurt to have some descendant help, even if they were babysitting. She had planned on sneaking away without letting Darius or Abby see her, but now she made no attempt to be stealthy. Where are they? Where are they? Ellie asked. They said they were going to watch us for the next 24 hours. There was no green truck on the street, no cars out of place. The descendant and his guardian were gone. They were on their own. Chapter 18. Location: Los Angeles, California. Date: June 20th. Rachel Sampaio. Rachel's arm throbbed with an intense pain. Blackness closed in at the edges of her vision. Nausea rose from her stomach and burned in her throat. This was no time to pass out. Jarren hung onto her hand, keeping her from plummeting 3 stories to the curated lawn. She scrabbled with her legs to try and find a foothold, but she hung over the side of the roof, several feet from the wall, and far from any window or ledge. She grabbed at the gutter with her other hand to try and relieve some pressure from the broken wrist, but the gutter only bent under her weight and sent another jolt of pain through her arm. Jarren wouldn't let her go. But how long before the fire weakened the roof under him? How long before the pain would be too much and she would beg him to let her go, or pass out and leave him clinging to the roof with both their weights? The window to her left shattered, and flames burst out into the night. It wasn't close enough to hit her with glass, but the blast of heat was blistering against her cheeks. She buried her face in her free arm. They wouldn't last much longer like this. "Can you pull me up?" Rachel asked. She shifted and she tried to find a better grip on the gutter to help. She started to move up, but then he swore. Her body jerked downward a few inches before he caught her again. "No," he said, coughing. "The roof is too weak here. I'll slide off." She could hear the note of panic in his voice. Hanging in the dark from the eaves of the Calavan mansion hadn't been on her list of things to do tonight. In her helplessness, she felt a surge of anger toward whoever had done this. The fire hadn't started on its own, and someone had used accelerant to make sure it spread quickly. Someone had destroyed the tree that Jarren used to get in and out of the mansion, and they'd barricaded the door, trapping them inside. What motivation did someone have to make sure Rachel and Jarren couldn't get out of a burning house? Rachel was an ordinary. Death would be her fate, but Jarren was a descendant. Death wouldn't come. Someone wanted them both dead. Or, if they knew Jarren was an Unguarded, someone wanted him to suffer. The pain was too much. Rachel gasped as she shifted again, and her broken arm took most of the weight. They were going to fall. A roar of an engine echoed through the night. Over the sound of the fire and Jarren's string of curses, Rachel thought for a minute that Gabriel Tuoer was coming up the driveway on his motorcycle. He hadn't left them. Gabriel had been kind and patient with her. He expected as much from her as Ellie or Treadon during training, and had sometimes even pushed her harder. Whatever the man had done in the past, he had been genuine with her. He had acted like he believed she could do anything, but when the lights landed on them, it wasn't the single light of a motorcycle. They were the headlights from an old green truck that sounded like the engine was on its last legs. 2 men got out from the truck. One stayed on the ground, but the second made a running leap. Rachel struggled to focus as the pain in her arm intensified. The gutter broke away from the house, and she fell a few more inches. She grabbed Jarren's wrist with her good hand and pulled, trying to stop the pain in her arm. Then the man was beside her. Was he flying? Her brain was too dizzy with pain to understand what was happening. The pressure lifted off her arm. Jarren's grip disappeared. She felt weightless and free. The man that held her had dark skin and a chin-strap beard. He nodded at Jarren, and they both jumped. Her stomach rose into her throat as the weightlessness of falling made it feel as if she'd left her body. She didn't know when they hit the ground. There was no sudden jerk of motion. She just realized they'd stopped falling. Like a good driver who knows how to feather brake, the grass tickled her ear. Cool dew seeped through her shoulder from the grass. "I'm not a descendant, but I can help with the pain." The voice was familiar. Someone she'd met. A bee, the guardian who shadowed Darius. He'd saved her. Rachel felt cool relief in her arm as fingers pressed against her wrist. "We need to move away from the house," a bee said. She was pulled to her feet. Jarren wrapped an arm around her. "I'm fine. I can walk." That was true. Nothing else hurt other than the slight twinge of pain in her arm, but they were okay. They'd fallen from a 3-story roof without even a bruise. They walked quickly and climbed into the back of the truck. Darius put the truck in reverse, and Rachel braced herself against the side to keep from falling forward. Just as they reached the gate, a huge explosion rocked the grounds. The 3rd floor of the mansion was obliterated, and the top half of the west wing blew into the sky. The blast of heat hit Rachel in the face, but she couldn't get herself to look away from the destruction. They would have been there, still hanging from the roof if they hadn't been saved. She owed these 2 men her life. Darius pulled the truck through the gate and parked on the far side of the street. He got out and came to stand by the back tire, elbow resting on the side of the truck. He silently stared at the destruction of the mansion. A muscle ticked in his jaw. "Emergency response will be here in a few minutes. We can't stay long. Can you tell me what happened?" Jarren stared across the estate, flickering light from the fire dancing over his expression, making it hard for Rachel to tell which emotions were fighting for the surface. She spoke for him. "We were barricaded inside." She kept her voice as steady as possible, but she couldn't hide the tremor. "Someone started a fire in Xander's office and used some kind of accelerant. It all happened so fast, spread so quickly, we barely had enough time to get on the roof." "You were both very lucky," said Darius. "If we'd been a minute later, it would have been too late." "Who did this?" Jarren asked. He'd found his voice, but it was flat with cold, calculated anger. "And why?" "My father's been dead for 6 months. Why now?" Darius drummed his fingers on the side of the truck. "Those are good questions, but I only have theories for you." Rachel reached for her backpack and notebook before she realized she'd left them in the house. All her notes gone up in flames. "It was probably the Triune." Darius straightened his already straight tie, destroying the last evidence that Xander Calivan had been working for them. "That's one theory, but it doesn't explain why they waited so long," Rachel said. Jarren turned to look at her. "If that was their only purpose, they could have destroyed the mansion ages ago, and they wouldn't have bothered to barricade the doors." "That's true," Jarren said. "I should have gone through his office before I left, but I just couldn't do it." "So the Triune had another reason," Darius said. "What changed? What would make them do this tonight?" Jarren curled his fingers into fists, and Rachel placed her hand over his. "I came home," he said. Before Darius could answer, a pair of headlights turned onto the street. Rachel recognized the small rattle in Abigail's engine. Treadon jumped from the car before it had come to a complete stop. "Are you okay?" Treadon asked. "No thanks to you, hero." Jarren climbed from the back of the truck and hugged his friend. Rachel followed more slowly. Back for less than a day, and a lethal attack from the men who had controlled his father. Jarren was a target, and he couldn't make her a guardian. He wasn't safe. Her arm throbbed, but it felt more like a sprain than the break she knew had happened. A bee had knitted her bones back together. She'd have to be careful with it for the next few days, but she was grateful she wouldn't need a cast. The throbbing pain pulsed like the anger filling her head. The Triune had tried to hurt Jarren, wanted him to suffer for some reason, or maybe she had been the target. Maybe her research had brought more attention than she'd thought. She wanted to fight against the Triune, but without Gabe, they were at even more of a disadvantage. They needed more resources. Ellie came over and stood next to Rachel. Abigail joined the hug with Jarren. The wail of a siren cut through the air, distant but coming closer. "I'm afraid this changes things," Darius said. "We need to get back to the Vale as soon as possible and make sure this wasn't a diversion. I'm responsible for keeping the others safe. Gabriel Tuoer is a danger if the information he has gets into the wrong hands. I wish we could have found him, but the safety of the Vale is more important." Ellie stepped forward, overstuffed backpack on her shoulders. "I'm coming with you. I'm accepting the invitation to the Vale." One of Treadon's hands came out, like he was reaching for something, but Abigail grabbed his arm. She didn't say anything. Rachel felt her own heart twist with Treadon's indecision as he looked between Ellie and his mom. "I don't want either of you to be alone," Treadon said. "She won't be alone." Rachel spoke as her mind made the decision. "Jarren's accepting too." "What was that?" Jarren asked. He watched the blaze of the fire rise into the night sky and didn't turn toward her. He cocked his head to the side, like she'd told a bad joke. "Think about it," Rachel said. She kept her voice loud enough for the others to hear. "Gabriel's gone. He abandoned us. The Triune has targeted you, wants you dead for some reason, and we can't fight them alone. The Veil has resources." She looked to Darius for confirmation. "They'll have information that will help us know what we're facing. You go to the Veil. I'll work with Abigail and Treadon to find out what we can from here." "She's right," Darius said. "We have accumulated technology and resources to keep an eye on our enemies. The best way to stay safe is to stay 6 steps ahead. Plus, we may be able to find out what kept you from bonding. We can help, but you don't have long to decide." Jarren moved closer to Rachel and put his hands on her shoulders, squeezing. "I promised I wouldn't leave you." "Don't be so dramatic," she said, swatting his chest. She struggled to swallow the emotion in her throat. "Our relationship was never based on drama or neediness. I'll wait for you. Go be a thorn in the good guy's side for a little bit." Jarren laughed and pressed his lips against hers for a hot second. "I love you." "I know," Rachel said, doing her best Princess Leia impression. "Go." She gave him a little shove. "I guess I'm coming." Jarren straightened his collared shirt and brushed some soot from his shoulder. "Do you need to grab anything?" Darius asked, eyeing his empty hands. Jarren took one last glance at the burning house and then turned his back on the flames. "I've got everything I own right here." Treadon lifted his eyes. "You'll watch out for her?" "If you watch out for my baby." Jarren pulled his keys to the Aston Martin from his pocket and tossed them to Rachel. "We'll watch out for each other," Ellie said. "Both of us could use a friend right now." The sirens were loud enough to echo through the street and drown out the sound of the fire. "We're leaving." Darius climbed into the truck. Jarren and Ellie hopped in the back seat on opposite sides. Rachel wished they had more time, but they needed to be gone before the emergency vehicles got here, or they'd be stuck for hours fielding questions she didn't have answers to. Abigail moved toward her car as Darius pulled away. Rachel stopped her. "If we're going on an epic quest, we need faster wheels." She pressed the button on the keys, and the Aston Martin lights flashed. "I guess it wouldn't hurt to have a little electrocuting protection." Treadon watched the disappearing taillights. "What makes you think we're going on an epic quest?" Abigail asked, but she'd already pulled a black duffel bag from her car and moved toward the Aston Martin. "I know you want to find Gabe," Rachel said, "and that's what I would do. And I want to help, because either he's in trouble or he has a few things to answer for." Rachel flinched as she opened the driver's side door with the wrong hand. "What about your wrist?" Treadon asked. "Do you want me to drive?" "It's feeling better," she said. "I think a bee did something to help it heal faster. I can still handle the clutch. Just give me a heading." "We're headed east," Abigail said. "That's not very specific. Are you sure you don't want me to drive?" Treadon asked. "No," Rachel and Abigail answered at the same time. "Why not?" Treadon asked. "You're a little passive on the driving end." Rachel didn't even look apologetic. "And we need to put some distance between us and the fire before the authorities get here." She climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. She patted the dashboard like she was calming a horse. Treadon climbed in the back seat, knees to his chest. "Do we have a destination in mind?" Rachel asked. Pulling away from the curb, they turned to the corner just as the first emergency vehicle came up the hill. The flashing lights bounced off their faces as the sound of the siren rolled past them. They all held their breath until the fire engine disappeared over the crest of the hill. Abigail broke the silence. "Before he left, Gabe gave me the location of the sanctuary, the place he's been taking the Unguarded." "You know where the sanctuary is?" Treadon asked. "You told Darius there was nothing you could tell him." "That was the truth." Abigail met his eyes in the rearview mirror. "Gabe didn't tell me in a way I could repeat it. I have to guide you." "You don't trust Darius?" Treadon asked. "He wants to arrest Gabe and throw him in prison." She turned so that she could place her hand on top of his knee. "He was right that I should have told you the truth sooner. But his motivations were to use truth to sow distrust and create division. That's not what the truth is supposed to do." Part 2. The division. When I brought my guardian back to the Vale, something had changed. I had changed, and the others hadn't. What once felt like paradise was no longer a haven. My visions had never been wrong, but I was seeing more than before. I was more careful with my visions this time. I didn't share them as freely, and I studied them more deeply. My guardian replaced my brother as my scribe, and my brother craved the knowledge he no longer had. I never meant to cause such a division. At the same time, I already knew it was going to happen. The images of destruction I saw, my visions of the future, created fear instead of action. We cannot fear a future beyond our control when we can choose our actions today. But I'm no longer sure about those choices. A vision I recorded earlier had a slight difference. One future shifted into another. I haven't told a soul, but I may not be as helpless as I thought, after all. From the Visions of Adura. Chapter 19. Location: Triune Prison. Date: June 23rd. Gabriel Tuoer. Gabe ate from a small metal plate that someone slid under the door. He hadn't seen who brought the food, if it could even be called food. There was a pile of noodles mixed in a slimy sauce. It tasted of old milk and had mysterious, crunchy bits. He poked at a slice of bread with crouton consistency and a slab of processed meat that still held the shape of the can. They didn't provide a utensil. Not wanting to use his hands, Gabe lifted the plate, and the gelatinous food slid toward his mouth. 2 bites, and his stomach was already protesting with bile. He set the food to the side and examined the prison more closely. The walls were made of rough-hewn stone. An elemental would be able to walk right through the walls. He ran a hand down the rock. There were jagged peaks and deep indentations. The cell could have been formed with a pick and chisel. He found no technology in the small enclosure, but they must have some way of blocking his abilities. His strength was minimal, his knowledge a fuzzy memory. He could hear noises from under the door, sounds of movement, the scraping of a plate against the stone, someone chewing in the cell next to him, the breath of at least a dozen people. Gabe didn't have his strength or knowledge, but he had learned to listen, even before he'd become a guardian. He spread himself out on the floor, his ear to the gap beneath the door. He closed his eyes. He couldn't pull the sound waves toward him, but the stone of the walls, the gaps under the doors, and the shape of the long hallway acted as its own cathedral, bouncing the noises every which way and creating the perfect acoustics. It took time to sort the sounds and assign them to their source. He'd been given a scratchy jumpsuit and appreciated the warmth of the thin fabric. This was day 3 of eating very little and listening the rest of the time. He'd figured out most of the layout and the routine. 2 guards were stationed at each side of the hall. There was a door to the right that opened twice a day for meals, and a bucket of water that served for both drinking and cleansing water. Another bucket was used for a toilet. Fortunately, the smell made it easy not to get the 2 buckets mixed up. The used piss bucket was exchanged for an empty one at the same time they brought the water. The only time Gabe's door was opened was at the bucket exchange, and even then he couldn't see the guard who did it. There was a chain on the door that allowed the door to swing open wide enough for the width of the bucket. They slid the water bucket and the empty bucket in. He had 5 seconds to slide the piss bucket out, or he'd be stuck with the smell until the next lunch exchange. Gabe had made that mistake the first day. He wouldn't do it again. The guard on the left side of the hall stood against a wall with no exit, a dead end. When the guards changed shifts, the guard on the left side would walk the length of the hall. He would hit the door of each cell with something solid as he passed, probably a baton of some sort. Gabe wasn't sure if the guard did it as an assignment or as some sort of mind game with the other prisoners, but it provided a nice view of the hall. 6 heavy wood doors on each side hung on metal frames. His door was the second from the end, 4 doors away from the exit. 12 cells. From the sounds that escaped under the doors, only 1 cell was empty, the last one next to his. The other 10 cells held either a single or double occupancy. The one to his right had one person, an adolescent boy from the sound of his voice. He always had a smart comment for the guards when they slipped the food under his door. "My meat is undercooked," the boy said. "Please let the chef know my displeasure." Or, "You spilled the pasta. There will be no tip for you today." He had one every time. Gabe found himself smiling, waiting for the words each time a meal was brought. This boy was smart, and the only one with the courage to talk directly to the guards. Gabe was sure that he was not the only one who found comfort in the sounds. The whispering in the other cells was hard to identify. From what he could tell, each of the other cells held 2 occupants. The voices sounded young, all children. He wondered if the boy had been singled out due to behavior. Communication between the cells was not allowed. When Gabe first arrived, he'd tried. He'd called out to the boy and asked his name. There was a pause. "Brexton." Both their doors had opened simultaneously, and one of the soldiers shoved a rod against the ground. The rod had some kind of electrical charge that traveled through the floor and into Gabe's body. His whole body contorted as his muscles seized. The pain was excruciating, but what was worse was hearing the screams from Brexton. If it meant hurting only himself, Gabe might have tried to continue the conversation, but he couldn't be responsible for Brexton's pain as well. His bravery was impressive. Gabe felt a swell of pride as he thought of Brexton's decision to say his name. He obviously knew the consequence and had chosen to receive the shock in an act of defiance. The other prisoners were let out yesterday for an hour, 1 cell at a time. Gabe wasn't sure what happened to them while they were gone, but their breathing was even and consistent when they returned. Hopefully, they were not being exposed to more pain or torture, but he came more and more sure he'd found the missing Unguarded, the ones who had disappeared. It was as if Caden Bachman wanted Gabe to witness his failure firsthand. He had turned himself over to protect the dagger for a little longer, because it was what Adura had asked of him. Her last request. "Keep it out of his hands for as long as you can, no matter what," she'd said. "But you know he'll get them in the end." Gabe hadn't known it would be their last conversation. "Every ending matters. Promise me." "I promise." He'd kept his promise at the cost of abandoning Abigail, at the risk of Caden Bachman getting inside his head and pulling out the knowledge that protected the Unguarded he had rescued. That was the deal Caden Bachman had made. He would wait for the dagger, if it meant finding the rest of the Unguarded descendants. Gabe had done what Adura had asked, and he would do whatever it took to keep his secrets away from the Triune. He didn't know to what depths his strength would be tested, but if he broke, it would mean the betrayal of all the Unguarded he'd tried to protect. Chapter 20. Location: Salt Flats, Utah. Date: June 24th. Rachel Sampaio. "Where are we?" Treadon asked as he woke up from a cramped catnap. Their trip hadn't been quick or direct. They'd followed Abigail's premonitions as closely as they could, but the highways didn't always match the direction. On the first day, they'd driven too far south into Arizona. When they headed north, she said they needed to backtrack to Vegas. 3 times she had them pull off at a roadside hotel and sleep for a night, while she sat outside with her nose in the air like she could catch a scent she had lost. It had been an uneventful and tense 4 days. Even Rachel had lost her chattiness and focused on the road, while the radio picked up local stations and determined the music. They'd driven north through Utah, watching the scenery change from red rock to high mountains. There was a golden glow on the flat and lifeless horizon, the landscape broken only by the parallel white lines that disappeared to a pinprick in the distance. "How are you feeling now?" Rachel felt tired all the way to her bones. She'd had enough caffeine to drink and ice to crunch that her mind buzzed, but she hated the idea of having to turn around again. "Is this the right way? Want me to take a turn?" Treadon asked. He had bags under his eyes, and a shadow of stubble traced his jaw. His shoulders were hunched like he wouldn't be able to relax until Ellie was back in his arms. "We're getting close," Abigail said. "I can feel it. Hold on." She closed her eyes and put her fingers to her forehead. She gasped in shock and sat straight up, gripping the door handle as her eyes flew open. "What happened?" Rachel asked. letting go of the steering wheel with one hand to reach across and hold Abigail's arm. "Are you okay?" Abigail took some deep breaths and leaned back against the seat. "I'm sorry, I think we're all getting tired." "What happened?" Treadon asked. "I saw an image, like a flash of a dream, but I wasn't asleep." Abigail took a shuddering breath. "Gabe was in a dark room, and he was in pain. Sorry, that sounds like something from Star Wars." She turned away, tears slipping down her cheek. "He's stayed 2 steps ahead of everyone for almost 20 years, Rachel said. "I'm sure he's thought of everything." Abigail nodded, not in agreement, but one of those nods that people do when they want the conversation to end quickly. Treadon took a sip of his 60-ounce soda. His sip turned into the sucking sound of an empty cup. "Dang it." Treadon caught her look in the rearview mirror. "We'll have to find a gas station for a refill." He tossed the cup at her playfully. Rachel caught the cup, but the lip popped off, and the ice spilled out onto her lap. It was Treadon's turn to laugh. Abigail shook her head and pulled some napkins from a fast food bag. "Sorry about that. I don't know why his mother never taught him road trip manners." "We stopped taking road trips when I was 8. The levity in the car popped like an overblown balloon. None of them had really been feeling it. "Sorry." The tension between Treadon and his mom had been thick the whole trip. Rachel was sorry for it. She loved Abigail. Treadon was a good guy. He'd always wanted to take care of his mom, but having to choose between Ellie and Abigail had created tension between them. Abigail sat up and straightened her shoulders again, tilting her head like she was listening. Rachel shut off the music. The only sound in the car was the rubber against the road and the wind as it whistled against the windows. The horizon was a light gray, and the ground matched the evening sky. The world had gone white in all directions. The landscape spread out in front of them, without interruption as far as she could see. There was a deep rumble of a motorcycle as it passed them on their left. All 3 of them turned. There was a jump in Rachel's heart as she thought for a minute that she'd see Gabe, riding next to them in his duster jacket and riding boots. It was a motorcyclist, with his wife on the back of the bike, both in black leathers, graying hair, and matching helmets. It wasn't Gabe. "Turn now," Abigail said. There was no road, only a dried bed of salt, but Abigail's voice held so much confidence, Rachel didn't hesitate. She swerved off the road. They passed over the rivets with a loud rumbling sound. The car careened down the embankment and out onto the salt. Everyone bounced from side to side, but Rachel managed to keep control. Abigail planted her hands against the dashboard like she could use it as a brake. "Sorry," Abigail said. "I didn't realize the turn was coming up. This thing in my brain isn't like a GPS." "We're all okay," Rachel said, "but I don't think this car was made for mud bogging. What if we get stuck?" The transition had been sudden and bumpy, but the car's tires found purchase, and they were now speeding across the white ground. No road or path in sight. There were other tire tracks in the salt, but they were full of water and ended after a short distance. Abigail closed her eyes, lifting her arm to point. "The impulses are still there, but I think it's directing us on a safe path across the salt. I can't tell you the turns, but if you follow the direction of my arm, I think we'll stay on solid ground." She held her hand out like an old-fashioned water finder. Rachel shifted the steering wheel to match Abigail's arm compass. "This probably counts as the strangest thing I've ever done. Do we know where we are?" Treadon leaned forward and held his phone up. "I looked it up. We're on the salt flats. There are over 30,000 acres of salt left over from the ancient Lake Bonneville. If you look out over the horizon, you can see the curve of the earth." There was awe in his voice. The flat horizon was uninterrupted, the sun setting to the west, leaving a darkening sky against the gray and white salted earth. She could see the slow arch, the curve of the earth where the sky met the ground. It was beautiful. She wasn't sure how long they drove without a road, but the sun was gone, and Rachel's eyelids were getting heavy. The world was gray, with the fast-fading light. A sucking sound brought Rachel back to reality. A blue spot appeared on the salt in front of them, and the tires slipped. She corrected the wheels and accelerated. The back tires fishtailed, and she jerked the wheel in the opposite direction. The overcorrection pulled the car sideways. She got the car straightened out on a patch of harder ground, but it didn't last. The car sank into a soft patch of salt, and the tires failed to find traction. The forward momentum was lost, and they jerked to a stop. She pushed the gas pedal, and bits of salt and water sprayed up onto the windows. She threw the car into reverse, and the tires continued to spin, the car barely rocking under the roaring effort of the engine. She put the car back into drive. turned the steering wheel all the way to the left. She floored the pedal again. The only direction the car moved was down, as the tires dug deeper into the salt and mud. "I think we're stuck," Treadon said. "Thank you for that analysis, Sherlock." Rachel couldn't help wishing Jarren were here. He would have such a better comeback. Abigail opened the door and got out. "What are you doing?" Rachel followed her. She'd dug the tires in deep. This wouldn't be like digging a car out of snow. "We're here." Abigail squinted against the deepening dark. "We aren't anywhere." Treadon climbed out of the back seat more slowly, stretching his legs that were probably tingling with pins and needles. "We are literally in the middle of nowhere." "There's something." Rachel pointed to a small shack with a steel door on one side, not much bigger than an outhouse. "But I don't think the three of us would fit in there, let alone a bunch of kids." "We probably made a wrong turn at puddle number 7, Treadon said. "I'm going to knock." Abigail pushed herself away from the car. Rachel wondered what this was like for Abigail, coming to a place she'd never been allowed, even though she'd helped recover the Unguarded. Was she afraid of finding more secrets? If she was nervous, Abigail gave no signs. She pounded against the door with her fist. A deep thunder reverberated through the door and down into the ground. "Did you check if it was unlocked?" Treadon was still by the car. He kicked one of the tires like that would shake it loose. "It's rude to just walk in," Abigail said. She reached for the door handle anyway. "Locked." "Of course it's locked." Rachel stepped around the building. It was no bigger than 5 feet by 5 feet. She could reach up and touch the eaves. No one could live here. A storage unit in the middle of nowhere? Treadon came to stand by them. "I mean, we are dealing with Descendants," Rachel said. "Maybe this is an illusion." She made a complete circle, tracing her hand along the wall, making sure what she felt matched what her eyes were seeing. The exterior of the shack was a rough board and batten siding, with flaking paint, nails sticking out that no one had bothered to pound in all the way. There were no windows or openings, not even a vent. It looks like it was built in a hurry. Rachel came around to find Abigail and Treadon staring at the door. Staring isn't going to do anything. This isn't an Alibaba tale where you say sesame and the door opens. There was a rumble from the shack. Treadon and Rachel stepped back. The doorknob turned, and the door swung outward. "Fine," Rachel said. "Maybe sesame was the key word." A small girl with blonde hair in a ponytail, wearing a t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, smiled out at them. "I drew the short straw. No one wants to ride the elevator. It smells funny." "Find out who they are," said a tinny voice that sounded from somewhere inside the shack. The inside was an empty rectangular space that looked a lot like the inside of an old elevator. The girl turned with her hand on her hip and spoke to the wall. "You know who they are, or you wouldn't have sent me up here." "Well, make sure. Check some ID or something." "I'm not selling them alcohol." "They still have to prove it." Abigail stepped closer. "What's your name?" "I'm Paige, and you're Abigail Nelson, Treadon Nelson, and Rachel Sampaio. I'm a huge fan." She said this to Rachel, putting her hands together and rocking up on her toes. "You were amazing last year. Best female football player in the state." "You're supposed to make them say their names." The voice coming through the speakers, somewhere inside the shack, sounded more resigned than angry. "Ask them a question only they would know." Paige stamped her foot. "That's not going to work. The only things I know about them are what Gabe told us and what Rachel puts on her social media accounts. Everyone knows those things about them, so anyone could impersonate them." "We have to find a way to prove it's them, and not people pretending to be them." Paige tilted her head to the side, examining them. "Have you any contact with demon activity in the last 24 hours? No. Have you traveled outside the United States in the last 6 weeks, or been exposed to any harmful viruses? No. Do you have any fruit or other perishables in your luggage?" The voice interrupted. "You're not airport security. Make sure they are who they look like." "If you think you could do better, you should have come up yourself." Paige rolled her eyes at them. "Gabe puts him in charge of security for a few days, and he acts like the king of Persia. Can you prove you are the person that belongs to your face?" Rachel stepped toward the girl, but hit a solid surface. Invisible, firm as a piece of glass. She put her hand up against it. The door was open, but they couldn't just walk in. "That's why they sent me." Paige shrugged. "What is this?" Rachel asked. "It's a protective barrier of bulletproof glass. I made it before I opened the door. Well, as the door was opening." "I remember you," Abigail said. "We never met, but Gabe told me how you saved him last year by creating a protective barrier against the Fenris." Instead of answering, Paige turned to the shack wall. Does that count? I don't think anyone else knew about that.
Except for the Fenris. They were there.
I don't think they can talk.
Fine. What about the other two?
Treadon looked at Rachel like she could help. She just shrugged. I trained with Gabe the last few months. I'm a partial guardian. Did he talk about me? Paige's face turned to a scowl. Yes, he said I was faster and smarter than you. I believe it. Treadon smiled at the girl. You put this wall up faster than any obstacle Gabe ever created. I'd want you beside me in a fight. The scowl melted away, and Paige beamed. Paige turned to Rachel. That just leaves you. Can you prove you're the same Sampaio that played football in California? I had 13 touchdowns and 956 yards rushing. Rachel folded her arms like she could care less if the girl believed her or not. Paige stepped forward. Rachel had herself a fan.
Anyone could know that,
the tinny voice said. Paige flopped both arms in a sign of frustration. No demon would care about her football stats. Besides, her official record says her rushing yards were 947, but they didn't count her yards from the spring preseason game. She knew her stats even better than the official record.
Don't let them in.
The sound of the voice in the shack had changed, from bored to alert. But they just proved it was them, Paige protested.
Something else just tripped the proximity alarm. I think they were followed.
Chapter 21. Location, Vale of the Descendants. Date, June 24th. Jarren Calavan. After searching for his mom through the desolate desert, Jarren thought he understood the term middle of nowhere, but this road gave the idea of seclusion a whole new meaning. At least in southern Utah, he could see for miles in all directions. The road they traveled on now made him feel alone in a completely different way. It had been several hours since they had seen signs of human life, other than the deteriorating road that twisted between trees and vines, rising high enough that only a sliver of blue was visible above them. The tunnel of forest opened like a welcoming mouth, swallowing them up from behind. We're close, Abby said. This place has kept the remaining descendants safe for the last 100 years. Ellie had fallen asleep for most of the way, or at least pretended to be asleep. Jarren had looked over once and noticed a wet tear trailing down her cheek. Despite his promise to watch over her, and Rachel's declaration that he would keep Ellie from being alone, Jarren had never been great with feelings. He had turned away and looked out the window. 100 years is a long time, Jarren said, pulling a headphone from his ear. The drive would have been painfully quiet without the music in his head. He had fallen back on some of his favorite 80s music, one so obscure that his mom probably wouldn't even have heard of them. And no visitors? I guess, unless Bigfoot exists. Any sightings? Abby grunted at his comment. Darius smiled. We may seem secluded out here, but the accommodations are extremely modern. We travel humbly when we visit the outside to avoid attracting attention. Despite what you might think, we have continued to grow and develop. It won't be the backcountry commune you're expecting. You have no idea what I'm expecting. Jarren sat back in his seat and folded his arms. The further they'd pushed into the forest, the more his mind had imagined log cabins with horse and buggy for transportation. Ellie finally stirred and sat up. I don't see anything yet. How close did you say we were? Darius pointed, and a bee took a sharp turn that seemed to take them directly into the wall of trees. 2 tire tracks were the only thing that marked the direction. The truck bounced along the uneven path. Maybe if you'd left more often, you'd learn that we've invented these things called roads. Jarren's last word ended in a huff of air as the trees ended and they entered a circular clearing. A few feet from where the trees ended was a solid steel and laser beam fence that looked like something out of Jurassic Park. A bee stopped the truck in front of the gate, set on hinges the size of monster truck wheels. What are you trying to keep in here? Jarren asked. The fence is to keep dangerous things out, Darius said as he rolled down his window and typed a code into a keypad on a post outside the fence. There's got to be something a lot bigger than Sasquatch out here if you need this kind of protection. Jarren waited for the truck to roll forward, but Darius turned and motioned for them to get out. We need to do a security check and get your DNA in the system, Darius said. Jarren was grateful for the excuse to stretch his legs. He climbed out and reached his arm into the air, measuring how tall the fence was, at least 10 times his height. He barely held back a whistle. Impressive. This looked more like a military compound than a quiet commune. For our own safety? Ellie asked as she stepped out of the truck. For everyone's safety. Darius turned in his seat so he could look at both of them. I'm responsible for every life inside of these walls, and I take that very seriously. Ellie and Jarren shut the doors. A bee drove the truck through the gate, and 2 tall women dressed in camouflage stepped out from behind the fence. They didn't hold any weapons, and they looked like they were familiar with hand-to-hand combat. There was only one visible building sitting in the center of the fenced area. A black, Victorian-style church with a circular stained glass window, staring down like a stone-encrusted Cyclops eye. One building. Even if there were only 20 Descendants and Guardians, it didn't look like the accommodations Darius was so quick to brag about a few minutes ago. One woman approached Jarren. She had a square jaw and was several inches taller than him. The other woman stood in front of Ellie. They held out a tablet for each of them. Place your hands on the screen. They both complied, and a green line flashed down the screen, mapping their hands and fingerprints. This is pretty high-tech security, Jarren said, scanning the fence and noting at least 7 different hiding places for cameras. My father would have been impressed. In fact, I think XE Energy was working on something similar to the way this program maps a hand scan. Pretty cool. Every person who enters or exits is registered and approved, said the first woman. Your DNA is scanned when you walk through the gate. And if you're not in the system, you get blasted into a million pieces. Jarren couldn't help smiling at the scowl that stole across the woman's face. An alarm will sound. She slid the tablet into a pouch on her belt. Put your hands out and spread your legs. If you have any bags in the car, they'll be searched. If you like this job, you could always apply for TSA. He put his arms out and let the woman pat him down. All he had were his cell phone, earbuds, and his wallet. Everything else had been burned. And he'd even left his sunglasses in the glove box of his car. Something for Rachel to remember him by. Wait. Ellie had a hand on her backpack, pulling it back from the other soldier's inspection. Some of the things in here are private. I think they both understand feminine hygiene, Jarren said. Relax. It's just like getting your bag checked when going into a concert. Ellie reluctantly released her bag, and the woman pulled the zipper down. She lifted a hand, suddenly. A signal. Darius got out of the truck and walked back through the gate. What is it? Darius asked. Ellie wrapped her arms around herself as the camouflage soldier pulled an old-fashioned scroll with a black leather covering from the bag. It was held together with a small strap looped around a button. It's a vision, Ellie said. Adura saw a piece of my future and left it for me. It's mine. Darius reached out and took the scroll, slowly, carefully, like the leather might disintegrate at his touch. One of the missing visions of Adura. You've had it this entire time? Selena had mentioned the visions of Adura, and how they had convinced her to leave him behind. Now Ellie had one. She wouldn't meet his eyes. I only found it a week ago, Ellie said. I hadn't known about it before that. I see, Darius said, turning. Follow me. You're officially residents of the Vale, and you are now under my protection. Welcome. Ellie pulled her backpack away from the woman, zipped it up, and shouldered the strap. She walked with her head up and back straight through the gate, her eyes on the scroll in Darius's hand. Jarren glanced at the woman in front of him, his arms still out. Do you want to check a little more thoroughly? He raised his eyebrows suggestively. Move. The woman shoved him roughly in the shoulder, but not before Jarren caught a slight twitch of her lip. What this place needed was a little humor, a few jokes. The Vale was already too uptight for his liking. Darius led them across the grassy space between the fence and the church at the center. A bee parked the truck along the inside of the fence and came out to join them. They approached the arched double doors in silence. Jarren tilted his head back as the church cast them in shadow. Ellie rubbed her arms. Is that the sound of the ocean? She asked. He could hear it, too. A distant crashing of waves against stone. Yes. The coast is just beyond that tree line. A bee pointed to the west. We are on the edge of a 200-foot sheer cliff. Let me guess, Jarren said. Nicknamed the Cliffs of Insanity. Why would we call them that? A bee asked. No reason. Jarren shrugged. Rachel would have caught the reference to the Princess Bride. He wished she could be here to see this. Ellie was too distracted by her precious vision to bother with a laugh. We lovingly call this building the Rift. Darius reached out and set his hand on a bee's shoulder, like a celebration of coming home. His grip tightened on the scroll in his other hand. I thought it was called the Veil. Jarren rubbed his neck, working out the kink from looking straight up. He'd been trying to identify the symbol in the stained glass window that sat up in the eaves. It was a mix of dizzying intersecting circles. The yellow and blue colors seemed to blaze with their own light. This is the entrance to the Vale, and a reminder why we are here. Darius pulled the double doors open, his suit coat flapping behind him as a gust of wind shot out from the building. It took a moment for Jarren's eyes to adjust to the dark interior. He stepped across the threshold onto a marble floor. His wingtip loafers squeaked against the surface, and even the sound of his breathing echoed back to him. They stood in a cathedral-style room, paintings on the ceiling that Jarren couldn't make out in the dim light. The windowless walls glittered like stars against the night sky. What are those? Ellie's voice shook a little. A chill of apprehension crawled up Jarren's spine. A bee spoke with reverence. The rift is a shrine to those descendants and guardians who were slaughtered in the massacre. Each of their compasses hang from the walls to remind us of those who have gone before, to remind us what was sacrificed and what we must protect. Ellie's eyes raked the walls of the room. Jarren put his hands in his pockets and leaned against the doorframe. He was careful not to bump the compass that hung on the wall near him. They reflected the light that came through the small stained glass windows tucked into the eaves of the building. He had only seen one from the front, but 4 identical windows faced the 4 cardinal directions. The light landed in a circle at the center of the room. The compass on the wall closest to him was broken, rusted, and bent at wrong angles. He could still tell it had once been 3 loops with 3 jewels, like the one that had sat in Gabe's office, but this one just looked sad. "This feels like a graveyard," Jarren said. "I'm not sure I can get a good night's sleep here." "We don't stay here," Darius said. "This is our reminder that 100 years ago, the Triune slaughtered thousands of descendants, leaving only 20 alive. I helped them escape. I am responsible for those lives." 100 years of hiding in a tomb? Jarren asked. Darius tapped Ellie's scroll against his other palm. Her eyes followed the bounce. "The Vale is below us, and we haven't just been hiding. Let me show you the real power of Descendants." Chapter 22. Location: Triune Prison. Date: June 24th. Gabriel Tuoer. On the 4th day, the routine changed. The door on the far end opened, and a pair of footsteps left the farthest cell. The second cell door opened before anyone had been brought back. Again and again, a door was opened, and footsteps exited through the door. The absence of his abilities felt keener with each opened door, each empty cell. Gabe couldn't follow the sounds beyond the hall. He had no strength to stop the soldiers from taking the kids. He had spent most of day 2 trying to find a way to open his door. He had reached for his ability to find the vibration point. He had tested the hinges with his fingers for any signs of weakness. Nothing. The effort had left Gabe exhausted. For the last 20 years, he had thought he was tired. His emotional strength was shattered with the loss of his descendant, and after she was gone, each day felt like a battle to keep moving, keep trying, keep believing. But that exhaustion was nothing compared with his current physical weakness. The door next to his opened, and Brexton was pulled from his cell. The constant sound of something being dragged along the floor made Gabe believe Brexton wasn't using his feet to walk. If he hadn't been so worried about what was happening to the others, he might have smiled at the kid's defiance. His vision blurred as he focused on the small amount of light that seeped beneath the door. For a long moment, he was completely alone. There was no sound, other than the rasp of air scraping against his throat. Nothing but his own weakness and failure crushing him into the darkness. His cell door opened. It was so unexpected that Gabe scrambled back, shading his eyes against the brighter light from the hall. A tall, bald man in a black business suit stood outside. His face was emotionless, formed from wax. The eyes stared at nothing, but the voice was human when it spoke. "You can come standing on your own 2 feet, or we can drag you like the boy." The man turned, inviting Gabe to step out of his 4-day prison, exposing the triangle tattoo on his neck. A member of the Triune, a possessed. Gabe stood, hesitant, but anxious to know of the fate of the others. Even after the disappearance of his descendant, he had been unable to face death without a fight. His sense of self-preservation made him hesitate a moment too long. The bald man lifted the stick he was holding and jammed it against the floor. The electric shock traveled through his bare feet and made every muscle seize. The voltage must have been less than before, because Gabe was able to remain conscious and standing. The pain seared through him like he was burning up from the inside. The man lifted the stick. Gabe took a breath. Finally able to fill his lungs, he stumbled forward to keep from falling on his face. The guard stepped back, making way for Gabe to continue out of his cell and into the hallway. Gabe slammed into the far wall. The hallway was warmer than the cell, and his chilled and tired muscles began to shiver. He stood for a moment, gathering his strength. "Where did you take them?" Gabe asked as he pushed off the wall. The guard motioned for him to walk. "Move." Fighting the urge to wrap his arms around himself to stop the involuntary shudders, Gabe walked to the end of the hall. He waited for a jab or shove from behind, but the guard seemed content to let him walk on his own. He glanced in the other cells as he walked by. Each were made of the same rough-hewn stone, but some of these rooms had furniture and beds. One had a bedside table with a flashlight on it. One had a chair and a desk. Papers, but no laptop or devices. The only other room, devoid of amenities, was Brexton's. The guard opened the door at the end of the hall that led to a set of stairs. They climbed up, and the guard opened a second door. The smell changed from the earthy, sweaty smell of the prison to lemon cleaner and bleach. "Go to the right." Gabe turned down a hall that looked like a typical hospital. Square tiling on the floor, simply designed wallpaper with decorative casing, and ceiling tiles with flickering LED lights. Turn left. The hall met another in a T-shape and looked identical in both directions. Gabe turned left and kept walking. There were doors every few steps, but they were solid, and he couldn't catch any sounds through the walls. They hit another T. Turn right. They came to a set of double doors with an electronic pad. The guard leaned forward and ran a keycard over the sensor. A light flashed green, and there was a click and a slam, like metal bars hitting against a wall. Gabe stepped through the doors into bright sunlight. He was outside, in some kind of yard, with fences on every side, tables and chairs scattered haphazardly across the gravel, and in the yard there were 19 children, the missing Unguarded, all of them. Some sat together playing a game of chess. 2 stood on a concrete slab, bouncing a ball between them. Others leaned against the chain-link fence, fingers entwined around the metal. All of them were quiet, concentrating, reaching for something. Gabe realized he could feel it too, like the scent of a favorite meal when you're absolutely starving. A sense that he could almost taste his knowledge and energy, but not quite. The guard gave him a rough shove in the shoulder. With the end of the stick, electricity shot through him. He lost his balance and fell to his knees. The doors slammed behind him. Caden Bachman knew that the most important thing for him was to protect the Unguarded he'd rescued, that he'd never willingly give away their location. But now, Caden could use the Unguarded Gabe had failed to rescue as leverage. He wouldn't talk, but how much would these children suffer for it? Chapter 23. Location: The Sanctuary. Date: June 24th. Treadon, Nelson. We weren't followed. Treadon looked in every direction. To the west he could make out dark shapes of mountains that had to be over 100 miles away. To the north and east, nothing but white plains of salt. The only thing he could see to the south was the open door and Paige standing in the shack elevator with her arms folded. "Are you sure?" Paige couldn't be older than 10, but she spoke with the authority of an adult. Rachel stepped back, examining their surroundings. "I don't see anyone." Paige spoke to the elevator wall. "What direction and how many?" There was a pause.
"No, it's gone, and the cameras aren't picking up anything on the surface. Maybe it was a false alarm."
"So we can let them in? You know how bad this elevator smells in the summer."
"Fine, but get them down here quick, and take them straight to the interrogation room."
"We don't have..."
"Paige."
Okay. Paige lifted her arms, and a tension around her eyes disappeared. She took a deep breath. "Come on, let's get you down to interrogation." She said the last word with a fair amount of sarcasm. There was a shift in the air, and Treadon could see Paige a little more clearly. He put his hand out and found the invisible wall was gone. And now he could smell the elevator, a mix of mold and old urine that had cooked in a hot metal box for several hours. Treadon tried not to gag as he stepped forward. Paige had a knowing smile on her face. I told you. Why does it smell so bad? Treadon asked. Well, most people don't notice when an old elevator system goes missing. It would be a different story if we took a brand new one. Someone would come looking, there would be paper trails, yada yada. One big mess. But Gabe finds things for us that no one will miss. Abigail and Rachel squeezed in the small elevator. Paige stepped back to make room. Someone pressed the B. Treadon pressed the B on the very normal-looking elevator button pad. The doors closed, and his stomach flipped as the elevator dropped. Don't forget to jump when we stop, Paige said. Despite her confidence, she really was all kid. Get ready. 1, 2, 3, jump! Treadon couldn't resist. She jumped with her. Rachel did too. He felt the sensation of weightlessness for an instant before landing. The elevator rocked with the movement. Rachel laughed. I haven't done that in forever. The elevator deposited them into an open, cave-like room that could have fit 7 of Treadon's homes inside. The walls were made of natural materials, salt glittering around the entire dome. Earth colors swirled through the walls and ceiling in breathtaking patterns. Until that moment, Treadon would have thought that a room, decorated with only the colors of the earth, would be kind of drab. A little brown here, maybe a darker brown over there. Now he couldn't count the shades of reds and greens and blues that flowed together as naturally as water in a stream. Plants grouped together to line the pathways and create large open areas. There were 3 high doorways, one opposite the elevator, and the other 2 evenly spaced between. 3 more people appeared. One was a boy of Indian descent with glasses who was only a year or 2 younger than Treadon. We need to ask some questions about why you're here and how you found us. Gabe gave us specific protocols to follow in a situation like this, so we would appreciate your complete cooperation. My name is Sebastian. Abigail stepped forward. Is Gabe here? Sebastian and Paige exchanged glances. We will be asking the questions. Please follow us to the interrogation room. Look, Abigail said. Treadon recognized the no-nonsense mom voice. He hadn't heard it for a long time. She'd been so insecure recently, so worried, that he'd forgot the strength she had. I need to know if this is where Gabe came and if he's safe. Please tell me he is here and safe, and then I will let you ask me all the questions you want. But if he's not here, I have to go. I have to find him and help him. I'm sure that's what I'm supposed to do. Paige stepped forward and took Abigail's hand. We're worried too. He hasn't been back since last week, and he never stays away this long. He missed an outing with Sebastian. He never misses those. You're giving out way too much information, Paige, Sebastian said, slapping his own forehead in frustration. Abigail deflated like one of those Carlot balloon people after the air supply is turned off. Paige led her to the edge of the fountain and helped her sit down. Can you tell me about the last time you saw him? Abigail asked. Did he say where he was going or what he was going to do? Sebastian removed his glasses and cleaned them on the edge of his sweater. It was a Christmas sweater with the Grinch on the front. It made him seem even younger, not like the guy who should be in charge of security. The last we heard, he was headed back to get you. He said you were coming and to get a room ready. Abigail opened her mouth, but no words came out. Treadon could read the relief on her face, the hope that Gabe had planned to bring her here after all, the fear that something truly bad had happened to him. The pressure in the room changed, and Treadon's ears popped. The patterns in the wall shifted, and a woman stepped into the room, as casually as a coach entering a locker room. Paige yelled. Sebastian pulled a long baton from behind his back that crackled with green energy. Rachel had her whip out, and Abigail had a dagger in her hand before Treadon could blink. Apparently, he was the only one who hadn't thought to carry a weapon on his person. This wasn't the welcome I was hoping for. The woman stood just inside the wall, poised on the edge like she was ready to escape back into the earth. Who are you? Sebastian found his voice first. How did you get in here? I was told this was the place to come if you were lost. The woman's voice was strange and tense, like she wasn't used to using it. From the looks of it, I've come to the right place. All of you look lost. Treadon glanced around. Abigail and Rachel stood behind the fountain, shoulders pressed together, like they were ready to make a final stand. Treadon was glad Rachel and his mom had grown close, but it made Treadon feel lonely, separate, just like the woman had said. Lost. Sebastian and Paige were on either side of Treadon, with Paige closer to the elevator and Sebastian at the tunnel opening closest to the woman. Treadon couldn't see any change in the wall where the woman had stepped through. It was like the ground had parted for her, and then pressed back together. Wait, a memory tickled at the back of his mind. Did you just travel through the ground? Jarren talked about not being able to do that. What did he call it? Groundsportation or something like that? The black woman had shoulder-length dreadlocks with leaves and sticks woven through them like decorations. Her clothes looked handmade from some kind of earthy substance. She had high cheekbones and a wide nose, and her height was intimidating, even from across the room. Are you Jarren's mom? Treadon stepped forward. He told us he found you. Selena, right? The descendant, Selena? The woman nodded, a very small movement. You are his friends? Sebastian threw up his hands. When did this become the new Ellis Island kissing post? I thought Gabe wanted this place to remain secure. If he keeps telling everyone about it, we are going to have to start charging for tours. Selena moved her attention to Sebastian. He took a step back. Do you mean Gabriel Tuoer, the Guardian? He didn't send me here, but I've come to find his descendant. Adura has a lifetime of sorrow to answer for. Sebastian stuttered, pushing his glasses up his nose. Well, yes, but is he here? Selena took another step forward. He owes me an explanation. Abigail spoke up. He isn't here. I'm looking for him too, and no one has seen Adura in almost 20 years. A descendant cannot go missing, Selena said. Not one who has chosen a guardian. Has Gabriel lost his compass? It stopped working, Abigail said. Impossible. Selena pulled the bag off her shoulder and set it on the ground. Dirt fell from the bag and piled around it. She put her hand on one hip. Treadon could read frustration, confusion, and determination in this woman's movements. I will find them both. Protocol people! Sebastian pointed his stick at Selena. Can you prove your identity? Paige put a hand on Sebastian's arm. I think we're past protocol procedures. I think we need to have a talk. Over pie. That always works. In the kitchen? Sebastian asked. Yeah, in the kitchen. Paige folded her arms and nodded her head like a genie granting a wish. Sebastian's shoulders fell. He lowered the baton. Okay, it sounds like we all have the same goal. We need to find Gabe. Yes, Treadon, Abigail, and Selena all said at the same time. Let's talk over pie. He turned abruptly and headed through door number 1. Treadon grabbed Rachel's arm as she started to follow. Do you think it's safe? I think we are where we need to be, she said. Safety isn't our number 1 concern. I want information, and I think this is the place to get it. Treadon let Abigail, Rachel, and Selena pass him and follow Sebastian down the hall. Paige stood beside Treadon, bouncing on her toes. She's so cool. Do you think she'll play catch with me? I've been practicing my spiral. Sure, Treadon said. She gets pretty caught up in a research project, but I'll bet she'll want to get out and stretch her legs. She sounds like Sebastian, Paige said, rolling her eyes. She took Treadon by the hand and led him after the others. He has all these computer things in the lower level and is always sitting there staring at the screens. It's so boring. How many others are there? That's a security breach question, she said. And if I told you, I'd have to kill you. Nothing personal. You're a pretty scary kid. You know that? Thanks. She beamed. They entered the lunchroom, with 3 tables and 5 chairs around each table. The group sat around 2 tables, shifting their seats so each had a defensive option and a friend close by. Pie coming up. Paige closed her eyes. Treadon held his breath, and the others glanced at the table in front of them, waiting for the pies to appear. Paige cracked open one eye. She laughed, pointing at their faces. I love that joke. She opened a cafeteria-style accordion window next to her. Behind the window was a counter with 4 fresh pies, steam coming off the top. I can't really make pies with my abilities, only 1 material at a time, but it never stops being funny. These apple pies were made by our in-house chef, Marcus. Paige dished each of them a piece of pie, and then sat down next to Rachel, scooting her chair in close and wiggling like a puppy waiting for a treat. How long have you been here? Rachel asked. Are there only children? I turned 15 last month, Sebastian shrugged. I'm the oldest, and the first one here. I helped Gabe build this place. Paige has only been here a few months. Gabe didn't really talk about his history much. Kind of a quiet guy, but he can kill it on karaoke night. He sings? Treadon couldn't picture uptight, brooding Gabe putting a microphone to his mouth. He tried to help us be happy here. Paige took a large bite of pie and kept talking. He knew we'd lost a lot. He knew he had more difficult times ahead. So he made us plan fun Fridays, like some over-peppy kindergarten teacher. She lifted a corner of her shirt and pressed it against the corner of her eye. I miss him. Do you think he's all right? He's been in a lot of tight places before, Abigail said. He'll hold on until we can find him. Why are you looking for Gabe? She addressed that question to Selena, not Gabe. His angel. His descendant. She told me to leave my son with a man who didn't prioritize our love. She said my son would bring Xander back to me. Ajura lied, but Gabe was there. He was always there, hovering in the background, protecting her, recording her, worshipping her. Whatever she said was law, and no one could argue. I thought I was doing the right thing. Selena looked like she was going to sink to the ground, and Abigail leaned a hand out for support. Selena slapped her hand away. I don't need your pity. We've all made decisions we regret, Abigail said. Where is Jarren? Selena asked. Did he come here with you? Treadon shared a glance with Rachel. Jarren went to the Vale. Selena blinked. He can't go to the Vale. They don't let anyone in. They are paranoid and protective. They hide in there and leave us out here to fend for ourselves. Besides, Jarren is broken. He isn't a normal descendant. What do you know about what's wrong with Jarren? Rachel asked. Her fingers twitched, like she wanted to grab a notebook and start taking notes. Selena shook her head. Nothing. She slammed her fist down on the table. Her pie was untouched and the fork flipped up and fell to the floor with a clatter. I don't know anything about my son and what happened to him because he was taken from me, because I gave him up. I need to know why Ajura told me to do that. That's why we sent him to the Vale, Rachel said, to see if they could help fix what's broken in him and help him be safe until he figures that out. The Triune tried to kill him by trapping him inside a burning house. Selena squinted. The Triune cannot kill an Unguarded, even with fire. Descendants only become vulnerable when we bond, and then our compass must be destroyed. Destroying our compass kills both Descendant and Guardian, if we are weakened enough. Why would the Triune burn Xander Calivan's house and lock us inside? Rachel asked. I don't know, Selena said. That is another mystery we could solve. If Gabe would lead us to the all-knowing Ajura. Jarren tried to make me his guardian, Rachel said softly. Does that mean I would have made him weaker? No, Selena said. Bonding with a guardian magnifies our abilities, gives us strengths beyond what we had before, but it introduces a single weakness. One way to die. The angels decided it was worth it to have a companion, but the Triune found a way to exploit our weakness and kill almost every descendant on the earth. And that's why they made the Vale, Paige said, to protect the ones who didn't die. But Ajura saw that something bad was coming. Gabe tried to help her convince everyone that hiding wouldn't save them, but only a few descendants listened. And I was one of the fools who did, Selena said. I followed Ajura, saw her visions play out exactly as she saw them. I believed her. Now she needs to tell me why my vision was wrong. There's a lot of things we don't know. Rachel leaned forward. Treadon could read in her movements that she meant to make an ally of Selena. But I intend to find out. If we work together to find Gabe, maybe we could get some answers. How are we going to do that? Selena motioned for the 6 of them with her hand. There are no descendants here, only children and ordinaries. None of you have knowledge or power to do what has to be done. How can we learn about so much when we have so little on our side? Sebastian cleared his throat. Well, I may be really bad at security, but finding information, that's kind of my thing. Chapter 24. Location: Vale of the Descendants. Date: June 24th. Eleanor Agarwal. Stand here. Darius motioned toward the circle in the center of the floor, created from the light of the 4 circular windows. The colors and shadows from the stained glass formed together to create the perfect image of a descendant's compass in the middle of the floor. Can I have the scroll back? Ellie asked. You will have access to it, Darius said, but they are stored together. With the other visions of Adura, we kept them all in one place until Gabriel stole the most recent. We will keep them safe and together. They were never meant to be separated. Ellie's fingers itched to reach out and grab the scroll from Darius, but she was more curious to see where the other visions were kept. Jarren followed a bee and stood in the center of the circle of light. Darius nodded to Ellie, and she stepped next to Jarren. Darius came in last. The circle was large enough for the four of them to stand in the light without touching shoulders, but her toes were on the edge of the light and the darkness. A clear wall shot up from the floor, rising around them and closing over their heads. Watch your fingers, Abi said. It might have been the first time Ellie saw him smile. He looked relaxed, like someone finally coming home after a long trip. The enclosed area in the circle of light began to lower, and they sank into the floor. For a moment, there was only wood and then solid rock around them. And then there was light. Ellie blinked several times to get her eyes to adjust. It was like they had slipped down into the earth, only to come out in the land of the lost. There was blue sky above them, a view of the ocean spread out to the horizon, and below them, a landscaped campus of gardens and glass buildings that looked like something out of a futuristic science fiction movie. The platform lowered down to the center point of the gardens, with paths leading away from them in all directions. There were 3 buildings set at angles from each other, like points of a star. Ellie stumbled a little as the platform stopped, but Darius steadied her. Your first view of the veil can be overwhelming, he said, holding her arm until the clear wall retracted from around them and disappeared into the ground with an electronic hiss. Ellie couldn't contain her awe. My brother would have loved this. Her eyes stung with the memory of her brother's last trap hitting Treadon in the forehead. So much lost, so much more to lose. How is this possible? I thought we were underground. You can accomplish almost anything with the knowledge and energy of creation, Darius said. There are limitations, of course, especially with so much DNA lost with the massacre, but we have done well with the resources we have. We are technically underground, beneath the rift, but there is an opening on the cliff face, a cave, and our descendants of light bounce the view of the sky all around us, so the illusion is that we are out in the open, even though there is stone above us. Our descendants of the elementals carved out the cave to the size we needed without weakening the rocks over our heads, creating a safe and secure place for a refuge from the Triune. The descendants of life grew plants from the stone and designed a beautiful paradise to help us all feel at home. It is beautiful, Ellie said. Jarren was unusually quiet, which meant he hadn't thought of a way to make fun of the veil yet. That spoke volumes to the magnificence of the view. Darius greeted 2 people approaching them. Alejandro, Hamari, thank you for coming. I've arranged for our 2 guardians in training to give you the full tour. I have some important work to catch up on after my absence. Please, if you need anything, Alejandro and Hamari will make sure you get it. Alejandro was a tall, wide-shouldered guy who wasn't that much older than Ellie. He had dark, slicked-back hair with a stylish swoosh. He wore a flannel shirt and jeans. Hamari was a Japanese girl wearing a crop top and some loose flowing pants. Jarren eyed their outfits. At least we don't have to wear ridiculous-looking uniforms or anything. That's a plus. Hamari moved her hands, and Ellie realized she was repeating Jarren's words in sign language. She had learned sign language to help her foster brother try to communicate. It hadn't worked for him, but she could understand Hamari and Alejandro when he began to sign. Welcome to the Veil, Alejandro signed. We haven't had new people come since I've been here. How long have you been here? Ellie asked. She signed as well, and Alejandro's eyes lit up. We've been here over a year, Hamari said. They recruited us to train as future guardians. Said we had a role to play in the final battle, but we haven't done anything but train. No missions, no real adventures. It's a nice place though, although they haven't told us who we're supposed to be guardians for. Everyone here is already paired up. There was an awkward moment. Ellie looked at Jarren. Jarren just raised his eyebrows at her. No help at all. Alejandro waved his hand. Let's get you settled and show you around. I want to see where the visions of Adura are kept, Ellie said. I want to make my one phone call. Jarren pulled out his cell phone. I don't have any service. Do you guys have Wi-Fi? First, 2 stops, Hamari said, pushing her short hair behind her ears. She had striking features, and her clothes highlighted her curves. Ellie glanced to see if Jarren was checking her out, but he was still frowning at his phone. The Library and Technology Center. Then we'll get you settled in your dorms and take you to the cafeteria. I hope the food is good, Jarren said, putting his phone back in his pocket as Hamari and Alejandro turned and led them down one of the garden paths. Darius had arranged for the only 2 unbonded people in the Vale to give them a tour. That couldn't be a coincidence, but she was already partially bonded. Did Darius think he could change that? And what about Rachel? Why hadn't she been allowed to come if there were other guardians in training here? There were too many questions, and their guides weren't the right people to ask. Ellie focused on the layout of the Vale as Hamari explained it to them. Training facilities, dorms, public areas, and cafeteria are all in the main building to your right. She pointed to a glass and steel structure with a rectangular first story, but the second and third story were round, jutting out farther than the one below. Like an upside-down 3-tiered cake, the upper 2 levels had windows that led out onto balconies. Ellie imagined the view from there was breathtaking. Behind us is the hangar. Hamari motioned to the building behind them that looked like a white metal ocean wave. The roof was high and arched, but the building was low and wide. You mean like a hangar for airplanes? Jarren asked. At an airport? Alejandro signed, and Hamari repeated his words out loud. We haven't been in there. Other than the prison, the hangar requires the highest security clearance in the Vale. There are protocol procedures for everyone to report to the hangar in an emergency, but when we are on green, which is always, no one goes in or out. I've never seen the doors opened, she continued. I know they've got a couple helicopters and a jet, but I've never seen them used. It's like we're preparing for an invasion, but doing everything we can to make sure one never happens. Pretty successful strategy so far. Who do they keep in the prisons? Ellie asked. I've never seen them use the prisons. They are 3 levels under the library, but the only way to open the elevator doors is with a retina scan. Mine doesn't work. You tried? Jarren asked. The corner of Hamari's mouth turned up, and she shrugged one shoulder. We all have our specialties. Mine is curiosity, which brings us to our first tour of the day. Welcome to Building 2, home of the Visions of Ajura and our technology center. The building was a 4-story pyramid, matching the theme of sleek steel tinted glass. Ellie could see nothing inside. They stepped through the door and into a bright building. The room had large-screen TVs on all the walls, where different scenes and movies and even some commercials played out, flashing different colors onto the white tiled floor. There was no sound coming through any of the speakers. Several workstations dotted the room, but the chairs were empty. This is where we keep track of what is going on in the world, Hamari said. We decide what we can do to make a difference, and then work on the technology to make it happen, or hire out companies to push our designs to the public. If it wasn't for this place, I would have died of boredom 6 months ago. I have 4 projects I'm managing, working from the shadows to help build wells in Central Africa. It can be very fulfilling. Where does all your data come from? Jarren asked. The servers are located on the lower levels 2 and 3. It's not on a network, and we don't have Wi-Fi to communicate. All communication is carefully controlled, but we can access all the information we need without leaving a trail. Hamari had her hands on her hip, the pride in her work reflected in her stance. You will get a personal pager that gives you your daily tasks and lets you communicate within the Vale. It keeps things secure. What about phone calls home? Jarren asked. Off limits, unless you know how to bend some rules. I'm always willing to learn, Jarren said. Hamari shot him an appreciative smile. And the library? Ellie asked. Oh yeah. Hamari led them through a back door that led into a much darker area of the building. The floor was made from black granite with golden flecks. The room felt small compared to everything else at the Vale, and the space was full of freestanding shelves. There was a spotlight on a pedestal near the front of the room, where 4 scrolls lay unrolled, open on the stand. The rest of the scrolls matched her own, dusty and unused, scattered across the shelves like excess inventory in a disorganized warehouse. The 4 main visions are kept open on the pedestal, and we're encouraged to read them at least once a week, Hamari said. One of these 4 is the vision that saved the Descendants from the massacre. The other 3 remind us of the importance of the Vale and the preparations for when the Triune tries to wipe all life from the earth by opening the edge of eternity. What about the rest of the visions? Ellie asked. Alejandro watched her with unnerving intensity. He put his hand to his chest and pushed it toward her. The rest of the visions are for me? She asked. He shrugged and made the motion toward her again. Hamari put a hand on Ellie's arm. He has a powerful intuition. He can sense how to stop bad things from happening. He says your fate, maybe all our fates, are hanging on your connection with the scrolls. Looks like you've got a lot of homework, Jarren said. I'll take the technology room over the library any day. Chapter 25. Location: Triune Prison. Date: June 24th. Gabriel Tuoer. The guards retreated into the hallway and shut the door. Gabe approached the table where two kids played chess. "You're the new kid?" A young girl looked him up and down. "You're kind of old." From the layout of the pieces on the chessboard, the preteen girl was intelligent. She and the others wore the same gray jumpsuits as he did. Her hair was pulled back into a braid, neat and smooth, fresh from this morning. The boy across from the girl was younger, with dark circles under his eyes and hands that shook as he reached for his piece. "He's the second newest kid," the girl said as she followed Gabe's gaze. "He got here 2 weeks ago. He's recovering from the surgery pretty well, but not the change." "What change?" She looked up at him, surprised. "What do you mean? Didn't you feel it when they brought you in?" The girl's eyes were wide. The boy lifted one hand to touch the back of his head, where his neck connected to his skull. Several of the other kids closest to them mirrored the movement. A chill raced up Gabe's spine, and he fought the urge to shiver. The change. The loss of his knowledge and abilities as a guardian. He stepped away from the girl like he could find some privacy in the small yard and copied the motion of the children. He lifted his hand and felt the back of his skull. There was a tender spot where the hair had been shaved away, raised skin where an incision had been made, and stitches placed to pin the skin back together. Something had been surgically inserted into his head. He started to dig at it, but a hand rested on his arm, stopping him. "Don't try to dig it out." Gabe recognized Brexton's voice, the brave boy who spoke back to the guards. He was tall, an inch or two taller than Gabe, and older than the others. A teenager. Gabe felt sick for a moment, wondering if Abigail and Treadon were okay. He had to have faith. He hated to admit that after 20 years, he'd let a seedling of doubt creep around his heart, like vines around an old building. Adura had left him with directions, but no explanation, no promise of what would result. For the vision's sake, he had left Abigail and Treadon to fend for themselves, but he was beginning to doubt the wisdom of his actions. Brexton kept his hand on Gabe's arm. He didn't pull or try to force Gabe's hand away. He was patient and seemed to know if he tried to force Gabe to do anything right now, he would get resistance. "There's some kind of sensor. If you break open the wound, it takes you down. An electric shock that knocks you out for 3 days. You've tried?" Gabe kept his fingers on the wound. He could handle the pain. If this was what was keeping him from his strength, from his guardianship, he could have it out in under a second and get all these kids out of here. 3 times. Brexton kept the pressure on Gabe's arm for another heartbeat, and then stepped back, putting both hands up. "But you don't have to believe me. Try it for yourself and see. I just get the feeling..." Brexton paused, looking out past the chain-link fence. "We don't have a lot of time left." Gabe closed his eyes as he fingered the wound. Brexton was right. He didn't have time to be unconscious for 3 days. He slowly let out a breath, opened his eyes, and pulled his hand away. Brexton nodded, reminding Gabe of a teacher. He tried not to feel irritated. Kids these days thought they knew everything. "What do they put in our heads?" Gabe asked. Brexton shook his head. "I don't know exactly. I've never been able to get it out, but I know it's what changes us, what makes us normal. It absorbs everything we were given as descendants, our knowledge, energy, and abilities, all reduced to nothing." The words were shaky, and the loss of what he had been stung even deeper. This kid understood what it was like before. "How long have you been here?" Gabe asked. "I was the first. I've been here 5 years. Gabe's chest tightened, like his ribs were closing in on his lungs. 4 days had already felt like a nightmare. He couldn't imagine being trapped here for 5 years. If Adura had known, if she'd prophesied so many things, why hadn't the visions sent him here earlier? Why would the prophecy send him to surrender instead of fighting to get these kids out of here? If she could see so much, why hadn't she been able to prevent her own disappearance? The questions were poisoned darts of doubt. He shivered, and Brexton let out a breath. "You're doing pretty good. It takes most of the newbies at least 2 weeks to recover from the surgery. You were up after a few days. Not bad. But you look like hell. Gabe let out a huff of air. Almost a laugh. What do they do to you here? Gabe asked. Mostly ask us questions. Make us take tests. Play video games. Video games? Gabe asked. It's a game where we hunt down and kill descendants. Sometimes ones we know, or our own families. A shadow passed over Brexton's face. It has a killer storyline about descendants that know we're here and refuse to rescue us. They see us in this place and just walk away. It can really mess with your mind sometimes. Why would they do that? Gabe thought of all the times he'd come too late, when the Unguarded had been taken before he could get there. Real children who looked at him now with confusion and hurt in their eyes. He'd never been able to find them, and those from the Vale had never tried. Brexton crossed his arms and leaned against the wall. I think they want us angry. I think they want to turn us against our own. Is it working? Gabe asked. Let me ask you a question. He turned to face Gabe again, standing to his full height, taking in a deep breath so that his chest raised and his shoulders straightened. It was intimidating. Brexton looked like a descendant. Where have you guys been? Why have you left us here to rot? Gabe wanted to melt away, shrink into oblivion before this boy who had been through so much and yet was filled with strength. I'm so sorry. I couldn't find you. Liar. Brexton pushed forward with both hands, shoving him in the chest. Gabe stumbled back and hit the door. His foot caught the table and chess pieces flew through the air. The other kids in the yard froze. The air was shoved from his lungs and he collapsed to the floor. His chest hurt, and there was a sharp pain in his back. He pushed up, not fast. He had to pause with an elbow on one knee. He stood, preparing for another hit. He would not defend himself against this boy who had every reason to be angry. When he met Brexton's eyes, he kept his arms to his side and waited. Brexton seemed to grow another few inches and then let out his breath. His shoulders curled, his chest caving, as if he was curling into himself. He put his back to the wall and let himself sink down to the gravel floor, wrapping his arms around his knees. God, they get into your head, he said. I know who the enemy is, but they are so good at twisting things around, and they're starting to give us a taste of what it felt like. Every once in a while, they'll give us a little knowledge and strength, one at a time, so they can control it. It's worse than any drug. I crave it day and night. Brexton looked up at Gabe, the crack in his armor as wide as a canyon. They're getting to me. They're getting to us all. I don't know how much longer we can last. I'm here now. Gabe wanted the words to sound reassuring, but the creeping vines of doubt choked his confidence. I'll help you get out. Brexton looked like he wanted to believe him, but he pursed his lips together. No, if you're here, it's because they want you here. They don't ever do anything by accident. They wanted you to meet us. They wanted you to give us hope. Why would they do that? Gabe asked. Brexton stared into the distance, his face emotionless. Because nothing weakens you more than feeling hope and having it crushed. Chapter 26. Location: The Sanctuary. Date: July 1st. Rachel, Sampaio. After days of question and answer sessions, getting settled, and exploring the upper levels of the sanctuary, Sebastian had finally agreed to take Rachel down to his lab, a place Gabe had built for him. Paige was the youngest Unguarded at the sanctuary. The others seemed to be mid to upper teens. If Rachel was honest, the place reminded her of some magical place where lost boys never grew up. Their phones didn't have service, and Rachel wasn't sure if it was just being out in the middle of the salt flats, or if one of the Unguarded had put more protection on the place. She felt itchy from the lack of information. No internet, no phone service. She hadn't been able to call Jarren, and he hadn't sent her a message through the ground, at least not that she'd received. Abigail had retreated to a room and studied her map for hours every day, searching for Gabe's light. Treadon either stared at his phone like Ellie was going to show up for a FaceTime call, or paced the hallways like a tiger in a cage. Paige had finally shown him the small training room to help him get some energy out. No one seemed to know what the next step was. Selena refused to be caged. She'd left and come back through the wall 3 times, despite Sebastian's insistence on security protocol. She claimed to be looking for Gabe, but so far she'd found no helpful information. Rachel wondered if the woman enjoyed getting Sebastian worked up, because she always managed to reappear in the same room as him and give him a jump scare every time. This morning, Rachel figured they were all going to have to put their cards on the table, or the place would turn into the Lord of the Flies. She told Sebastian about Xander Calivan's laptop and asked for his help. He looked like a boy about to open a Christmas present. He took her to a lower level that had a narrow stair access through an unlabeled door. They went down 3 flights of stairs that opened up into a hallway, this one rougher and more tunnel-like than the well-developed main floor. "I figured out a way to access information without being detected," Sebastian explained as he opened a door at the end of the long hall. The computer parts were combined haphazardly, but some of the pieces were the newest on the market. Rachel was impressed. "Xander's computer is almost completely unreadable," Rachel said, pulling the laptop from her bag and setting it in a small open space on the tables full of wires and parts, except for the files on Jarren's mom and some random program that is just cycling numbers. "I'm not sure what that's for, but I think if I could get into some of the files, it might lead us to the people we're looking for. If we could find connections, other businesses XC Energy worked with, communication, emails, something that could point us in the right direction, it could help us find Gabe, assuming it was the Triune that took him, and he didn't just run." "He didn't run," Sebastian scowled. "Gabe's not like that." The angry look didn't last long as he examined the laptop. "Encrypted, huh? That sounds like a challenge. Really, we've been bored here the last few months. It's like there was a huge buildup, all this chatter, and then nothing. Everything went dark." "That was probably when Caden Bachman went underground after his fight with Gabe," Rachel said. Sebastian pulled an empty chair around to sit in front of the laptop. "We put a kink in his plan, but I don't think we stopped him." "No," Sebastian said as he opened the laptop and began typing. "He definitely didn't stop." His focus was drawn into the screen, and Rachel folded her arms and examined the room. All 4 walls had maps with pushpins holding pictures and strings that attached to one part of the map or another. It was a web of information that was 10 times anything Rachel had built. She stepped up to the wall, touching one of the strings. "What is this?" Sebastian pressed a button on a large computer terminal in the middle of the room. The desk was centered so one could walk around and access all the walls. The computer was attached to 3 large monitors that flashed to life. He wiggled the mouse and entered a password. Fast, too fast for Rachel to catch any of the letters. She counted 10 strokes, a 10-key password. Not that she was here to spy, but she couldn't help wanting access to everything. "This is the summary of Gabe's search for his descendant." Sebastian pointed to the wall directly across from the door. "At first, he didn't let any of us in this room. I don't think he wanted us to see him at his weakest, but I caught him in here one day when the new kid he brought was having a hard time adjusting. Gabe would pull us aside as often as he could and check in, make sure we understood who we were and why we were here." "What did he tell you?" Rachel stepped closer to the map that represented Gabe's search. The map was hardly visible beneath the web of strings and pushpins. "He said Adura had seen us, that we were part of her visions." Sebastian pulled his glasses off and rubbed his eyes. "He said she left him instructions to help him prepare." "Prepare for what?" Rachel asked. Sebastian put his glasses back on his nose and cracked his knuckles. "The end of times," he sighed. "I don't know how you prepare for something like that, but Gabe told us we'd understand someday, and he wanted us to have a choice and be safe until then." "To have a choice? What kind of choice?" Sebastian shook his head. "You know, he wasn't great with words, but I always felt calm and sure about things after one of his talks." "And this wall?" Rachel examined the next wall. It was a story of murder and mystery. There were newspaper articles about families killed in their sleep, disappearances, abandoned homes. "These are all the events we think are related to the Triune," he said. "If I could find a pattern, I'm sure I could figure out what they were planning. But there's so much over such a long period of time. It's hard to tell if they've always had the same objective or if they'd tried different strategies." Rachel pointed to the map where a pin sat in the center of Los Angeles, California. "Does this represent where the Triune tried to take the daggers from Ellie's arm?" "Yep." Sebastian hooked a cord from the laptop to his computer tower. "But if you notice, I haven't been able to connect it with any other crimes committed by the Triune. It's an outlier. None of the same markings or identifiers as the other crimes." "Interesting." Rachel's mind had moved to analyzation. She should feel something. Fear, disgust, Anxiety? But somehow her mind would only allow her to look at the data from a distance. It helped her stay focused. And this wall? She pointed to the third wall, that was far less busy, but still had a number of papers hanging from a corkboard. These papers were handwritten, some only a few sentences, in youthful handwriting, some messy, some with perfect print and cursive that only comes from practicing on lined paper. Sebastian took a deep breath. Those are the visions of Adura, received by the Unguarded, or their family, in this facility. As much as each of them can remember. No one has an original copy. Which one is yours? Rachel asked. I don't remember mine, Sebastian said. From what I understand, Gabe delivered a vision to our family the night my parents disappeared, and he saved me, but I don't remember it. Gabe would, though, if he delivered it, Rachel said. If he delivered these so-called visions, why doesn't he write them down? Why are all of these in kids' handwriting? He doesn't read them, Sebastian said. He delivers the visions that Adura wrote herself. It was her last direction to him. She gave him the date and the address for each vision and told him they were not for him to read. They were specific to each individual. Gabe delivered them but didn't know what the visions said? Rachel couldn't imagine delivering dozens of scrolls and never even peeking. Her curiosity would have killed her. He wouldn't even look at this wall, Sebastian said. I started gathering and recording them as more Unguarded came to the sanctuary, but so far, nothing really fits. And when you look at everything together, she stepped back, taking in the whole room, Gabe's missing descendant, the crimes of the Triune, and the visions of Adura. I'm sure there's a pattern, Sebastian nodded, turning in a slow circle, but I haven't found it yet. Nothing tells me where the Triune hide, where they take the other Unguarded, or how they are making descendants disappear. That's a lot, she said. And you've been doing this all by yourself? What about the Veil? Don't you think they would help with this? Don't you think they're also looking for the Triune? That's an interesting question, he said. The Veil refuses to share information with me, and I've shared information with them, but they've never acted on it. The one time I got an answer from them, it was some legalese about compromising the safety and security of the Descendants and Guardians inside the Veil. Basically, it said they weren't willing to fight the Triune if they thought it put the Veil at risk. Are you serious? Rachel couldn't believe it. Why would they do that? Imagine two different religions that believe in the same text, Sebastian said. Both the Descendants at the Veil and the Descendants out in the world believe Adura saw the end of time. Some of us see Adura's visions as directions, actions we should take leading up to the end of time. Others see the visions as a warning to prepare. They want to survive, not fight a hopeless battle. Gabe wants to be loyal to Adura, follow her directions, even after she's disappeared. Rachel felt like the room was tipping. The Veil wants to hide from the destruction she predicted. Like everything, it's probably more complicated than that, he said, but that's a simplified summary. What about trying to change things? Is stopping a vision even possible? Rachel asked. Not that we've been able to prove. Sebastian lifted his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. They always happen. She saw the future, but there's wiggle room. Like the timing of the vision or understanding of what she said. I don't think Gabe likes to think about the future. He wants to stop the Triune from hurting people now. Do you think this will help? She pointed to Xander Calivan's computer. Every byte of data is a step closer, he said. And a challenge. I'm glad you're here. I hope I can make a difference. Let's see what we've got. Sebastian opened the laptop and pressed the power button. The third screen mirrored the laptop, showing the corrupted desktop with a single file labeled Selena and the data collection port running constantly in the corner. Sebastian tried to open a few files and got the encrypted warning over and over. He opened the Selena file, but it was only a background check and a few emails from right after Jarren was born. Rachel didn't know how Jarren found his mom with the little information he had. She wondered how hard that was for Selena to give up her son, to walk away from the man she loved because he rejected her offer of guardianship. She must have been heartbroken, and if she blamed Adura for her decisions, Rachel wasn't sure she was a friend to Gabe. Sebastian opened the data collection port. A window with a computer programming language Rachel didn't understand filled the large screen. He scrolled for a minute. Then his eyes went wide. What? Rachel asked. Did you find something? Do you know what this data collection box does? Sebastian asked. No, it doesn't do any analyzation or anything, just streams of data. I thought it was another glitch. Sebastian took off his glasses, cleaned them, and placed them back on his nose. He rubbed his hands together and then shook out his fingers, like a pianist warming up for a performance. If this information is correct, then this counter is pulling information from the WWAR. The what? It's a satellite that was launched without any kind of government approval from an island in Indonesia. The only reason I know about it is that there were 2 Triune-associated crimes just days before the launch, but there was no record. No way to get information from the WWAR, just a bogus, non-profit website and some scary accurate population information and climate change calculations. I thought maybe the Triune was getting into some environmental agencies or something. Does this help us? Rachel asked. If I can do this right, this might be a back door into the Triune databases. For the last 20 years, we've been fighting an invisible enemy. The only way to save the Unguarded was to arrive before them, but now we can climb in through a back window, link up to the satellite, and follow the stream back to their computers. Follow the data. If we find the home base, we find the Triune and Caden Bachman. If we find Caden Bachman, we find Gabe. Chapter 27. Location: Vale of the Descendants. Date: July 2nd. Eleanor Agarwal. Ellie pulled a scroll from the shelf and coughed as the displaced dust filled the air. She'd spent the last few days reading scroll after scroll. Alejandro had been a constant companion. First, he had stayed by the door, watching who came and went. Several descendants had come and stood in front of the open scrolls on the pedestal with quiet reverence as they read, but then they left without a backward glance at Ellie and the shelves she searched. She had studied the 4 scrolls that the descendants kept open, which described the opening of the edge of eternity, the awful power that would roll across the earth, destroying every living thing. The visions described a battle at the Vale, when the borders would be breached and overrun by a Fenris horde. The weakness would come from someone who betrayed them from the inside. But Darius was right. The specifics were unclear. No traitor was named, and the end was described as a moment to prepare for, not to be prevented. That couldn't be right. So many other visions that she had read over the last 5 days were happy, describing moments of joy and love, like recording moments of light had been as important to Adura as predicting the darkness ahead of them. She had seen so much, but nothing connected or made sense yet. No one had organized the visions by date or subject or by descendant highlighted in the vision, so it was hard to make sense of them. After reading a dozen visions, Ellie decided the easiest way to organize was by descendant. She'd asked Alejandro for a labeler and was painstakingly clearing shelves and labeling them before placing a scroll in its new place. Despite the confusing organization, she was getting the bigger picture of both the past and the future. She had learned of Adura's guardian, how she had chosen a doctor after a successful surgery and brought him back to the Vale. Ellie sensed Adura's fear of the future, but she continued to make choices. She continued to live her life until she went missing. Alejandro handed her a label, and Ellie stuck it onto the side of the shelf. He'd shifted from door guard to organizational assistant after a day. He didn't seem to like boredom any more than she did. "Thank you," she said, setting the scroll down in the newly labeled spot. Adura. She had 3 scrolls so far, describing Adura's own future. None of them included her disappearing. Ellie signed to Alejandro. "You know you don't have to do this. You probably have a lot of other things to do." Alejandro shook his head. "This is the most productive I've been since they brought me here. I like to see things organized. It's satisfying." There was a pause as he picked up another scroll and handed it to her. "Are you looking for something specific? Do you want to know your own future?" Ellie already knew her future. She didn't look at the spot at the front of the shelves that was labeled with her own name. 3 scrolls. Darius had brought her own scroll here like he'd promised, and she'd found 2 others that described the Fenris attack on her family. Another saw her brother secreted away, but there was no record of her running into the forest or choosing Treadon as a guardian. Ellie hadn't been able to find a single vision that referenced Treadon. She'd found one of Abigail and several that spoke of Gabe, but nothing about the boy they had raised together. "I don't understand why Adura kept track of her visions like this," Ellie spoke aloud, as well as signed, her frustration coming through in her movements. How could someone who saw so much of the future not know that she was in danger? Why wouldn't she have seen that moment and tried to avoid it? Maybe the future is unavoidable, Alejandro said. He rubbed his chest like he had an old wound. That's hard to believe, she said. Look, I can affect the future right now. I can choose whether to pick up that scroll or that scroll. I am literally choosing the future. At this moment, either of those options are possible. That's not how the veil sees visions, he said. But isn't that exactly what hiding does? She said. Aren't they hiding to protect themselves when their future is already set? What's the point? I don't understand everything, he said. There is a lot of pain here. You saw the memorial at the rift? Yes. The cold feeling of dread returned that had filled her while looking at the last remnants of the Descendants and their guardians. We all fight for some kind of control, Alejandro said. Maybe this is theirs, but I am with you. I believe there are an infinite number of choices, and we are in control of what we do. But not always what happens because of it. Ellie dropped her eyes. If she could have Treadon as her guardian, she would. But she had a choice. He didn't have to die with her. Alejandro touched her arm, and Ellie realized he was standing close in the tight, dusty space. He reached up, and she felt the wet pressure as he wiped a tear from her cheek. She pulled back. I'm sorry if I'm giving you the wrong idea, but I can't choose a guardian. I am already connected to someone else. Alejandro dropped his hand and stepped back. My intuition says that we have a road to travel together. I feel drawn to you, but not like that. I'm sorry if I made you feel uncomfortable, but I understand your feelings. I also yearn for someone I am forever separated from. I am connected to them as much as I am connected to you, but in a different way. He paused and then signed again. Friends? He put his arms out. Ellie smiled and let herself be wrapped up in Alejandro's warm, comforting hug. Friends, she whispered the words as she nodded into his chest. She pulled back. And allies. Do you think you could help me get a message to someone on the outside? It will take me a few days, but I can program a cell phone that can get around the security. Alejandro took another scroll from the shelf and blew off the dust. As long as you promise not to be the one who betrays the veil. That's one vision I'm sure has nothing to do with me. Ellie turned back to the impossible task of sorting the information that had been neglected for so long. I don't need a cell phone to betray the veil. I need to tell someone the truth, even if I can't control the future. Chapter 28. Location: Triune Prison. Date: July 3rd. Gabriel Tuoer. Gabe spent time with the children in the yard, getting to know them. He wished he could do more for them, and had planned to try and be strong for them today, tell them stories, and make them laugh. He'd gotten to know a lot about them by listening to the sounds, his ear to the crack beneath the door. One of the children in Cell 3 had a leg injury, their steps slightly off in a small limp. Cell 5 had 2 boys with incredible whispering abilities. They'd learned to have a conversation while straightening the covers on their bed or sliding a chair across the room. Even he couldn't tell what they were saying, and he was sure the guards couldn't tell they were talking at all. And then there was Brexton. He'd told one of the guards his mom had tried to ship him a present, and he asked if they had the package for him. The guard had given him an extra long shock. Boots paused outside his door. There was a click as the lock disengaged. Gabe barely had enough time to pull himself away from where he'd been lying, with his ear to the space below the door. Your turn, soldier boy. There were 3 guards outside his cell. All 3 were solid, brawny, and menacing. Their faces showed no signs of smile wrinkles or forehead lines. Gabe stood and offered his hands. One of the guards stepped forward and put cuffs on his wrists. They were hefty cuffs, made of a cold black metal that chilled his skin. 1 guard led, 1 guard fell in step behind, and 1 guard held him by the elbow, the electric stick shoved into his ribs. This felt different than his usual trip to the yard. They took a different turn at the top of the stairs, and the guards led him to a small room with medical equipment, a gurney, and a reflective window. The guard pushed Gabe onto the gurney, tilted so he was in a sitting position. A guard secured his ankles as well as a strap across his thighs and shoulders. Another strap was placed over his waist, pinning his cuffed hands to his stomach to prevent any movement of his arms. "What is this?" he asked. He expected a shock of pain, but the guards looked to a light above the door. The light turned yellow. The guards backed out of the room without a word or an extra shock. Apparently in this room, he was expected to talk. That was more unnerving than getting a punishment. A woman with an emotionless face walked in. She wore a lab coat and carried a clipboard. "Were you a scientist in your past life, or do they just dress you up based on your assignment?" Gabe asked. The woman met his eyes. They were a deep black that did not match the light tone of her skin or the short blonde hair that played around her chin. "I'm a doctor like you were, Dr. Tuoer, but here they use my skills instead of ignoring them." The shock of her words hit his chest like a defibrillator. The air left his lungs, and his vision blurred. He'd almost forgotten about his life before he'd been chosen as Adora's guardian. It had been so long ago, and his skills as a surgeon had never been used once he bonded. There were times he had felt ignored, but he'd pushed those memories down, locked them away. Now, as the woman placed sensor nodes on his forehead and chest with cold fingers that brushed against his skin, he did remember. He'd been one of the leading surgeons in the development of organ transplants. It was so new then, there was a lot of failure. He'd been plagued by unsuccessful surgeries, but technology was growing so fast, and there was so much hope for the future of his medical patients. And then they'd brought in a woman for an emergency procedure. He remembered scrubbing his hands while the assistant helped him with the medical gown and gloves. But when he stepped into the room, the woman was alone, sitting on the surgery table. None of his assistants or colleagues had entered the room with him or were setting up for surgery. "I sent them away." The woman stood tall, imposing, and glowing with the backlight of the surgical lamps. "My name is Adora, and I seek a guardian." Gabe snapped back from his memory to a voice coming through some speakers. He was being observed by someone he couldn't see through the reflective glass, but the voice was all too familiar. "I hope you've enjoyed your accommodations so far." The voice of Vox was identifiable, even though the equipment was old and distorted the sound. His older brother, the investigative reporter, the one who always wanted to be the hero. Adora should have chosen him. The food could use some salt. Gabe hardly recognized his own voice. It felt weak and tired, scratchy through his unused vocal cords. He'd been given so much strength as a guardian that the loss of it left him shaking and cold. "I'll talk to the chef." "It's not Vox. It's not Vox." Gabe repeated the mantra in his head. His older brother was dead. He'd died helping him fight Caden Bachman, the very demon who possessed his brother's body now. "What is your purpose here? What are you doing with all these children?" Gabe struggled against his bonds, both to give Caden the show he was expecting and to test his own strength. He was helpless against the straps. "Relax." Vox's voice was playful, convincing. "We all have a purpose, a role to play in these last days. The children are the means to a greater end. They were born into this world to protect it, but with me, they will be the means of destroying it." The chill of the black handcuffs bit into Gabe's wrists. He felt dizzy and nauseous. The female doctor with the emotionless face stood next to him, writing on her clipboard. The scratching of the pen against paper grated on his nerves. "I have a few questions." Vox's voice reverberated around the room and knocked around inside Gabe's skull. "You came here of your own free will, remember? But I'm sure you're going to be less cooperative with the information I need. I understand. Really, I do. So many children that you've sworn to protect, and ordinary that has given you so much. The worst thing in the world would be to betray them all." Gabe gritted his teeth against the confusion, the noise, the weakness. "I won't. I can't." "Oh, but you can," Vox said, teasing. Gabe could almost see his older brother, when they were both young, poking him in the chest. "And you already know. You will. The only question is how much suffering you will cause before you do. There's nothing you can do to me." Gabe let his head fall back and stopped pulling against his bonds. "I believe you," Vox said, "but I'll enjoy seeing you squirm. We will see how long you can stand against me, Guardian. But your weakness is when others fall because of your mistakes." "You can't get to them," Gabe said, unable to resist one more pull against the straps. The handcuffs cut through his skin and bruised his bones. "The Unguarded are safe. Abigail is beyond your reach." "I wasn't talking about them," Vox said. "You have children right here that you've met. How long will you hold out when your stubbornness starts hurting them?" "No." Gabe closed his eyes against the light above him that shone down like a spotlight in a prison yard, catching him in its death glare. That's why they kept him with the children. That's why they had brought him here. He was going to betray the Unguarded outside or hurt the ones who had been trapped inside these walls with him. "Adura, please," Gabe pleaded, the words a whisper in the back of his parched throat. "What do you expect me to do? Is there no end to my failures?" "You are weaker than I expected," Vox said. "Hopefully, there will be no reason to hurt the others. You will tell me what I want to know in less than a week. I look forward to it." The next few days were a blur. Gabe was taken to the room once or twice a day. Each time was a round of questions. Sometimes they would give him a chance to answer, and sometimes there was no time to respond. "Where are the other Unguarded?" Vox's voice pleaded, like he wanted to help. "Tell me how to find the white dagger," Vox asked, like it was a secret he'd keep between the two of them. "I'll fight for you. I'll take you away from this place." Gabe kept his answers short when he could talk, and clenched his teeth against the electric waves of pain that shot through him when they didn't give him enough time. "Safe. Far away. I don't know. Not today." His answers didn't always make sense, but he felt peace each time they returned him to his cell. One day closer. One day more of keeping his promise to Adura, keep the dagger away from them as long as possible. But today was another chance to fail. The session started like normal. The lady doctor, the scratching pen, the bright light, his brother's voice, but the questions were different. "How long have you been a guardian?" Vox asked, a question he could answer without betraying anyone. "Over 60 years. Gabe felt strength flow into him, a breath of fresh air, a clearing of his head. Instead of pain, they were giving him access to his energy. When the sensation was pulled away, he couldn't help leaning forward, craving more. "How many Unguarded have you taken to the Veil?" Another truth he could offer, although this one brought a sharp pang of sadness. "None. There are no Unguarded at the Veil." Another rush of energy. He gasped with the taste of it, his handcuffs chilled to freezing, burning his skin, but his strength stayed. He pulled against the straps. This time the bed shuddered, the wheel squeaking against the brakes. Vox laughed, his friendly older brother laugh. The strength ebbed away, and Gabe sagged against the cot, breathing like he'd sprinted a mile. "What was the final vision of Adura?" Vox asked in a curious, friendly tone. Gabe longed to share a secret with his brother. "What did she see?" "I don't know." The shock of pain that hit him felt twice as strong. The voice got louder, like Vox had leaned in closer to the microphone. "You have the answers, Gabriel Tuoer. You were the scribe." "She stopped showing them to me." Gabe couldn't even stop his tongue if he wanted. He was grateful the question could be answered honestly. "A week before she disappeared? Before you took her? She wrote the scrolls herself. She only gave me directions to deliver them at certain dates and times, as if each one held the key to the future." Gabe gasped as a wave of energy flowed through him. He had clarity of senses, heard the woman beside him, sensed the man in the next room. He knew how to help one person, how to send a message that could save many more before he broke under the pressure. He locked that one thought in his head, a plan. He pulled against the straps, and the one around his waist broke. The bed bent beneath him. His shoulders fought against the upper strap as he reached out, grabbing for the doctor with her damned clipboard. The doctor stepped out of reach, without a hitch in her writing. The energy was sucked from him again, like soda through a straw. He sagged back against the gurney. His arms felt like lead. His lungs lost the capacity to rise. "You're doing great," Vox said. "I'm proud of you." A brotherly pat on the shoulder. "Now, where are the other Unguarded?" "I don't know." A wave of pain. But Gabe was almost beyond feeling. "Where is the white dagger?" "Safe," Gabe said. "It's safe. Pity," Vox said. "We'd been doing so well." There was a click like the microphone had been disconnected. The light above his head flickered. The doctor left the room, and a new presence entered. A woman stepped through the door, tall and regal. She wore a long silver dress that fit to perfection, and her hair was pulled back, highlighting the strong lines of her face and her striking blue eyes. "Adura." Gabe couldn't stop the sting of tears. "I've looked for you for so long." "Where have you been?" "I've been waiting for you." It was her voice, her face, the same look she would give him when she was waiting for him to catch on. "This is where you were always meant to be. Come, trust me, everything is going to be okay." He didn't see her undo his straps, but he felt the pressure fall away. He was free, except for the cuffs still cold against his raw wrists. He stood, obeying her command, even knowing, while she stood there, that it wasn't her, couldn't be her. In all their conversations as guardian and descendant, she'd never once said everything was going to be okay. The real Adura never believed that. He stumbled, and his elbow caught one of the counters where the medical tools lay. She didn't reach out to steady him. She didn't touch him at all, whatever she was. This apparition, or reincarnation of his descendant, she didn't see him slip the surgical knife up the sleeve of his jumpsuit. Chapter 29. Location: The Sanctuary. Date: July 7th. Treadon Nelson. "You're fast," Paige said, "but you hold back." She'd been working with Treadon in an underground room that had a weapons rack on one side and 2 circular sparring rings in the center. There was a loose schedule and a sign-up sheet on the door, but other than that, there wasn't a lot of structure. "I'm not trying to hurt you," Treadon said. "It might help if you were." Paige was tall for 10, but scrawny. She bounced with constant energy and never had a shortage of smart remarks. She also seemed to be the only one in the sanctuary with time for him. Abigail came for meals, but spent most of her time scouring the map. She hadn't found any sign of Gabe, but she kept saying it was a big world, and there were a lot of places she hadn't checked. Rachel disappeared into the lower levels with Sebastian each morning. Treadon had gone down with them twice, but staring at the computer screen for 2 hours was about all he could take. Sebastian was working on opening a back door into a satellite that was associated with the Triune. Treadon wished he could be helpful in that area, but computers weren't his specialty. The problem was, he didn't have a specialty. Even Selena left through the walls at her leisure, despite Sebastian's complaints. She was on a mission to find Gabe as well. Treadon wasn't sure what would happen if she found him first. "I'll try harder." Treadon lifted the katana he'd taken from the weapons rack. Paige had been training since she could walk. She also had the ability to turn the air in front of her into a solid shield. He knew he couldn't hurt her. She was faster than him, despite his ability to read her intentions. She had skills. It was humbling. He'd had to swallow his pride when Paige asked if he wanted to practice with her, but it was better than going crazy, waiting around while everyone else was busy. She showed him a 3-step offense: parry, twist, jab. He practiced until his body moved before his mind told him what to do. "Good!" Paige shook out her hands. He'd hit her shield hard enough, it jarred him to his bones. He must have hit hard enough for her to feel the effects too. "You're getting better." "I don't stand a chance, do I?" Treadon said, looking down at the practiced katana. He felt a lump in his throat. He'd been too close to the edge of emotion the last few days, learning just how far behind he was. Ellie needed the best guardian there was to protect her against the Triune. Maybe she'd been right to leave him behind, but he didn't want to believe it. He wanted to prove his worth, so when she was ready to make the right decision, it would be him. "You survived a direct attack by a possessed and fought off a pack of Fenris." Paige put her hands on her hips. "You've got more experience than me, and you're still breathing. Give yourself some credit." "Thanks, kid." He couldn't help smiling at Paige. Her compliment lifted him out of the dark. His phone buzzed, and Treadon dropped his katana. He'd kept his phone on him out of habit, but there hadn't been any service down here since they arrived. He pulled the phone from his pocket and saw unknown number. It was almost midnight. He hadn't realized how late they'd practiced. Treadon answered. Hello? The voice on the other end was tinny and full of static, but he recognized it immediately. He was speechless for a moment.
Treadon, is that you?
Ellie? Treadon pushed the phone against his face, like that would somehow make the connection better. How are you calling me? How are you doing? Is everything okay? He thought he heard a stifled sob.
It's so good to hear your voice.
You too. His fingers trembled against the phone, and he wiped his sweaty palm against his sweats. Tell me everything. Sebastian won't be too happy, Paige said. He has all the electronics shut down. You won't tell him, will you? He asked. Paige made the lip-zipping motion and walked away.
Are you in a safe place?
Ellie asked. Yeah, we can talk. Treadon put the katana back on the weapons rack and sat in the corner of the room on the floor. He thought about trying to make it to the surface to get better reception, but he didn't want to lose her in the elevator. He wasn't sure he could get her back. Things are boring here. No word about Gabe, and I've just been practicing swordplay with a 10-year-old.
You're hard to hear, but it sounds like you're fighting kids. Is that right?
Treadon huffed a laugh. That about sums it up. Tell me about you. Where are you at?
The Veil is along the coast somewhere. Probably Oregon, but it is pretty well hidden. I'm not exactly sure where we are.
Are you safe? Treadon asked.
Yes, but I've been studying the visions of Adura. There are so many, and they don't always make sense. I actually have more questions than answers. Bad things are going to happen, and I can't stop them. But in case anything happens to me, I wanted you to know I lied.
Lied about what? Treadon asked. Her words were lost in the static. Say that again? I couldn't hear you.
You would be an amazing guardian,
Ellie said.
I don't regret my choice.
Treadon felt a rise of anger and doubt at the same time. He hated that the call wasn't clearer. He hated that she wasn't in front of him where he could touch her face and look into her eyes. Why? Why are we in two different places?
Because I can't change the future,
Ellie said.
And thanks to Adura, I know what that future holds. It's better this way. But I wanted you to know how hard it is for me.
Better this way? Treadon asked. His legs tingled from sitting on the hard floor, but he kept his eyes closed. He leaned his head against the stone wall of the training room. He missed the sun. He missed Ellie. He missed feeling useful. How can you say that?
Because,
she said, a large crackle accentuating her words.
I know what happens to me, and I don't want that fate for you. I've been studying the prophecies, but they weren't recorded in any kind of order, and some of her words are so vague, while others are so incredibly specific. They convinced my parents that I should be sent away, but didn't warn them of the attack.
Treadon understood most of it, but the poor connection made him concentrate so hard he was getting a headache. Have you read them all?
I don't think so.
Ellie's voice went quiet, like she'd covered the mouthpiece.
Hold on, I'm trying.
What was that? He asked.
That's Jarren. He's wondering if Rachel is close by.
Is Jarren there too? Rachel's in bed, or in the basement with Sebastian. She's made some progress with the laptop.
That's good.
Ellie sighed.
We can't talk long, but Alejandro gave me this number. It goes to an old pager, and I can get texts. A few words. That way, we at least can know that we can contact each other if we need to.
I miss you. Treadon squeezed the phone with both hands.
I wish you were here.
Ellie sounded like she meant it, and Treadon felt a knot loosen in his chest.
How's your mom?
She's okay, he said, then thought again. She's struggling. We haven't found Gabe, but she won't give up. I'm afraid he's gone, just like his descendant. But I don't know how much longer I can sit here and do nothing.
Someone's coming,
Ellie said.
We're out of time. I'll try to call again.
The line went dead. The silence on the other end was painful. Treadon felt like he'd been doused with a bucket full of cold water. He pressed his palms against his eyes so hard that he saw flashes of white. Ellie. She wanted him to know that she didn't regret choosing him, but she had still left him behind. He still regretted not being the guardian she needed. He stumbled back down the hall and made his way through the main underground courtyard. Abigail came rushing out of her room. There were dark circles under her eyes. Her hair was a mess, with a dozen loose strands like she'd rubbed her head in frustration 1,000 times. Her eyes were wide. She almost ran into Treadon before she saw him. "What is it?" Treadon asked. His throat constricted as he thought about the possibilities. "Did you find Gabe?"
"No,"
Abigail said.
"it isn't Gabe, but there's another Unguarded on the map. We're too far away to help before Caden gets to them first."
"I'll go. It'll give me something to do." Abigail shook her head.
"You can't face the Triune without Gabe, and the light is too far away. You'd never make it. I promised Gabe I wouldn't send you. You're not ready."
He flinched, the words smarting. Where are they? Everyone else was in bed. He hadn't seen Selena, and most of the residents here were kids anyways. He didn't want Abigail to watch another descendant disappear. Gabe would have wanted him to try, even if he didn't believe he could succeed. The helplessness and strain in his mom's face hurt worse than her words.
"By the ocean, somewhere in northern Oregon,"
Abigail said.
"over a 15-hour drive."
Treadon appreciated that his mom focused on the problem of time and not his inability to accomplish the task. He hated feeling helpless, and Abigail seemed to understand that, relate to it. The coast? Ellie had just told him she was somewhere along the west coast. The Vale hadn't been involved before, but they'd saved Jarren and Rachel from the house fire. They were enemies of the Triune. Ellie might be able to convince them to help one more person. Maybe we can get someone else to help. He pulled out his phone. Ellie had said in an emergency. She probably hadn't expected it to come the same night she'd called, but if this wasn't an emergency, he didn't know what was.
Chapter 30. Location: Vale of the Descendants. Date: July 7th. Jarren, Calavan.
The light of the moon spread out across the ocean, like a pathway to the horizon, and the cool spray of salt water splashed against Jarren's face. He sat on the edge of an outcropping of rock, near the bottom of a cliff, hundreds of feet below the opening that led to the Vale. He couldn't look at a computer screen for another second. So after dinner in the cafeteria, he'd slipped away from Ellie as she headed back to the vision room and climbed down the slippery face of the cliff. To get away. He'd searched the Vale database, only to discover that their reach of information exceeded even what Xander Calavan had in the basement of XC Energy. The Vale tracked every news station across the globe, every business announcement, every patent application, and every medical breakthrough. It wasn't a lack of information, but a powerful wave of knowledge that threatened to drown him. If only he had a better idea of what to search for, where to find hints about the Triune, where they could be, why they had burned down Calavan Mansion, why he was broken. But the database didn't cough up information like a search engine. He couldn't type in, "why an Unguarded can't bond," and get a medical page about symptoms and home remedies. He heard a scraping sound above him and the plink of pebbles as they were displaced. His body stiffened. The cliff was pretty sheer, and he'd used his abilities to find the right handholds. He imagined the Fenris surrounding him on the rocks, moving like trolls from the movie Willow. "Am I interrupting anything?" Hamari's face came into view as she climbed around an outcropping to his left. She wore climbing shoes, a chalk bag, and a carabiner with rope strung through it. She hung casually from one hand, her short black hair sticking out from under her headgear. "Yes, you are interrupting." Jarren pulled a loose rock from the cliff and tossed it hard. It cut through a wave. "I thought I'd found a quiet place to explore my existential crisis." Hamari snorted. "There are safer places to deal with inner conflict than the side of a cliff. The ocean isn't very friendly when it slams into the rocks below us. I've seen waves hit so hard they can splash water through the cave opening. I'd hate to see you get caught out here when one of those babies hit." "You came because you were worried about me?" Jarren asked. "I'm Dutched and a little bit creeped out." "Never had a stalker before?" She batted her eyelashes sarcastically. "I'm ashamed to admit." Jarren paused, finger to his chin in a thinking gesture. "No. Despite all of my charms and good looks, I have failed to attract obsessive people." He glanced sideways at her. "Until now." Hamari readjusted her rope into another clip. Balancing against the outcropping he sat on, as casually as a fan, leaning against a bleacher step. "Anyone ever tell you you give yourself way too much credit?" "No?" He looked out over the mostly calm ocean. The waves still crashed into the cliff below him with a sloshing roar. "Actually, one girl likes to remind me of that all the time." "And where is she? Sounds like I'd like her." She shifted so that her back was to the cliff and she could look up at the sky full of stars. Jarren followed her gaze. The stars were breathtaking, even though the moon shone bright enough to dull some of them out. "You'd be jealous." She's pretty amazing. Yeah, Hamari said. Why didn't you choose her as a guardian, instead of coming here alone? I tried, he said. There's something wrong with me, and I came here to see if I could figure out what it was. She wasn't invited, and now you know that I'm not worth the effort. You could stalk me, and maybe even make me like it, but I can't ever give you what you want. Hamari moved quickly, one hand striking out and hitting his shoulder. Jarren had to grab for a handhold as he slipped off his small perch. What was that for? That's for assuming the only reason I would stalk you is because you're an Unguarded, and I want you to choose me as a guardian. This close to the ocean, the side of the cliff was slimy and slick. He had to shift some of the rocks around so he could climb back up and get his balance. Hamari watched him with a half-smile on her face. You could have killed me, he said, checking a small scratch from his fall as it healed. I know what you are, she said. I know that Darius brought the two of you to bond with Alejandro and me. But he never asked us what we wanted. That doesn't mean I'm going to disobey orders and let you out of my sight. You have orders to watch me? Darius is always worried about the safety of the veil, she said. And he isn't going to let two strangers in without setting precautions in place. So you're my babysitter? Hamari rolled her eyes. At least that helps quench any romantic notions you're having. Me? He said. I wasn't tempted in the least. Like I said, my heart has already been claimed. He placed a hand over his chest, like he'd been shot with an arrow. And I'm an independent soul, Hamari said. And I have standards. My fingers are losing feeling. Want to race to the top? Now you're speaking my language. Jarren climbed freestyle up the side of the cliff, finding weaknesses in the rocks and creating handholds that hadn't been there before. But Hamari had skill and practice and gear on her side. She moved fast, and he found keeping up with her a challenge. He felt alive for the first time in days. Hamari pulled ahead when Jarren's path was blocked with a sheer, slippery surface. She was following a pre-planned route with the carabiners. He hadn't been looking ahead, but he wasn't about to lose. He took a flying leap and grabbed hold of the edge of the opening to the veil. His fingers slipped, and before he could reach for the earth to catch him, a hand grabbed his wrist and pulled him up. His feet reveled in the feel of the solid ground as Hamari climbed over the edge, a second behind him. Cheaters never prosper, Hamari growled as she stood up but froze when she saw who had helped Jarren. Darius stood like a glowing god in the moonlight. What are you doing up? Jarren asked. Don't old people go to bed early? It's like 1 a.m. I found some information about you, and I thought you'd want it as soon as possible. Darius lifted a manila folder he held in one hand. It's your medical history. It was buried pretty deep. I don't think Xander wanted anyone to find out what happened to you. You've been researching me? Jarren asked. You came here for answers, Darius said. It was the least I could do. What did you find? The most suspicious thing is the surgery you had when you were 10, Darius said. What do you remember about the brain tumor you had removed? I don't remember anything, Jarren said. I wasn't awake. Do you remember a difference, Darius said, between how you felt before and how you felt after? Jarren was ready with another sarcastic retort, but the memory of the hospital, waking up alone, the cold confusion he'd felt all came back to him, hitting him like a rock in the back of the head. I didn't feel good. I don't remember a lot, just that the world felt dull, quieter, like I was wearing earplugs. Darius nodded. And your father was already the head of XC Energy? Yeah. So he was already working with the Triune. Darius slapped the manila folder against his leg like he was thinking. He wasn't possessed yet, Jarren said, feeling defensive and not knowing why. He was still himself, the worst version of himself in those days, but he got better. He was my dad. Darius nodded, looking at the ground. He took a deep breath through his nose. I can't confirm it, but I suspect that Xander Calivan turned you over to the Triune for an experiment. He knew you were an unguarded descendant because he'd been asked to be a guardian. How did you know about that? Jarren asked. My mom only told me a few weeks ago. I told you before, Darius said. Information is our greatest defense here. We are gathering everything we can so we can be ready. Jarren reached up and touched the back of his head. So you're saying my own father allowed the Triune to experiment on my brain? Selena said they would never have let me go if they got their hands on me. It's only a theory, Darius said. The medical records check out as getting a tumor removed, but the medical facility no longer exists. I do have to agree that it would be strange for the Triune to experiment on you and then leave you to live a normal life. Jarren swallowed the bitter taste that rose in the back of his throat. His fingers closed on the clod of dirt he'd dislodged when he'd jumped. The grains of earth dug into his palm. I want to help fight the Triune. They took my dad from me. They took my abilities from me for years, and they burned my house while Rachel and I were still in it. I can't sit here and do nothing. I don't believe in going on the offensive. We gather information. We stay one step ahead of them, but leaving the safety of the Veil would undo all that I have done. All my work would be for nothing, and the Triune would get what they've always wanted. I will not risk my fellow descendants. What about Gabe? Jarren asked. You left the Veil to find Gabe. Like I said, the safety of the Veil is our top priority. Gabe took some important visions when he left. Ones I wasn't able to record. Gabe is my one blind spot. He betrayed the Veil and all that we stand for. I don't know when. There are some hints in the visions that, in the end, it will be Gabe who betrays us all. Finding Gabe was worth leaving the Veil. But what if he's already betrayed us? He hasn't. Not yet. Adura saw his fall. But he has fought his nature from the very beginning. He doesn't trust me, but I want to help him avoid becoming the man Adura saw in her visions, and that means Gabe giving up his freedom. Before Jarren could respond, Ellie rushed up to them from the direction of the library. There's an Unguarded nearby. How do you know? Darius asked. I'm a descendant of life, Ellie said. I can sense when others are near. How far? Darius asked. About 20 miles. He shook his head. It could be a trap, and I've just finished explaining the importance of safety to your friend. Caden Bachman is collecting Unguarded, and we know he will be there soon. I will not risk the Descendants. The Unguarded are Descendants, Ellie said. Aren't we morally obligated to help our own? We cannot risk exposing ourselves and everything we've built here for one person. Would you ask someone else to die for you? Is your life worth more than theirs? We will stay where it is safe. I will not risk the Veil. Darius turned and walked away. Ellie let out a frustrated breath of air. We can't just sit here. Alejandro had followed Ellie across the open area. He tapped her on the shoulder. Jarren couldn't tell what he was saying, but a wide grin spread across Hamari's face. What? Jarren asked. Alejandro and I are both sick of doing nothing but training, Hamari said. The Descendants may not be willing to help, but we are, and we know a way out. Chapter 31. Location: Triune Prison. Date: July 7th. Gabriel Tuoer. The guard shoved Gabe out into the recreation yard without waiting for him to get his footing. He stumbled on the edge of the concrete slab and went down on one knee. The kids gathered around him, and small hands touched his shoulders and back, lifting and helping. He got to his feet and slid onto the bench near the table that held the chessboard. One of the youngest girls sat next to him. She couldn't have been older than 9. She smiled at him, and Gabe felt a piece of his heart break. He felt so weak, hopeless, angry. He couldn't imagine how this young girl was dealing with her situation. But each face he looked into had a spark of hope, the strength of youth. He could see each one of them as the descendants they were, despite their humble clothes, the dirt on their faces, and the exhaustion in their eyes. Why are you here? The girl asked, patting his back. Usually they only take kids, and you're old. Gabe didn't know how to answer. He was here to betray them all. He was here to either give up the location of the dagger or watch each of them suffer because of him. Are you here to help us? It was an older boy, 11 or 12. He can't help us, said another. Look, he's worse off than us. The experiments don't usually work on adults. This statement came from Brexton. He hovered close to the edge of the circle, protecting the other children. Gabe turned. What experiments? What happened to the adults? Brexton touched the back of his head. The insert lets them control our energy. They can keep us from accessing our energy and knowledge unless they decide to give us a small taste. I've felt it, Gabe said. They've tried it on bonded Descendants? You're the first adult to wake up. Brexton picked a pebble off the ground and tossed it between his hands. I overheard one of the guards say that the failed experiments had been sent to a waiting place. The doctors were frustrated and mad for a while, but then they decided it was better. They started collecting us like stamps. He waved his hands at the other kids, who were all gathered around, listening. I'm sorry. Gabe leaned on the table because he didn't quite have the strength to stand. He could still see Adura's face as she leaned in close and whispered that everything would be okay. He'd known it was a figment of his imagination. Adura never said things would be okay. She understood the sacrifice and pain so many people would experience. She had mourned, even while he transcribed her prophecies. What are you going to do about it? This was from a short girl who had stayed on the outskirts of the group, next to Brexton. She had one hand on her hip and her head tilted in an impatient pose. I'll do whatever I can, but I'm afraid that anything I do will make things worse for you. Nothing's worse than doing nothing, another voice said from the crowd. Several heads nodded. These children had been raised to be warriors, and even an implant in their head couldn't root that out of them. The girl next to Gabe leaned against him. She seemed to melt as he let his arm wrap around her, giving her a comforting squeeze, even though it took all his strength. I'm scared. I know. I want to help you, each of you, but right now, I can only help one of you, and it may make things harder. Can you help me do that? Nods went around the circle, with several kids glancing at the security camera. They don't let us talk like this for long. They'll cut our time short. Brexton glared at Gabe. Footsteps sounded from the corridor. I need everyone to get through the door and block the guards. Brexton and I are going to stay behind. I know you might get punished, but I need as much time as you can give me. The lock clicked and the door opened. Gabe didn't even have time to offer any kind of reassurance before they swarmed to the door, pushing the guards back and crowding into the hallway. The last one out was the girl who had sat beside him. She swished her ponytail and gave Gabe a thumbs up before pushing the back of the kid in front of her to clear the threshold. Gabe slammed the door behind them and used several chess pieces as wedges under the door. It wouldn't provide much delay, but hopefully the kids could hold their own for a few minutes. Brexton folded his arms, a scowl on his face. What do you need me for? I need to get you out of here. It's impossible. Brexton pointed at his head. They'll shut me off. Even if I could get out, I wouldn't know where to go. I'll get the insert out and put directions in your mind. You'll have your own knowledge after that. Get away. Fast. I can't get the insert out. Not by yourself. Gabe pulled the surgical knife out from under his sleeve. But if you trust me, I can give you a chance. He looked down. It will hurt. Brexton looked between Gabe and the knife, his eyes narrowing as he considered. His jaw flexed, and his gaze hardened. And where will I go? I'll give you 2 locations, one for a motorcycle, and one for the sanctuary. It's where the other Unguarded are. You'll have to run once you get over the fence, but with the insert gone, I think you'll have the strength. How far? I'm not sure. I can't tell from in here. Do you know how to ride? There was a slam against the door as yells continued in the hallway. There isn't much time to decide. If you don't want to try, I understand. Brexton looked at the door, and Gabe saw that the hesitation wasn't for himself, but for the children he was about to leave behind. I'll do what I can for them. Brexton sat on the bench, exposing the back of his neck. Do it. Gabe's hand shook for an instant as he held the surgical knife, but then he was back in the hospital, in his scrubs. He touched Brexton's head and passed him the locations in his mind, the same way he had with Abigail. Then he pressed the scalpel into the back of Brexton's neck. A tremor ran through his body as the knife cut into the skin. He went limp, but the shock only caused a temporary pain in Gabe. The shock was meant to be internal, so there would be a way for the surgeon to extract an implant if something went wrong. The noise in the hall increased. More shouting, more footsteps. The children were doing a great job of keeping the guards at bay. He could tell by the sounds that they'd formed a barricade, but more soldiers were coming. Gabe slid the surgical knife along the scar. The skin split open. He wished he had more tools, more time to sanitize, but he only had so much to work with. He spread the skin with his fingers and pressed his sleeve against the wound. With the blood soaking into the cloth of his jumpsuit, he pulled back enough to shove homemade chopsticks into the wound. Brexton had been the earliest recipient of the implant, and Gabe had been able to tell his was closest to the surface. Many of the other children's implants had been implanted deeper under the scalp. This was another reason it had to be Brexton. Gabe couldn't have gotten any of the other implants out without causing more damage. He felt the pressure against the chopsticks and pulled. A black sliver of stone the size of a vitamin pill came out. Brexton's body jerked and then lay still as the implant came free. There was another slam against the door. Several children cried out. They were running out of time. Gabe tried to lift Brexton into a sitting position. Brexton wasn't large or heavy, but he was tall, and Gabe was so weak. He could hardly lift the boy's torso off of the table. This next part depended on Brexton being able to access his descendant DNA. Now that the implant was gone, Gabe needed him to wake up. Now. There was a small faucet where the children could get water to drink or wash their hands, but the stream that came out was barely a trickle. Gabe couldn't get Brexton to the water. He put his hands under the faucet and let the trickle fill his cupped palms. He tossed the water, and a few droplets landed on Brexton's face. Damn. 3 slams against the door. He'd hoped it wouldn't come to this, but they were out of time. He pulled Brexton's head up by the hair and slapped him. It wasn't hard. He was too weak for a hard slap, but it was sharp enough that his own palm stung. Brexton jerked up, shoving Gabe in the chest and jumping to his feet like he'd been given smelling salts. Gabe wanted to sob in relief, but they weren't done yet. Everything those kids were risking, everything they would suffer for this. I have to get you over the fence. I can't believe it. Brexton looked at his hands, flexing his fingers. I feel good. Like I can breathe for the first time in years. Let's see how high you can jump. Gabe's hands shook as he pointed. Use me as a jumping board. Gabe positioned himself, bracing against one of the poles that served as a basketball hoop. The fence was 3 stories high. If they timed it right, Gabe hoped he could give Brexton a little extra push. Brexton filled his lungs, looking back at the door. Take care of them. I'll do everything I can. Gabe hated the emptiness of his promise. When you get there, tell them they aren't safe anymore. Tell them to run before I give up their location. Brexton nodded. Then he took 3 steps back, bent his knees, and ran toward Gabe. At the last second, he jumped, planting a foot on Gabe's back. Gabe focused all of his anger and desperation into his legs as he pushed up, a low scream of effort escaping from him as he provided Brexton with as much momentum as he could give. The door slammed open behind him. 6 electric batons hit the ground, and Gabe felt the shock of it lock his muscles in place. Brexton's weight was gone. Gabe didn't see what happened as his vision blurred, and the ground raced up to meet him. Part 3. Heroes of Old. My test proved successful. No one can know. Not even Gabriel, although he suspects. Telling someone the right thing at the right time shifts my view of the future, changes what happens. I have so much work to do, and now that I've seen my own future, I have so little time. I've seen the descendant that carries the keys to the edge of eternity. I have 2 options: save her life, or sacrifice her for the good of all the descendants of angels. That age-old question of good and evil. Do I save 1 soul or 1,000 futures? Each of us has a role to play. I am the tipping point, the butterfly wing, the rudder on the ship of life. I am captain. I used to believe my visions were a curse, showing me a future that was set in stone. Now I know they are a map, and I must decide which direction to turn the wheel. I realize now I am the monster. He sees the change in me, suspects I do not have the same goal as before. We've been by each other's side for so long, but I've seen how far he will fall, and nothing I've done has changed his fate. It is irreversible, almost like his will is more powerful than all my visions. His truth is firmer than my own foundation. I don't want to fight him, but I can't let him win. Tomorrow is my last day. I've done all I can, set all things into motion. I should have told him more, but each time I form the words, the future changes, and I cannot risk that. Not for 1,000 forgivenesses, not for a single goodbye. From The Visions of Adura. Chapter 32. Location: The Sanctuary. Date: July 8th. Rachel Sampaio. Rachel paced along the wall, looking at the maps and connections Sebastian had created. There had to be something here, enough information to give them a hint. The Triune weren't invisible. They had to have a place where they took the Unguarded, where Caden Bachman conducted business. Sebastian estimated over $7 billion had been siphoned off to the Triune, from companies like XE Energy, but where had that money gone? Where were they hiding? "I think I found a way in," Sebastian said. "Once I run this program, I should have access to the satellite feed." "How long?" "About 4 hours." Rachel nodded, even though it felt like an eternity. She sat back down at her laptop and entered a few more searches. She'd been looking for news about the Calavan Mansion fire, and again found nothing about the destruction of one of the largest homes in LA. The Triune had a way of covering their tracks, but they rarely made the crime just disappear. From what Rachel could tell, they used those stories to inspire a cooperative nature from the companies they controlled. After a fourth search that returned nothing, Rachel bit her lip and decided to try another tactic. She typed Jarren Calavan into the search bar. His social media links came up, followed by several high school football articles. On page 5 of the search, she saw an article that made her catch her breath. The link was for a conspiracy theory website, one that probably attracted more extremists than the Capitol building invasion, but she recognized the author, Gabriel Tuoer. Experimental tests on ethical surgery on children. In the summary, Rachel saw Jarren's name listed among children who had gone under the knife of some fake medical research foundation. Vox had still been fighting in his own way, those 20 years in hiding. Rachel's mouse hovered over the link, but before she could click, a red light flashed and an alarm blared through the room. Sebastian straightened. "That's the proximity alarm. Someone's coming." They both bolted for the door and had to untangle themselves as they tried to open it and get through quickly. They made it to the main floor and met Treadon. "Are we under attack?" Treadon asked. "I hope not," Sebastian said. "We aren't ready for something like that." Treadon, Rachel, and Sebastian rode up the elevator in silence. Rachel was impressed by the technology the Unguarded were using other than this ancient elevator. She wanted it to move faster than this aggravating turtle pace. Beneath the salt flats, Sebastian and Gabe had set up an intricate system combining Descendant abilities and modern technology that cast a full sphere perimeter. That meant they could detect movement underground, on the surface, and in the air. The salt flats were a good location for this device. If they'd been in a forest or even under the ocean, the perimeter alarm would be going off constantly with animals or other living things. But here, in the ancient once salty sea, there was very little life. Even the seagulls rarely flew out this far. When the perimeter alarm went off, it meant someone wasn't where they were supposed to be. The elevator dinged like a low battery alarm. Rachel had a sword in one hand and a flail in the other. Gabe had trained her on both since the fight at XE Energy. They were her weapons of choice. Treadon had a whip and a short sword. It was like he wanted to keep his enemy at a distance and never used the sword. They were effective weapons against the Fenris, but if they'd been found by possessed, he wouldn't last long. Rachel shivered as she remembered the man who held a gun on her and Jarren in the alley. It seemed like ages ago. Vox had come to their rescue, killing the body with a crowbar in the back. She wished Vox were still around. So much knowledge and research had been lost. He'd been a good man, and Gabe had been different after Vox died. Broodier, if that was possible. The doors opened, and Treadon stepped out first. Rachel followed, and they spread out, walking at an angle away from the shack. Sebastian stayed in the doorway of the elevator, the way they had planned, so if anything went wrong, he could shut the doors and keep the sanctuary safe. If the enemy had breached the perimeter, Rachel wasn't sure how much good it would do to shut the elevator doors. They'd be trapped down there, unable to come out without facing the Fenris or the possessed. At least they'd have time to regroup. Rachel and Treadon would give them as much time as they could. The sun was low on the west horizon. The wind whipped Rachel's hair into her face, and the salt hit her skin. There was the general roar of the wind as it swirled around the shack. But then there was another sound. Lower. Getting louder. A small black dot appeared on the horizon. Something was flying across the salt flats toward them. She lifted her hand to block the sun, shading her eyes so she could see more clearly. It was her ears that recognized the sound first. A motor. A loud motor. The shape got closer. A motorcycle. It's Gabe. Rachel was sure of it. The motorcycle was more familiar the closer it got. Treadon shook his head and held up his weapons. That's not how Gabe drives, but I do think it's his motorcycle. Treadon's words were hard and crisp, louder than they should be against the wind and the rising roar of the motorcycle. He was right. The rider was unsure, tipping and swerving unnecessarily. The bike wasn't coming straight at them. It was weaving and rocking, barely staying in control across the salt and puddles. The rider wasn't Gabe. "Do you think a possessed stole his bike?" Rachel asked. "I don't think that's an enemy either. The driving is too desperate." Treadon started forward, putting more space between him and Sebastian, standing in the doorway of the shack. Rachel kept pace with him, but this time, they came closer together, both focused on a single point, the growing shape of the motorcycle. Rachel knew Treadon was right, but she couldn't squash the hope that somehow the rider on that bike was Gabe Tuoer, and he was coming to make everything right. The rider had no helmet, no leather, no riding equipment. Sandy blonde hair blew wildly. Treadon put up his hand as a command to stop, but the motorcycle didn't slow down. Rachel lifted the flail and sword, crouching slightly, preparing to jump if the motorcycle swerved toward her. It did, but not on its wheels. The bike hit one of the tire ruts they'd made with the car, and the rider lost control. The bike went down on its side, pinning the rider's leg and sliding across the salt toward Rachel. Treadon pulled her to the side, the wheels barely missing Rachel's knees. The motorcycle slid to a stop against a pile of salt built up from a meteor-like trail dug into the earth. There was no movement. Rachel stepped forward. Treadon moved with her, and together they lifted the bike. It was a teenager, not a possessed. At least, he didn't look possessed. His features weren't waxy, and his face was twisted in pain. The sandy blonde hair was caked with salt, and the right side of his arm was bloodied from the crash. His hand twitched, and he groaned. Rachel knelt down beside him. "Wait! Make sure there aren't others!" Sebastian yelled from the shack. Treadon checked the horizon. He's alone. He wasn't driving like someone was chasing him. He was driving like he wasn't sure he could make it. Rachel admired Treadon's ability to understand people, but she always wondered how much more he knew about her than he let on. Did he see her insecurities? Did he see when she felt despair? She hated the idea that she couldn't be strong on the outside when he could see through to her heart. "You're irritated with me." Treadon hesitated beside her, like he sensed her tension. Rachel laughed. "You read my mind." "Sorry." "It's not you." Rachel held the boy's hand as Treadon lifted the bike off the boy's legs. "It's part of being human. Do you recognize him?" Treadon shook his head. "I've never seen him before." "He has a deep cut on the back of his head. There's blood on his jumpsuit, but the cut is almost healed." "There's blood in his hair, too. He's been through a lot." The boy groaned and tried to roll over. Treadon put a steadying hand on his shoulder. The kid cried out in pain, but even as Rachel watched, some of the wounds closed up. "He's a descendant, an unguarded. Let's get him inside." Treadon pulled the boy to his unsteady feet. Rachel and Treadon supported him with an arm over each shoulder. He was exhausted and dirty. His hands shook. His legs didn't want to hold his weight. "Can you tell me your name?" Rachel asked. "Brexton. My name is Brexton." Several hours later, Rachel stared at the data streaming across her screen. Brexton had been able to tell them his name, but then had lost consciousness. Sebastian had only huffed a little about security as they brought him down the elevator. Abigail and Paige had taken Brexton to a medical room on the main floor. Rachel liked to keep busy, so she'd slipped away to examine the data Sebastian had downloaded through the back door. There was so much. How would they ever sort through it? There was information on over 1,000 small tech startup companies, all of which had found success within 3 years of being formed into a company. The finances for XC Energy, which Rachel had combed through first, all seemed like legal, reasonable business transactions. She needed to narrow down what she was looking for. She wasn't sure why she thought there would be some obvious accounting trail leading to the person who was behind Xander Calivan's death. Someone knocked on the door. Sebastian stuck his head in. "The guy's awake. He's severely dehydrated, and we've got him on an IV, but he's ready to talk if you want to be there." Rachel took one last look at the data on the screen, then shut the laptop and followed Sebastian. Brexton sat in a small medical room that had red rock walls with swirls of blue that added an artist's touch. The red and blue swirls of natural stone color made the room feel more like a bedroom than a cave. The beeping medical equipment was out of place. The space was crowded when Rachel got there. Brexton sat up in a bed facing Treadon, Abigail, and Paige. Rachel slipped in and stood against the wall. His eyes followed her. Abigail stood closest to the end of the bed, her fingers gripping the corner of the sheet. "I know you've been through a lot, but you said you were ready to talk. Can you tell us what happened to you?" "I was taken by the Triune when I was 10 years old." Brexton looked down. His Adam's apple bobbed, and it looked like the effort to swallow pained him. Rachel handed him a water bottle, and Brexton drank. He wiped his mouth and took a shuddering breath. "I was the first." He paused. "I didn't think it would be this hard to talk about. We used to imagine what it would be like to get out, but I feel sick. Like something is wrong." "If you need more time," Rachel started. "No." Abigail and Brexton spoke together. Abigail stepped back, dropping the corner of the bedsheet. "I'm sorry." Abigail took a deep breath. She patted her pockets like she was looking for something. "I know this is hard for you, but I'm not sure how much time we have left." Brexton nodded. His eyes were deep, sad, and way too grown up. "We don't have a lot of time. It may be too late already. No one has ever escaped before, and I don't know what they'll do. I have a message." "Escaped from where?" Rachel had her phone out, recording every word. "A prison compound where they bring the Unguarded and make it so we can't access our own heritage. They put something in our heads that drains our energy and blocks our knowledge. When I was first brought there, all they did was run tests to see how effective it was, but now they can control it. They can choose to give us some access, a little taste of what we used to be able to do." Brexton shuddered and closed his eyes. It was so much worse. To get close and then have it cut off again and again. What did they want with you? What were they trying to achieve? Rachel wanted to pull up a chair next to Brexton's bed and fire questions at him. She resisted the chair, but she couldn't stop the questions from spilling out. "I don't know," he said. "They didn't tell us things like that. They'd give us directions, ask us questions, test us. If we cooperated, they'd reward us. But they never told us anything about why." "How many of you were there?" Abigail asked. 19. Abigail covered her mouth, touching her fingers to her lips. "That's all of you. They're keeping all of you in the same place." "How did you get out?" That was from Sebastian, and probably the most relevant question so far. "Were you the only one?" Brexton's eyes locked on Abigail, like he knew she was waiting for what he had to say, like a dying man in the desert who waits for a drop of rain. "The guardian, Gabriel, was captured and brought to the facility. He's the first adult that was allowed to interact with us." Abigail reached a shaky hand out and rested it on the bedpost. Rachel put a hand on her arm. "You saw Gabe? He was captured?" Rachel could almost hear the words run through Abigail's mind. "He didn't leave, he didn't leave, he didn't leave me. They said he turned himself in." Brexton pulled his hands out from the covers and spread them out on his legs. "Willingly." Abigail turned away. Rachel couldn't take her eyes off this boy who had endured so much and come so far to give them this news. "They questioned him," he continued, rubbing his hand along the blanket like the soft fabric was comforting. They made it a lot worse for him than they did for us. I got the sense they didn't expect him to last long, but they needed information from him. After one questioning session, they threw him out in the yard with us, probably hoping to give him the motivation to talk. Gabe asked the other kids to block the door. His hands shook, and tears pooled in Brexton's eyes. Rachel stepped forward and placed her hand over the fist he'd made, but he pulled his hand away to reach up and touch the back of his head. He cut it out of me. He cut out the thing I've had in my head for 5 years. I passed out because they have a security device that incapacitates you if you try to dig it out of your own head. You mean you tried that? Rachel asked. Brexton nodded. But it didn't work. Someone else had to do it for me. As soon as the guardian had it out, he woke me up and helped me over the fence. I made it just as the soldiers came through the door. I ran. I didn't see what happened. Gabe weaved the location of his bike and the directions to this place. He blinked, and 2 tears fell. His eyes were no longer focused on anything in the room. What do you mean by weaved? Rachel asked. Is that something he could do even with his knowledge and energy blocked? Yes, Sebastian answered. There is a connection between anyone who has DNA from the original angels. We can connect on a deeper level, mind to mind. It used to be more powerful, before the DNA got dispersed by so many generations, but all descendants and guardians can technically share small amounts of information without accessing our energy. Rachel took a breath before asking her next question. She knew it was unfair, but she could see Brexton's strength and his pain. Why did he choose you? Brexton focused on her. Guilt cut wrinkles of concern across his forehead. It had to be me. I was the first one there. It was still experimental, and my insert wasn't placed as deep into the brain as the others, and I was the oldest. I had the best chance of escaping. Abigail leaned forward. He was right, and you made it. You survived, and now you can tell us where they are. We can help the others. Brexton crumpled. I can't. A sob escaped, and it tore Rachel to the core. I don't know why, but I don't know the way back. It's like it's been erased, and my knowledge isn't all the way back. It's possible a piece of the shard broke off and is still embedded in your head, Sebastian said, leaning against the wall behind them. We have medical equipment here, and that can get the rest out, without so much pain. That sounds right, Brexton said, rubbing his temples. It would be amazing to be completely free again. And then you can lead us to him, right? Abigail asked. If you get your memory back? Brexton shook his head. I don't think that's what the problem is. I think Gabe was able to give me the location while blocking the ability to return to him. He doesn't want to be found. What are you saying? Rachel asked. He sent a message. Brexton clenched his teeth for a moment and then continued. You've been compromised. He's afraid he's about to expose this place to the Triune. He told everyone they need to leave here and find a safe place. He wants you to run before he breaks. Chapter 33. Location: The Vale, Oregon coast. Date: July 8th. Eleanor, Agarwal. Ellie checked the coordinates on her phone. Treadon had sent them only an hour after they'd talked, and now they were breaking out of the Vale to try and save an Unguarded. She hadn't expected one conversation to change her goals, but she wasn't about to leave an Unguarded to be taken by Caden Bachman while she sat in a library surrounded by dust. We have to head north, Ellie told Hamari. How are we going to get past the gates? Wait for it. Hamari held up her hand. They were at the corner of the far side of Building 2, on the southernmost side of the Vale complex. The cliffs fell away to the ocean below. The roar of the ocean allowed them to speak normally without having to worry about being overheard. Hamari looked up at the side of the building. Ellie followed her gaze and could see the camera nests, but not the movement of the cameras. I've been on security detail for the last 4 months, Hamari said. I know the timing of the camera system. This camera view has a 90-second blackout every 30 minutes. It's our biggest security gap, but no one can attack from this direction unless they're flying. They'd be caught on radar before the cameras anyway. Alejandro stayed alert, his eyes everywhere. He had a nice smile and moved like a cat, purposeful and silent. Twice, Ellie had reached out with her senses to make sure he was still with them. She hadn't given these two all of the details of where they were going. Hamari seemed more interested in the adventure than knowing exactly what their mission was. Ellie didn't know what Alejandro's motivations were. Now! Hamari waved them forward, and they sprinted along the small gap between the building and the edge of the cliff. The stones were slippery, and the waves hit hard enough to spray them once or twice before they were past the building and under the cover of a huge tree that blocked the view of the vale. The trunk was as thick as a Volkswagen, and the roots were a gnarled mess that wrapped around the cliff and dug into the ground. The tree jutted out over the precipice, like lovers leaning over the edge of the Titanic. Jarren leaned against the tree. He didn't look winded, but he seemed like he needed support from the trunk rather than his usual relaxed posture. Looks like a dead end. Have we worked out transportation? We have a way to travel, Hamari said with a smile that challenged them to keep up. But it isn't by road. She stepped forward and uncovered a hatch under an arched root. What is this? Ellie asked. Following these two down into the ground felt a lot different than leading them on a mission above ground. Ellie wasn't sure how much of an advantage they would have. Jarren was an elemental and had learned to do things with the earth, but she didn't know how much help she would be if they decided to turn on them. We keep the hydrobikes at water level, Hamari said. That way they aren't discovered, and it makes for an easy launch. Jarren's smile was genuine. Did you say hydrobikes? Alejandro lifted the hatch and pointed at stairs that led straight into the cliff. He blocked Jarren from going down first. What? Jarren asked. I want to see these bikes. My dad was investing in a company that was selling hydro bikes, but I never got to see the final product. Alejandro pointed at his chest and then pointed down the stairs. He made some more hand motions to Hamari. Ellie understood. He wants Hamari to go first, and then he'll come last. He was making sure they were protected, or surrounded. Ellie followed Hamari down into the dark. Are you ever worried? What, because he's deaf? Hamari scoffed as she led them deeper. Jarren entered the stairs, followed by the thud of the trap door closing. Alejandro experiences the world differently from you or me, and there isn't another person I'd choose to be a guardian if I was a descendant. I trust him with my life. He sees more than you or I ever will. His intuition has kept me out of trouble twice in the last year. Hamari didn't explain how Alejandro's intuition had helped her, and left Ellie wondering what kind of trouble she'd avoided at the Vale, where everyone was protected. A chill breeze blew up the tunnel as she descended into the ground. There were no lights, but there was a substance glowing lightly on the walls, some sort of luminescent moss that made the stairs visible once the hatch had closed. The downward journey seemed to take hours, but it was probably the time it took to hike down 7 or 8 flights of stairs. She wasn't counting, but she felt an urgency pushing her to go faster. If it took too long to get away, they wouldn't find the Unguarded in time. The stairs led out into a small, low cave. Nothing impressive, just a hollow in the wall at sea level, probably full of water at high tide. Someone stood at the bottom of the stairs, facing them, hands on their hips, an adult version of Peter Pan, except he wasn't wearing green tights. A bee, Hamari said, breathless, stopping on the last stair. How did you know? Alejandro isn't the only one with the 4th sense, a bee said. Why are we sneaking out before the sun rises? Don't you usually save it for an evening of dancing or going to the movies? You guys sneak out of the Vale to go to the movies? Jarren asked as he reached them. I knew you were my kind of people. Didn't Darius tell you? Ellie asked, shocked that a bee didn't know. I asked him to help me find and save an Unguarded before Caden Bachman steals them away. A bee folded his arms. I hadn't heard, but I imagine Darius said it was too dangerous. He wasn't willing to help, Ellie said. I don't understand how he can hide behind these walls when so many others are out there, alone. You aren't the first to use these arguments, a bee said, but you've read the visions. You know what's at stake. No, Ellie said, I don't. She pushed past Hamari and stood face to face with the bee. I've read every vision contained in the library, and I know that opening the edge of eternity could destroy the world. I know the gate will be opened, but I don't know why that means we can't help people now. We can't stop or we become no better than the Triune." "You've studied the visions?" Abi asked. "And you know what will happen to you?" "I know." Ellie put her hand protectively over the scars above her wrist. "But I can't let that keep me from doing what I know is right." "Even if you put everyone else at risk?" Abi raised one eyebrow. "I know this is a risk." Ellie lifted her chin. "I don't want the dagger to be taken, and I will do everything in my power to protect myself, but I will not hide anymore." There was a tense silence. The water sloshed against the edge of the rock. The smell of seaweed and salt filled the air. Ellie waited for Abi to sound an alarm, to call a strike team of Descendants, or to carry them back to the Vale by the ear, but his head dropped, like he'd lost an internal battle. He glanced at Hamari and Alejandro. "Bring them home safely. It's what you've been training for." Then he stepped past them and disappeared up the stairs. "That was weird," Hamari said. "He knew we'd be sneaking out. I can't believe he didn't tell Darius." "Maybe Darius already knows," Alejandro signed. Ellie nodded. It was possible. "How does that guy keep his suit so dry?" Jarren asked, and all three of them looked at him. He shrugged. "What?" "Abi cares about the Unguarded, but he was never able to convince Darius to risk helping." Alejandro said, "Let's go, before it's too late." "Where are the bikes?" Jarren stepped forward. There was no floor to the small cave, and the water came up to the bottom of the stairs. "We keep them secure under the water. Otherwise, the tide and waves would smash them to pieces against the rocks." Alejandro dove into the water. Jarren was about to follow, but Hamari grabbed his arm. "We've been training for this. We're doing this by the book. Even if we're off the books, we're going to make sure you two get back safely." Jarren was about to argue, but then Alejandro resurfaced with a floating machine, sleek and aerodynamic for cutting through the water. There were 2 elongated seats, with a second set of handlebars designed for laying down. "We each get our own, right?" Jarren sounded disappointed. Hamari took the bike from Alejandro, and he dove again. "We're the guardians on this mission, and we've spent hours training on these things. If you want to save this kid, you have to follow our lead. Jarren, you're with me." She lowered herself onto the front seat of the bike, placing her hands on the front 2 handlebars, and her stomach flat against the seat. She raised her eyebrows as she looked at Jarren. "Are you coming? I think you need to see me drive before you assume you're better than me." Jarren hesitated. "Afraid I'll show you up?" Hamari knew exactly how to get under Jarren's skin. Ellie had to give her credit for that. Alejandro resurfaced and backed the bike up to the rocks. Ellie climbed on. Hamari handed Jarren a sleek helmet, and Alejandro handed Ellie a matching one. "I get a drive on the way back," Jarren said. Ellie climbed on behind Alejandro, surprised at how comfortable it was, despite her closeness. Alejandro laid low across the bike, and her body fit against his to reduce air resistance. They could both see out of the pointed dome shield, and her body felt balanced and aerodynamic. Hamari started her hydrobike and shot out of the cave. Ellie gripped her handlebars as Alejandro started their bike, and the momentum grabbed her lungs and squeezed the air from them. They shot across the water, tearing through the swells. The water seemed to divide before the bikes, and the wind only tugged at the ends of her hair. She was flying, skimming across the water as she moved as fast as the wind. Alejandro pointed to a small screen where a map was displayed. He motioned for her to put in the coordinates. The world came crashing back down on her, like she'd been hit with a heavy wave. She wasn't out here for a joyride. Caden Bachman was hunting Unguarded again, and the 4 of them were their only hope. She entered the coordinates, and Alejandro sped up, following the directions on the map. Ellie held her breath at first. She felt the rise and fall of the ocean. The map was easy to navigate. She moved the map along the coast until she recognized the features, and then zoomed in with her fingers, finding a pin for the coordinates she'd entered. Alejandro pushed an icon in the corner, sending the coordinates to Hamari. Their direction changed slightly as he angled the bike's nose to the north. When they arrived at the beach, Alejandro attached a bracelet to his wrist and pressed a button. The bikes autopiloted back into the ocean and sunk beneath the waves. "That was incredible." Jarren brushed his hair back after he took off his helmet. "How much does one of these cost? I need to get me one." "They are custom designed, and those are the only 2 fully functioning ones in the world." Hamari spoke like a proud mother. Ellie checked their location on her phone. They'd come ashore less than a mile from the last known location of the Unguarded. She closed her eyes and listened, wishing she had Gabe's gift of sound, but Jarren and Hamari's voices drowned out any other hints she might have been able to find. "They can't be the only ones," Jarren said. "Someone had to build them. You had to buy them from somewhere." "I know these are the only ones because Darius requested the designs and I built them." Hamari pointed out to the waves, where the bikes had disappeared. "What do you think I did with the last year and a half of my life? You can only train for so many hours a day." "You built those?" Jarren's voice bordered between awe and disbelief. Alejandro motioned with his hands. "Let's move." Ellie nodded and pointed in the direction they needed to go. "How far?" Jarren asked. He was hopping from foot to foot. Walking was a painful pace for him. "Less than a mile," Ellie said. "Should we run?" "We need to make sure we scout it out from a distance." Hamari was a natural leader. Ellie nodded and let her set the pace. She was a fast runner, with a smooth, tireless gait. Alejandro was heavier, but taller, and relied on his stride and strength. Ellie tried not to show she was having trouble keeping up. She felt doubt pulling at her. If she was being reckless and putting everyone at risk, it wasn't worth one life. But she wasn't hiding. This was what she was meant to be. A strength, a light, a descendant. Jarren wasn't the type of guy to run in formation. His energy was boundless, and he would speed ahead, drop back, and sometimes run a circle around them, just for fun. How would Rachel ever put up with trying to be a guardian to that guy? Hamari put a hand up and they stopped. She motioned for them to spread out. "Give me 5 minutes to scout the property. I'll be right back." Hamari took a step, but Jarren stopped her. "I can do it faster. Watch." Jarren knelt with one knee to the ground, like he was joining a football huddle. He pressed a palm flat against the earth, leaves crunching under his weight. He closed his eyes, and Ellie thought she could feel a small tremor pass beneath her feet. "Do you want the good news or the bad news?" Jarren stood. No one answered, but he didn't really wait anyway. "The Unguarded is in the house, with 2 people, so we aren't too late." "And the bad news?" Hamari had her arms crossed over her chest. She didn't look too impressed with being shown up. "We have company. 40 other things just arrived and are surrounding the home, so we didn't win either. Ties are the worst. It looks like we go in for a sudden death." "Not funny." Ellie reached for the weapons she'd grabbed from the veil. "How long do we have?" "The Fenris are on our side of the house. There are 10 possessed on the other side. If we hit the Fenris, the possessed will take the Unguarded. If we hit the possessed first, the Fenris will attack the Unguarded from behind." Hamari pulled out her own sword. "How can you tell all that just by touching the ground?" "I'm an elemental. The ground is my friend." "Good. You need at least one," Ellie signed. Alejandro laughed softly. "What if we distract the army, and one of us sneaks in to get the Unguarded?" Hamari and Jarren were both ready to fight. "That would mean 2 against 10. Jarren looked at Hamari. Their identical smiles could have been mirrored reflections. They looked almost excited to risk their lives. "Don't forget about me." Alejandro brought out his own weapons. They had come prepared. "I'll get the Unguarded out," Ellie said. "Then we meet back at the beach. Not every enemy needs to be dead, okay? There is something called a strategic retreat." Hamari and Jarren scowled at her. Alejandro touched her arm and nodded. He'd pull them out, even if they weren't used to losing. The 3 of them disappeared to the right, working their way around the house. Ellie calmed her breathing and listened. The last night noises died away as if in anticipation of the coming battle. The crickets stopped chirping. An owl hooted once and then went silent. Even the wind whipping through the branches above her head stopped. Silence. No. There. The low sound of breathy growls. The shifting of feet on the earth. The Fenris were close. Waiting. If she cut through their ranks now, she could get to the house. But she'd alert them to her presence. She had to wait. She had to put her faith in the others. In Jarren, of all people. She had to grit her teeth to keep from running toward the house. When she'd thought she was lost, alone, Treadon had come for her. She wished he was here with her. Jarren's voice sounded over the house, like the wind itself. "Looks like we found the party. Did you guys bring the drinks? No one told us BYOB." The Fenris stopped shifting. In the silence that followed, Ellie heard a swish of a sword through the air, a thud and grunt as the sword landed, and then all hell broke loose. Chapter 34. Location: Triune Prison. Date, July 8th. Gabriel Tuoer. The first sense Gabe could interpret was sound. Water dripped into a metal sink. An electric hum whined above his head. It must have been a light, but he couldn't get his eyes to open. The whir of a fan, breathing. He tried to move an arm, but couldn't. Feeling came back as stabs of pain in his wrist, a restraint. Awareness surfaced slowly. He was shirtless again, and the breeze of a fan blew directly on him, but it wasn't cold. No, he was hot, burning hot. Like the desert sun at noonday was beating down on him. The fan was his only relief. His mouth was dry. His tongue was swollen. His eyes were glued shut with dehydration. The blinding light above his head was too intense, even through his eyelids. He turned his head away to try and get some relief. "I have been waiting for you to wake up." His brother, Vox, was here. What was Vox doing in the middle of a desert? Had they gone out on motorcycles? They used to do crazy things like that, always competing, always pushing each other to test their limits. But that was before. It came back to him suddenly, the blurry memories, like the pictures in his head had been melted and twisted in the same burning sun that shone on him now. He'd been recruited to be a guardian. Vox's family had been killed. Vox had run, and then he'd come back. Vox was dead. No one wants to wake up to bad news, so I'll start with the good. Vox sounded so much like himself, casual, matter of fact. He always wanted to get the facts straight and verify the sources. This was not Vox. It was Vox's voice, Vox's body, not Vox. Gabe fought against the dryness and cracked his eyelids, forcing his vision to adjust to the brilliant light. The room came into focus. He wasn't outside. He wasn't in a desert. He was in the same room with the mirrored glass. He was tied to a normal chair, not a hospital gurney, and the light above him wasn't a desert sun. It was a heat lamp, powerful, bright, and as hot as a heater on full blast. Vox sat across from him at a small table. The medical room had been transformed into an interrogation room. "What do you want?" Gabe asked, amazed that his dry vocal cords were able to make a sound. Vox's elbows were on the table, his hands folded together in a patient manner at the edge of the circle of light made by the heat lamp. Honestly, nothing. Vox put both hands behind his head and leaned, balancing on the back two legs of his chair. Sweat dripped down Gabe's face. Water dripped in the sink. He tried to swallow, but his mouth was too dry. He looked at the sink, imagining the cool water on his tongue. "You have to want something," he croaked. "Why else would I be here?" Vox's voice changed for the first time, deepening with a slight growl. "You're right. I want you to see your face when you realize the truth. Are you ready for the good news?" He made it. "That Unguarded you helped over the fence was too fast for the soldiers. His abilities have always been impressive. We learned a lot from him over the last 5 years. He was the first Unguarded you experimented on. He never even got to be a child." Gabe jerked on his restraints. He tried to shift away from the light for relief from the heat, but there was no shade. The breeze from the fan felt like it was the only thing keeping his skin from melting off his bones, but it sucked the moisture away. "Wrong." Vox smiled, his cheeks stretched too thin, the wrinkles forming shadows under his eyes. "You've been wrong about so many things." Gabe tried to think through the confusion, through the heat and light and noise in his head, a buzzing that was even louder than the hum of the light. Wrong about what? Brexton's childhood? About Brexton being the first. There was one before. Our first success taught us everything we needed to know. We've robbed many children of joy and happiness. Your whole purpose on this earth is to control my children, to hurt and confine and abuse those I love. It is only fair to return the favor. 2 things. Gabe grabbed at the words and tried to keep them from evaporating. Not the first. His children? Who are your children? Gabe asked. The dripping of the water seemed to pound the realization into his head with the strike of a drumbeat. He'd fought Caden Bachman with Vox. Vox had said it then. This is no ordinary demon. Caden Bachman had taken over Vox's body, the body of a man who had already died. No demon could do that. Demons needed healthy, willing victims. It had been decreed from the beginning. If Caden Bachman was no ordinary demon, what was he? Gabe hadn't even considered the possibility that he could be sitting across from the sun himself. This wasn't Caden Bachman. Caden Bachman had never existed. This was the son of Valde Novo, the son who had been banished from the eternities for allowing his imitations of Valde Novo's creations to possess and torment humans. This was Cato Filius, the father of demons. Why was he sitting here talking to him, Gabriel Tuoer, a nobody, a failed guardian? Cato, yes. We have no record of battling you directly. Not since the fall of the pyramid. Why now? Do you ever wonder why the descendant Adura chose you for her guardian? Gabe tried to answer, but it was more than thirst that made the words catch in his throat. Not a single day had gone by since Adura had gone missing, where he had not asked himself the same question. Why had Adura chosen him? He had failed her, and she could see the future. She must have known that he would be her greatest disappointment. She chose someone outside the veil, someone with no knowledge of the Descendants, someone with no faith, no religion. She chose to rely on someone who had never had to rely on anyone but themselves. Your only belief was that you were in control of your own fate, that you were the only person you could rely on. You don't know anything about me. The words grated against his throat as he forced them out. Despite the intense heat, he shivered. His body was showing symptoms of shock. You're wrong. Gabe could hear the smile in Vox's voice. His brother had always found it thrilling to prove him wrong. I've learned so much about you since you've been here. We've gotten to know each other very well. I haven't told you anything. Gabe tried to blink the light away. But actions speak much louder than words. The table creaked, and he imagined Vox half-sitting with his arms folded, gloating over Gabe's wrecked body. My theory is that the Descendant Jura chose you for one quality, your eternal stubbornness. You fight, even after you know you are beaten. You keep secrets, even when it means your demise. You tried to save one child, even if it meant leaving the others behind. You don't know when to quit. Gabe closed his eyes, but the pain followed him. Cato's voice cut through his skull. If it makes you feel any better, I'm impressed. I would have never guessed you would be so bullheaded. But now, you have nothing else to fight for. You've done everything you can. Gabe knew it was Cato, but Vox's tone had returned. The sympathy and pride Gabe heard in Vox's voice cracked something inside him. He had done everything he could. He had done his absolute best and had still failed. But Vox was proud of him. Vox knew how hard he had tried, and that somehow brought him comfort, despite the lie that it was. Can I have a drink of water? Gabe couldn't help this one last request. Vox didn't move. The drip of water mocked him. His shivering increased. If he couldn't have water, maybe he could get an answer. Please, he said. What did you do to Adura? Where is she? You think I have her? Cato clicked his tongue, which only made Gabe thirstier. Even I don't have that much power. Either Adura left you, or someone else took her from you. Either way, you failed to save her. I don't have the answers you came here to find. I don't know where Adura is, but I will give you one last chance. Tell me the location of the White Dagger, and I promise to make things easier for the Unguarded. Vox was right about one thing. Gabe had done everything he could, and he understood this was the end. Go to hell. You can't touch them anymore. You know, you'd be right. Vox tipped forward. All 4 feet of the chair balanced on the ground. Except for your final mistake. You won't find them. I don't have to. You've sent them a message and let them know exactly where I am. What are you talking about? I'm not going to kill you, Gabe. Not yet. Not when you've done exactly what I needed. By letting Brexton out and telling him how to find your precious Abigail, you've done it for me. They aren't going to take your message and run. They are going to come for you. They are going to walk right up and knock on my door. Gabe couldn't even find the moisture to swallow. They wouldn't be so stupid, so loyal. To him, he wasn't worth it. Abigail wouldn't let them. All hope seeped out of him as he realized the truth. Abigail would lead them to find him. Vox stood and walked over to the sink. He turned the faucet so the dripping increased to a steady stream. Gabe had to turn his head away. The thirst was as painful as anything he had experienced before. The desire for water overwhelmed all his senses. When Vox didn't move, Gabe forced himself to look back. The shadow of Vox's form, just outside the circle of light. This is the day I've prepared for. Cato Filius no longer spoke in Vox's voice. The sound had changed to an echo that reverberated through Gabe's bones. The very day your descendants saw, and you've helped bring it all to pass. Gabe couldn't breathe. Vox cupped his hands and put it under the stream of water. He walked toward Gabe. The water dripped through his cupped palms, falling to the floor, wasted. Vox circled the edge of the light until he was directly behind Gabe. Gabe tilted his head back, trying to see the face of his brother. He wanted it to be his brother. He needed his brother. Vox put his hand forward into the light. The last drops of water fell from Vox's hand onto Gabe's forehead, his eye, his cheek. So close, so close. One drop fell in his mouth, and the small taste of moisture flared the need for water through his entire body. Gabe opened his mouth wider, hoping for more, but then he saw Vox's hand. There was no longer flesh, only exposed bones. The liquid dripping into his mouth wasn't water, it was blood. Chapter 35. Location: the sanctuary. Date: July 8th. Treadon Nelson. Treadon listened to Abigail in her room, the shuffle of clothes being shoved in a bag, a zipper pulled tight, a release of breath. His mom had gone rigid when Brexton described Gabe's sacrifice to get him out of the prison. She'd made a decision, and Treadon had to stop her. His own mom. He wasn't sure he was going to convince her, but he couldn't let her go after Gabe on her own, not with the little information they had. He took a breath and knocked on her door. "Who is it?" Not an invitation. "It's me." Treadon wished he had a plan, a convincing argument, but he already knew he would fail. "I'll meet you in the cafeteria for dinner." Her voice floated through the door. Another zip. "Mom, I know when you're lying. Can we talk?" Treadon used his mom's words, the inflection she used to use when he tried to shut her out. The door opened slowly. Abigail was dressed in a dark, long-sleeved turtleneck, thick black leggings, and dark running shoes. Her hair was pulled back into a tight braid. She faced him with her chin high, her back straight, her eyes hard. She really was leaving, and she looked like a warrior. "I know you want to talk me out of this," she said. "I know how dangerous it is, and I know he's lied, but I can't leave him in that place. I can't sit here in this room, wringing my hands, wondering for another second. I can't run the other way, knowing he's alone. I can't." "How will you find him?" "I know what direction to go, and when I get close enough, I'll know. I found him once before. I'll find him again." Treadon couldn't help arguing, despite her determination. He wasn't in a prison then. He was sleeping on a park bench. Even if you are drawn to him, they aren't going to let you just walk up and take him home. "I know." Her posture changed, and the thoughts Treadon read there shocked him. He stepped back, shaking his head. "No." "I'm leaving." "I know, but you're not going to trade yourself for Gabe's freedom. Why do you think they would even make such a trade?" Abigail turned away from him and lifted the strap of the first bag to put over her shoulder. "Caden Bachman called me a watcher. The first time he sensed me, he recognized my gift. He knows I will be more useful to him than a worn-out guardian who has served his purpose." She'd said more than she'd meant to. Treadon moved closer and took the bag out of her hand. "What do you mean, served his purpose?" Abigail looked into Treadon's eyes. He could read her longing, her frustration, her fear.
We've all been given a job, a purpose. This one is mine. I know it.
Who gave you a job? Treadon asked.
The same descendant who made Selena give up her baby,
Abigail said.
The same descendant who told Gabe to take Ellie to safety. The same descendant who told Gabe to save them. And he tried. He tried so hard to save them all.
Abigail's voice didn't shake, and her expression didn't soften, but the tears rebelled against her determination, creating a liquid shield over her eyes. She didn't blink. The same descendant? Treadon asked. Adura? You've never met Gabe's descendant. Even Gabe doesn't know where to find her. How could you know what she wants from you?
Because she led me to Gabe.
Treadon took a moment to process that. But Gabe had already lost her. When you found Gabe, Adura was already missing. How could she lead you to him?
I don't know.
Abigail turned and shouldered another bag. Treadon could read the lie, but not why. She did know, but she wasn't going to tell him. Fine. Treadon picked up the second bag. You want to leave? Let's leave. We can drive until we fall off into the ocean, but you're not doing this alone. I'm coming with you. Abigail hesitated, then shook her head. Why not? The heat in his stomach rose, like a fire had been lit inside him. Why wouldn't you want me to come with you? Why have you pushed me away from this my entire life when I just wanted to be there for you? I understand you tried to protect me, but now it's too late. I know about Descendants. I know about the war. Sure, it's dangerous and crazy, but I'm in the middle of it too. You don't have to protect me anymore. Abigail looked away with a slow blink. Treadon couldn't get her to talk, but he could read through it anyway. Ellie had once told him to stop closing his eyes, to start looking to see, but he had not stopped to focus on his mom, not for a while. She'd been putting up a front, blocking her thoughts from him like she always had, but this time, she slipped up. Maybe it was because she wanted to tell him. You don't want me to be there. Her lack of reaction was a clear enough answer. Why? You can tell me, or I can read what you're thinking. I promise it will be better if you tell me, so I don't have to guess. I would hate to be wrong.
I do love you, and want to protect you.
She wouldn't look at him, his own mother, like he was a freak again. He didn't have a football field to hide on anymore. But
you change things.
She took a breath when the words came out, like holding them had taken a huge amount of energy, and finally saying them was a relief. What do you mean?
You aren't in the visions of Adura,
Abigail said.
You aren't in any of them.
What are you saying? Treadon stepped closer to his mom, putting a hand on her shoulder. She couldn't possibly have seen every single person on the planet and told their future. That much writing would fill a continent. She'd have to pick and choose the people who were most important. The truth of those words hurt worse than he expected. He thought he was fine being the sidekick, second string, but to admit he was unimportant out loud hit an uncomfortable chord.
It's not just that you're not in them.
Abigail took the second bag from Treadon and put the strap across her other shoulder. She touched his hand apologetically.
It's that you change them.
What? Treadon pulled away. The anger had turned into a cold block of ice in his stomach.
I didn't put it together until you brought Ellie home, she said. But when you're around, things go wrong. The visions of Adura that have been perfectly accurate for over 100 years go haywire when you're involved. You change prophecy, and unexpected things happen.
She reached for him again, her eyes begging for understanding.
I need this to go the way Adura saw it. I know what I have to do to save Gabe, but only if everything goes right. Only if I know what to expect. And with you,
I make things go wrong?
Not wrong,
Abigail said, squeezing his fingers with a desperate grip.
You saved Ellie when the vision said she was going to die. That is a good thing, but it changed. For this, I need things not to change. Okay? Do you understand?
You want me to stay back? Let you face Caden Bachman alone so that he'll trade you for Gabe because that is the way the visions of Adura said they would go?
Then you understand.
Before Treadon could answer, footsteps came running down the hall. Rachel stopped in the doorway, gasping from her sprint, holding the doorframe as she leaned in. I found it. I found the location of the missing Unguarded. The underground compound was the busiest Treadon had seen it. It wasn't unlike a high school pep rally. Well, a very small high school. Sebastian had taken charge and was passing out assignments like a military general. For a 15-year-old kid who liked computers, the mantle of leadership fit his shoulders nicely. Abigail brought the map out to the main room. She was searching the area Rachel had said the data indicated. The satellite had revealed another stream of data coming from the New Mexico desert with no known population. Rachel found a prison purchase in the Triune database that fit Brexton's descriptions and matched the data stream location. How Rachel sorted through so much information was a mystery to Treadon. Selena stood in one of the cave doorways. Treadon moved beside her to be out of the way. "We're going after Gabe," Treadon said. "He wouldn't want this," Selena said. "He sacrificed himself to protect all of you, and every single one of you are willing to die to save him. It makes his sacrifice worthless." She shook her head, her hair swinging with emotion. "Are you coming?" Treadon asked. "Why would I risk myself to help Gabe?" she asked. "He is the liar that ruined my life, allowed Adura to convince me to leave my son behind." "Your son is still alive," he said, unable to hide his anger. She acted like the past determined the present, like she couldn't move forward with a son that she had. Her lips tightened into a thin line. "Weren't you looking for Gabe too?" he said, "this whole time, coming and going, trying to find him?" "Finding him alone, in hiding, is different than finding him in a Triune prison." Selena pushed off the wall. "I want answers, not to join the ranks of the missing." Despite his anger, Treadon couldn't blame her. She had suffered for a long time, and he knew she was right. Gabe wouldn't want this. But no one was willing to stay behind. They needed all the help they could get. What chance did a bunch of kids planning a rescue on a secure facility have? No one else seemed hesitant to go after Gabe. He'd earned their loyalty, and Abigail's. Treadon wasn't sure where his heart landed, but he wasn't about to let his mom go without him. Abigail, Rachel, Sebastian, and Paige gathered around Abigail's map. Sebastian was the designer behind the map. He'd used his Descendant abilities to connect the technology to Abigail's DNA. It was amazing. This kid could do anything. "There are 2 passenger vans hidden a few miles from here." Sebastian pointed. Treadon tried to picture Gabe driving a white 15-seater passenger van full of kids. "That's not going to be very useful if we have to make a quick getaway." "They're faster than your average vans," Sebastian said. "I modified the engines." The chef was in charge of handing out weapons from the weapons room. Treadon watched as the kids lined up against the wall, a green sword or mace or spear in each of their hands. He hadn't picked a weapon yet. He wanted the other Unguarded to have their weapons of choice, to give them the best chance. He hated that so many kids were putting their life on the line. For Gabe. "I'm worried." Treadon pulled Rachel aside. She seemed to be the only logical person left. "About what?" She feigned a look of confusion. "Oh, you mean an attack on a facility protected by soldiers and security in Caden Bachman with a group of lost boys from Peter Pan." "Yeah," he said. "I mean, there's that, but I'm worried about my mom. She's planning something else. I think maybe she's going to slip away and try to beat us there." "Why would she do that?" He chewed on his bottom lip. "Because she doesn't want me there. She says if I'm there, then I'll mess up the vision. But if the vision goes the way she thinks it's supposed to, then she can save Gabe without a fight." "Your mom was in a vision from Adura?" "I guess she has her own vision, one she never even showed Gabe." Treadon sighed and rubbed his eyes. "I know it's stupid to worry about my mom when every Unguarded that we know is risking their lives, but if she sneaks off, if she does something stupid and brave, it could blow the whole surprise attack plan." Treadon appreciated that Rachel could see this from different angles. "Why does she think you being there would mess it up?" "She says the only times the visions weren't perfectly accurate is when I was involved. Jarren's dad was supposed to live." He swallowed. "And Ellie was supposed to die." "If Abigail has a vision of just her going after Gabe, then it's already wrong," Rachel said. "We are all going. We should all be in the vision." "That's true." "Something feels wrong about this whole visions of Adura thing," Rachel said. "Selena based her life around it, and that didn't work out for her. The Veil planned their entire strategy around visions that we don't understand. I think it's a mistake. I think we should make decisions based on the information we have now." "But she saw the future." "Or maybe she saw one version of the future," Rachel said. "Or one possibility. Come on, we're from the multiverse generation. You can't think there's only one solution to any problem. We just have to focus on what we can do. And right now, we're going to save Gabe. Treadon wished he felt as confident as Rachel sounded. You're right. What else can we do? He wasn't completely satisfied, but he didn't have another answer. Just help me keep an eye on my mom. Even if it is in the vision, I don't want her to trade herself for Gabe. Have you heard from Ellie? Rachel asked. Were they able to save the Unguarded? Treadon pulled out his phone and looked at the screen. Nothing yet. They left hours ago. I hope they're okay. Did you have Abigail look on the map? I haven't asked. She's been too busy looking for Gabe around the area you suggested and finding us a travel route. I'll ask her now. Sebastian approached them before he could step away. Everyone's got their assignments, Sebastian said. I have one thing left to do, and I was wondering if you could help me. Anything. I'd love to help. Rachel's fingers twitched with anticipation. We need to come up with a way to cancel out the inserts in the heads of the Unguarded, Sebastian said. Cancel? Treadon asked. What does that mean? If we can negate the effect of the brain insert of the Unguarded while they are still in the prison, we'll have twice the numbers and help from the inside. Without killing them, Rachel said. That would be preferable. How do we figure out how to do that? Treadon asked. I had the medical staff help remove the last fragment from Brexton's brain, and now he's doing a lot better. I want to try a few things to see the effect it has. If there is a specific pulse or energy or magnetic interference that renders it ineffective. Sebastian held up a plastic baggie with a small sliver of the hematite shard. Treadon looked at the tiny piece of black rock. You want to put that back in Brexton and see what it does to him when we hit him with electric shocks? Sebastian blushed, looking sheepish. No, I'll put it into me. I need Rachel to run the experiments. I have the process all written down, how to test, the questions to ask me, but I can't put this in by myself. No way. Rachel shook her head. You can't believe I would put that in your brain. Let's start with something less intrusive and see what effects it has. We leave first thing in the morning, but if we can figure this out before we go, it might give us a fighting chance. It would be nice to have more help, Treadon said, getting ready to follow them. Rachel put a hand out to stop him. You check in with your mom, Rachel said. I'll go with Sebastian for research and development. Chapter 36. Location: Oregon coast. Date: July 8th. Eleanor Agarwal. A flash hit the center of the yard, lighting the whole area, including the spot where she crouched by the tree. Her cover disappeared, but the Fenris were temporarily blinded by the flash, just like she was. She heard Jarren yell from the other side of the house. What the hell was that? Then Hamari yelled, Look out! Blinking, Ellie cleared her vision and focused on what was happening in the backyard. The lightning strike had hit a Fenris, leaving a black scorch on the lawn. Most of the other Fenris were bounding around the house, following the sounds of the fight to protect the possessed. 4 Fenris turned to look directly at her. Ellie took the dagger from her boot and the sword from the scabbard on her back. She ran forward, hoping to be able to cut one down and get through them to the house. Fighting 4 Fenris was hard enough, but she was on the clock if she wanted to get the Unguarded out of here. The Fenris waited for her in a semicircle instead of attacking. If she attacked the middle, the other 3 would be on her flank, but if she attacked one on the side, there would be at least one directly behind her. She slowed her approach less than 5 yards away and took a sharp turn toward the left. It was a fake. She turned back around immediately, and the Fenris furthest to the right leapt toward her. Ellie swung her sword up, catching a glancing blow that threw the creature off course, and then drove the dagger into the weak spot behind the front legs. She pulled the dagger free, in time to deflect the sharp teeth aiming for her neck. There was a clink as dagger hit tooth. Ellie had to use the pommel of her sword to punch the eye of the creature. He crashed to the ground, but didn't disintegrate. There were 3 of them, and the last 2 waited for the 3rd creature to get back to its feet. All 3 Fenris lowered their heads, ready to pounce. Another lightning strike hit the ground, knocking Ellie off her feet. She could smell burned hair and flesh, but it wasn't hers. It wasn't human. 2 of the Fenris rolled on the ground in agony, with smoldering skin and smoke rising from their backs. Before the Fenris could get back to their feet, Ellie sprinted for the back door. With a wall to her back, she could turn and take the creatures out one by one, quickly, before Jarren, Hamari, and Alejandro were overrun. Ellie jumped the 2 steps onto the porch and turned, slamming her back against the door. She was just in time to bring her sword up and cut off the face of the attacking Fenris. The Fenris collapsed to the ground. She took a step forward to kill the 2 injured Fenris, but the door opened behind her and an arm wrapped around her neck. A small child was crying somewhere in the house. A woman's scream was cut short. The possessed had entered the house. They were too late. Ellie was dragged into the house, and someone kicked the door shut. She brought her dagger up and sunk it into the bicep of the arm that held her. The grip didn't loosen. Another hand snaked out and knocked the sword out of her grip. It skittered across the room and landed under a threadbare couch with a purple flower pattern. She reached to pull the dagger from her attacker's arm, but something caught hold of her wrist and yanked it behind her. Tears formed in her eyes from the pain as the attacker dragged her across the living room to the front door. It was a small cabin. The kitchen was to her right, with a smashed countertop and a woman lying in blood next to the dishwasher. Ellie turned her head to see the boy who was crying. He knelt next to the body of a man, holding a limp hand. Ellie fought against the grip around her neck, but the possessed's arm was like steel. When the possessed opened the front door, she froze at the scene in front of her. Jarren fought against 3 possessed and 2 Fenris. He pulled dirt from the ground, throwing it to create bombs that exploded in the air. He twisted and turned, shaking the earth so his attackers were off balance. Hamari whipped Ebola around to keep a possessed and 3 Fenris away. She'd climbed up onto the hood of the car and had body parts scattered at her feet, hands that she'd severed from the possessed as they attempted to reach her. Alejandro hadn't chosen a spot for defense. He was dancing through the Fenris and possessed, his sword spinning in a dizzying pattern, slashing and stabbing with deadly accuracy as Fenris and possessed fell before him. He moved with confidence and grace, using the full length of his arms and the strength of his legs. A dozen Fenris and 5 of the possessed followed him, trying to find an opening to take him down, but he was a deadly wall of moving steel. "Do it," a deep voice said from behind her. She tried to look, but the arm tightened on her neck. She fought to find purchase with her feet, scratching and pulling at the man's arm to try and get some air. "No." It was the small boy's voice. There was a pause, and then a scream of pain, not from the boy, but from the adult man. The man on the floor must not have been dead. The boy cried out, Okay, please stop hurting him." Ellie couldn't see what was happening, but the sound in the room paused. A pressure grew around her ears, and then the largest flash of lightning yet split the driveway and knocked everyone off their feet. Everyone except Jarren. He stumbled a little, but the ground seemed to balance him. The ringing in her ears was too loud to hear anything. Her eyes were again flooded by the bright light. Before her sight or hearing recovered, Ellie was pushed out the door, a blade pressed against her throat. "Stop," commanded the possessed, holding her. "Your next move will determine how badly I hurt her." Jarren swore. Alejandro pushed up onto his elbows, but he didn't rise. Hamari jumped to her feet. Ellie could see her calculating the distance, debating how much pain Ellie would endure before she could take out the man who held her. Her hesitation lost them the battle. A possessed came up behind Hamari and wrapped his arms around her, pinning her arms to the side. Alejandro lunged forward, but was brought down by a Fenris pouncing on his back. The Fenris lifted its paw to strike, but the man said a word Ellie didn't recognize, and the Fenris stopped, growling in frustration. Jarren shrugged and tossed his weapons to the ground. They hit the stones with a clank. "I think we got started on the wrong foot. We're both here for the same reason. Maybe we could work out a deal." "You are hardly in a position to be making deals," said the possessed that had Ellie around the neck. He'd kept a steady pressure, and Ellie was beginning to see spots at the edges of her vision. The only thing keeping her conscious was her ability to force blood into her brain through the pinched arteries in her neck. "I would think the son of Xander Calivan would recognize that." Jarren lowered his head, a shadow crossing his face. "How dare you use my dad's name?" He lifted his hand, a stone rising from the ground next to him. A possessed slammed the butt of a rifle into the back of Jarren's head, and he went down to one knee. The rock fell harmlessly to the ground. Ellie's captor pulled her down the driveway. Another possessed grabbed the boy and dragged him behind her. "Don't leave him," the boy cried. "He's going to die. You promised if I helped you, you wouldn't let him die." The pressure on her neck released, and she was shoved forward onto the cement. The concrete scraped her palms, grit burying itself in her skin. She gasped for air, trying to clear her vision from the lack of oxygen. "No wonder he sent so many of us this time." The possessed put a foot on her back, pushing her flat. "Looks like we caught a couple of extra Unguarded for the collection, and one of them is the prodigal son returned." He bowed mockingly toward Jarren. "Welcome home." Chapter 37. Location: Triune Prison. Date: July 8th. Gabriel Tuoer. Gabe stared into the darkness. The moisture in the room collected on the uneven ceiling above him, providing a drip about every 3 minutes. He had crawled to the sound, positioning himself where the water would fall into his mouth. There was an agonizing wait between each drip. It was the only relief from the burning heat that raged through his body. He had a fever. He had fought off infections and colds during all his years as a guardian, but he knew the symptoms. The insert in his brain took many of the guardian's strengths, so much of his knowledge and abilities, but even now, he could tell his body had been tested beyond the limits of human capacity. An average human body would have shut down, stopped functioning, yet here he was, enduring the agonies of hell, in a body as weak as a newborn babe, unable to keep fighting, unable to die. The cool drip landed on his tongue. Gabe shut his mouth around the tiny blessing, willing the water to spread. It wasn't enough, but all he could do was count the seconds until he opened his mouth for the next drop. As bad of a shape as he was in physically, his heart felt worse. What had he done? After all the promises, all the training, all the secrets he'd kept to protect Abigail and Treadon, he'd betrayed them. He'd sent them the one thing that could lead them straight to their deaths. He hadn't stopped to consider the consequences of helping that boy escape. It had felt like the right thing to do. Now it felt like his ultimate undoing. Sitting in the dark with nothing to do and unable to drift permanently into unconsciousness, Gabe pondered what had gone wrong. How had he failed his descendant a second time? He wanted to close his eyes against the darkness, but it followed him inside his head. They'd moved him to a separate hall, away from the other children, away from anything. He wasn't even sure there was a soldier outside the door. There had been no other sound than the drip, nothing else to guide his senses. Internal sounds were elevated in the silence. His breathing, ragged and erratic, like the sound of sandpaper against wood. His heartbeat pulsed like a drum against his brain. He wanted to plug his ears against the noise and the silence. It didn't work. The noise was on the inside of him, and the silence was inescapable. After a while, he had visitors in the dark. Not physical people, but shapes that would solidify in the shadows and step forward to speak with him. The first was his 5th grade teacher, a woman who had taught him a love of science. She had encouraged his curiosity with a smile. Even when he wasn't exactly following her directions, Gabe had been the type of child to find his own path to an answer. Most teachers were aggravated to no end. He was old enough to remember when getting out of line meant a ruler across his knuckles. His 5th grade teacher spoke to him. "Did you turn in your diagram of the human body?" He couldn't speak, but he told her with his mind. "I'm still working on it. I wanted to make it bigger." Her smile, even in the darkness, even though she was a hallucination, warmed him. "That's an interesting way to think about it. A different way to approach the problem. Get it to me today." Of course he would. Anything for her. It was her method of teaching that had inspired him to go to medical school. It was her belief in him that had let him dream of success. When she disappeared back into the darkness, the cold wrapped him up again. This time, the frozen breath that escaped from his lips began to dance and shift, forming into his brother. Vox tipped his hat. "Who got the better of you?" Vox asked. Gabe licked his cracked lips. "You did." Vox laughed, and the sound brightened the cell, bounced off the walls, and quieted the thudding of Gabe's heart. "I never got the best of you. Even when you let me think I had. Not this time. This time I lost. He wasn't sure the words formed sound waves, but Vox didn't seem to have any trouble hearing him. You've been dealt a bad hand. Vox crouched, resting his elbows on his knees, his long duster coat flapping behind him, the edges thinning into smoke. But you haven't lost yet. And if I know my brother, this is when he gets his best ideas. Find a way around the rules. This isn't the end. Gabe reached for his brother as the shadows marched forward to consume Vox. The light from his eyes, the last thing to fade away. A cool drop of water splashed on the corner of his lip, missing his mouth. He'd turned his head too far and missed his drop of water. When he looked up into the darkness to look for the source of the drip, Adora's blue eyes floated there, her face becoming visible as she leaned closer, her face filling his vision as a tear threatened to fall. My angel. Gabe had called her that as a joke when he'd first explained who she was and why she was asking him to give up his career as a doctor. Descended from angels? And you want me to protect you? Can I call you my angel? He'd thought he'd been so smooth, talking to a beautiful woman while wearing a sterile surgical apron. He'd thought it was a dream. That had been real. Today, she was a dream. I failed you. Gabe had been waiting nearly 20 years to tell her that. Adora brought up her hand and placed it against his face. She wasn't there, but he could feel relief, like lip balm on sunburnt lips. Failure is only a temporary perspective. I've always told you to widen your vision. Look beyond what you can see. Understand more than you know. All I see is you. All I know is that you're gone. A tear squeezed from his eye. At the same time, water dropped through her head, dispersing the vision. The drip landed on his tongue. As he opened his mouth to call her back, no more. He could do no more. He turned his head and closed his eyes, determined not to taste another drop of relief. There had to be an end to this nightmare. This time he heard the voice calling to him before he saw her. Gabe! His eyes flew open. Abigail. I'm coming. He couldn't see her. He sat up, ignoring the fatigue and pain from the muscle atrophy. He waved his hand in front of him, like he could brush the darkness away to see her better. Abigail. No. I'm coming for you. This time, I'll save you. No. Gabe rose to his knees, wishing he could grab her, hold her back, push her away, pull her close. Stay away. Please, don't do this. In its cruelty, his mind didn't produce an apparition of her, only the echoing sound of her voice as it faded away. No, please, no. His mind played a scene out like a movie in his mind. Vox standing next to Abigail, pushing the hair off her neck, leaning down to kiss the exposed skin. No. Gabe shuffled forward on his knees, rock cutting skin, stone bruising bone. But he didn't care. He had to stop her from coming here. He couldn't let her end up like this, serving Catophilius, or trapped like those kids, and she would. She would do all those things to save him. I like how you always find different ways to solve a problem. His 5th grade teacher. I never got the better of you. You only let me think I had. Vox. Look beyond what you can see. Adora. They all believed he could find a way. Abigail believed she could find a way. Maybe together they would beat the odds, the way they always had, because she was coming for him. That thought was more soothing than a whole cup of water, and more terrifying than being trapped in eternal darkness. Chapter 38. Location: Oregon Coast. Date: July 8th. Jarren, Calavan. The possessed stood with a foot on Ellie's back, but he looked directly at Jarren. He wanted to rip the possessed skin from his face. Welcome home? The prodigal son? Something in the guy's voice scraped against his consciousness, spiking a headache, awful in its familiarity. He had heard that voice before, but he couldn't remember where. How are we going to move them? Asked the possessed that had his arms around Hamari. I don't think they're going to come willingly. We only need the Descendants. We can leave these 2 behind. The Fenris on Alejandro's back dug into his skin with its claws. Alejandro didn't yell out, but his eyes closed and his jaw clenched. A third possessed approached Hamari, aiming a switchblade at her neck. "No!" Ellie screamed. She wriggled and fought, grabbing the possessed's foot and twisting its ankle, breaking bone in her desperation. The possessed didn't even falter with his weight on one foot. They had no feeling, felt no pain. Jarren reached into the earth, grasping for a hold that would let him rip the earth apart, but the pain in his head was too much. A buzzing had started in his ears, and he couldn't get the earth to respond to him. It was like before Ellie had healed him. The Fenris raised its paw to take a lethal strike. The switchblade pressed against Hamari's throat, and the possessed kicked Ellie with its broken leg, sending her rolling across the driveway where 3 Fenris pounced on her, pinning her with their weight. Jarren closed his eyes, promising he wouldn't look. He couldn't watch, not the way he'd watched his father die. There was a blinding flash of light, but this was different than the lightning. There was no thunder, but a constant thudding and an unnatural wind, followed by a really pissed-off voice. "I hate to say I told you so." Guardians fell from the sky, landing with agile leaps to attack, clearing the way for their descendants to follow. The Fenris who had its paw raised over Alejandro was decapitated. Alejandro jumped to his feet, grabbing his sword despite the blood soaking his shirt, and joined the fight. A descendant with short golden hair that could move faster than Jarren could track knocked the knife away from Hamari's neck and used his own sword to slit the throat of the possessed that held her captive. She retrieved the switchblade from the ground and used it to take down a few Fenris. 2 descendants took care of the possessed that had stood over Jarren, but when he tried to stand, he felt dizzy, his legs weak. He stumbled forward, making his way over to Ellie. She'd found a discarded blade and had already killed one of the Fenris that had pinned her down. Jarren was about to help with the second when Darius fell to the earth in a pillar of light, crouching on his landing, and standing like a superhero in every action movie ever, glowing like an angel with the power of the sun. No, that wasn't right. There was a light shining directly on him, a spotlight from a helicopter. Even knowing that, Jarren staggered back at the appearance of the descendant. He looked like a god, like Thor had arrived from the gates of Asgard. Darius shot 4 silver spikes out from his sleeve and impaled the last Fenris, freeing Ellie from its weight. The Fenris disintegrated into fine black dust, whirling in the wind created by the chopper blades. The area was clear. Ellie stood, brushing the dust from her clothes. "Where's the boy?" Darius pointed to where a descendant and their guardian helped the young boy to his feet. His face was smeared with dirt and blood. Streaks of tears etched through his skin. Ellie moved forward. "I want to save the father. He was still alive." Darius stopped her. "I'm sorry, Eleanor. It's too late." "How would you know?" Ellie pulled her arm out of his grip. "I have to at least try." She ran back into the house. He let go of her, but of course he was right. He was the descendant of truth. Darius turned his gaze on Jarren. Even though the helicopter had moved away, Jarren felt like the spotlight was directly on him. "You risked the safety of the veil." Darius's voice had the condemning judgment of a disappointed father. Jarren had to swallow the painful lump in his throat. "You could have led each of your friends to their death. For what?" "We wanted to save an Unguarded," Jarren said. "And I wanted to make sure my father didn't die for nothing. Is that too much to ask?" "What do you think we are doing here?" Enforcing curfew?" Jarren didn't want to admit that they'd come here to save them from their own stupidity. Darius's jaw flexed. A bee appeared out of the dark. "We've cleared the area of Fenris and possessed. The Unguarded is secure, and in our possession. We are taking him back to the Vale. We are ready to return." "Well done." Darius bowed, and a bee stepped back, his dark eyes flicking back and forth between Jarren and Darius, like he had more to say. "You don't have to wait on us. We have our own way back." Jarren gave them a salute. "We've been betrayed before." Darius said the words like they'd been punched from his gut. "And I've ensured we will never be betrayed again. But you've destroyed the trust I had for you in one night." Jarren swallowed the bile that rose in his throat when he thought of his own father's betrayal. "Isn't it worth the risk? Even if we only save a few? With more power, I could ensure all of our survival," Darius said, almost to himself. A bee spoke quietly. "The greatest damage of the betrayal was we lost the ability to trust even each other. We closed ourselves off." "That's enough." Darius flexed his fists. "We did what we had to do to survive." Ellie came back out of the house and knelt in front of the boy. She put her hands on his shoulders and shook her head slowly. Darius had been right. It was too late for the father. Jarren's chest felt cold, and an uncomfortable shiver started in his muscles. He wanted to wrap his arms around himself to keep himself from falling apart. He didn't want Darius to see his weakness. There was a reflecting flash from Ellie's pocket as she leaned forward and gave the boy a comforting hug. Her phone, the one Alejandro had programmed to be able to reach Treadon, slipped from her pocket and fell to the ground. Darius's posture shifted as he zeroed in on the electronic device. He whirled on Jarren. "How did you know to come here tonight? Anonymous tip? You've been communicating with someone outside of the Veil." The accusation felt lame to Jarren. "I wish. I haven't been able to talk to Rachel since we got here." "What have you done?" Darius strode to Ellie, picking up the phone. "That's mine." Darius pulled it out of her reach. "This. You've compromised the integrity of the Veil and brought others out here to die." Ellie's voice was small. The full weight of what had happened slowly sunk in. Now that the danger was over, they could have been taken by Caden Bachman. Hamari and Alejandro had almost died because of them. "No thanks to you," Darius said. "How can we train you to be true descendants if we cannot even start with basic trust? If you break my rules and ignore my training, what good am I to you? I can't even protect you if you continue to refuse to cooperate. Perhaps the Veil is not the right place for you." Ellie looked down. Jarren opened his mouth, but there were no words to fill the space. The phone vibrated as a text came in. Jarren could see the words clearly over Darius's shoulder. "We've found Gabe. He was captured by the Triune. We're going after him, all of us." Darius slowly lowered the screen. "He's been found." Abi spoke. "They'll all be taken. We have to act now. After all I've done to keep us safe, you think we should risk everything for a few unguarded? I think there is a time to act," Abi said. "Now you're willing to help," Jarren scoffed. He wished he could keep his mouth shut. Darius closed his hand around the phone. "We will go, but not because I am willing to risk my people for the unguarded. We have to go because they have found Gabe. He is the greatest threat to our security, and he is in the hands of the enemy." Chapter 39. Location: The Sanctuary. Date: July 10th. Rachel Sampaio. "Let's start by placing this stuff in my C5 cervical nerve. You can access that here." Sebastian pointed to a place below his neck where the muscle arched from his shoulder. "You need to hit it between the sternocleidomastoid muscle and the trapezius muscle." "I thought you were a computer guy." Rachel held the syringe. Sebastian adjusted it so when the plunger went down, the small piece of rock would be shoved out, but not leave any air bubbles under the skin. "Yeah, kind of. I'm an information guy. I did a little research last night and learned a lot about anatomy. My brain absorbs it, analyzes it, and applies it." "You're smarter than a computer." "I'm better at analyzing information than a computer, but just like a computer, I'm only as good as the information I have." "Okay. We're looking for change in ability, mobility, or general disposition." "Good thing we've gotten to know each other so well." Rachel wanted to run out of the room. She wasn't a doctor. She wanted to be a writer, using words to expose corruption and open people's eyes. This was nothing like what she imagined using her research skills for. "So I press this into your skin? Right here?" "For the first trial, I'm going to have you leave the shard in the syringe and leave the syringe in my skin. That way it will be easier to extract if things don't go well." "And if nothing happens?" Rachel fidgeted with the syringe in her hand. She turned it over and looked down at the needle. "Then we'll insert the shard into me, hopefully directly against my cervical nerve. If that doesn't cause any ill effects, we'll have to surgically remove it and insert it directly into my brain. I'm hoping it doesn't come to that." If plunging this black poison into the shoulder of a kid was the requirement to win this game, she wasn't sure she wanted the job. Her hand shook. Sebastian reached up and placed his hands on hers and steadied the shaking. His youth melted away as his eyes grew serious. We've been fighting this battle a long time. I know it's hard. I know you'd never wish this on anyone. But sometimes life gives you two left shoes. My goal has always been to still run as fast as I can, even if I take the shoes off and run in bare feet." Rachel stared at him. That was the worst pep talk I've ever heard. Sebastian's face broke out in a grin, a 15-year-old again, with a really twisted sense of humor. It worked. He was right. Her hand had stopped shaking, and now she kind of wanted to jab him with the needle. She smiled back at him. "Brace yourself against the table. It might hurt worse to leave the syringe in there, or we might risk more tissue or nerve damage. Don't psych yourself out again. I can handle pain the same way I store information. I can file it away and examine it another time." Sebastian braced himself against the table. Rachel pulled his shirt down over his arm, exposing his shoulder, stretching out the neck. She might have felt bad, but Sebastian wore the worst loose-neck t-shirts in the world. She found the spot he'd pointed out and pressed the needle into his skin. "Go slow. I'll tell you when it's in the right spot." The moment was surreal. The small amount of medical experience she'd had, going to the doctor to get her own shots, had taught her that a needle goes in as quick as possible and pulls out, nice and smooth. She'd never seen a doctor slowly press a needle through the layers of skin and muscle, waiting for their patient to react and tell them when to stop. "Wow." Rachel stopped, almost pulling the needle out as a reflex. "Keep going. I need it in a little further, but I can already feel it." Sebastian wavered a little, his grip on the edge of the table tightening. She pushed harder, just enough to get the syringe moving down again. "A little further. Stop." "Okay, now what?" Sebastian didn't answer for a minute. He was looking around the room. His voice shook when he spoke. "I estimated this would have about 1/10 of the effect of having a full shard embedded directly into the brain. And I can't imagine how much worse this would feel. Already, my mind feels foggy. I can't process information the same. I feel normal? This is awful. To have our abilities taken away? What kind of monster would do this?" "His name is Caden Bachman, and we're doing this to stop him. Do you want me to take it out?" Rachel saw the battle on Sebastian's face. He wanted to say yes. He could probably barely remember why he was doing this in the first place. She was glad they hadn't gone straight to the brain. She would have been doing this all on her own. "No, don't take it out. I'm glad I wrote everything down. I already forgot what the first test was going to be." "The first test was the effect of the shard. Even a small piece of the shard has a significant effect on an unguarded." Rachel hated the look of the syringe, just sitting there in Sebastian's skin. Check. At least he hadn't lost his sense of humor. Rachel realized she'd left the list of experiments on the counter a few feet away from her. It seemed close enough at the time, but she'd have to let go of the syringe to reach the list and run the experiments. "Can you hold this? Without going deeper and without passing out?" Sebastian nodded, but his eyes had gone a little glassy. "Here." Rachel pulled the rolling chair over to him. "Sit down and lean your head against the table. Hold here." He blinked. "Yes, I got it. I'm okay. But I won't be any help with the data until this thing is out of me." "Got it." She waited while Sebastian let go of the table and reached up to steady the syringe sticking out of his lower neck. All of this was so wrong and twisted. Rachel wanted to throw up. "Okay, first test. A simple magnet." Sebastian had also collected the equipment needed for each experiment and lined them up along the counter. The magnet was first in line. A refrigerator magnet of a cat drinking a mug of beer. "Really? This is a scientific tool?" The smile broke out on Sebastian's face again, but this time, there was some force behind it, some fear. "That's always been my favorite. It was the only thing I was able to get out of my house before Gabe took me away." "He didn't let you pack a bag?" "We were out of time." She looked away. Gabe had been doing his best to save them. Of course he hadn't had time for sentimentality, but Rachel held the cat more carefully anyway. She waved it over his shoulder, then behind the syringe, and down his back a little way. "Try holding it still." She complied. Sebastian shook his head. "Nothing. On to the next. And try to hurry. I think it's getting worse." Rachel tried each of Sebastian's written directions, from magnets to a defibrillator to an electrolyte drink, and like many scientific experiments, the solution hit by accident when Treadon burst into the room. "We're ready to go," he said. Abigail followed behind him, holding a large duffel bag. Rachel jumped and dropped the wire she had onto the largest magnet in the room. It sparked. Sebastian had been slumped over, shaking his head each time an experiment didn't make a difference in his drained energy. But when the wire sparked, Sebastian sat up, eyes wide. "Take out the syringe," he said. I felt something. Once the syringe was out, Sebastian's blurry eyes cleared, and his face lit up despite his exhaustion. "I know what frequency we need to disable the shards, and it's harmless." He grabbed a pen and scribbled quickly on a piece of paper. He handed the paper to Treadon. "Pack up these things, and I'll make it on the way." He turned to Rachel. "This is going to work." Abigail set the bag on the counter and helped Treadon gather up the items on the list. The syringe rolled toward her bag, snapping up against the zipper with a ping. "What do you have in there?" Sebastian asked. "We were using magnets, but I don't think the shard itself is magnetic." "The table just tipped with the weight of my bag." Abigail pulled the syringe off and set it back on the counter. She lifted her bag, and the syringe stayed put. "Are we ready?" Treadon asked. Rachel nodded and followed everyone out of the room, each of them carrying some of the supplies. She looked back one last time at the syringe on the table and shivered. Chapter 40. Location: New Mexico Desert. Date: July 10th. Jarren, Calavan. Jarren wasn't enjoying his first ride in a helicopter. He'd been in his dad's private jet, and he'd driven plenty of nice fast cars, but never a helicopter, and now he knew why. They were loud, uncomfortable, and unnervingly far from the ground. He almost couldn't sense the earth as they flew over the surface. Ellie sat across from him with headphones over her ears, twisting the fabric at the end of her sleeves enough to practically wear a hole in it. After Darius had read the message about Gabe, everything had been a blur. The Unguarded they'd saved was taken away in a truck, and the four of them, Jarren, Ellie, Alejandro, and Hamari, were escorted onto a helicopter, and they now flew in a formation of 5 other helicopters, like geese flying south for the winter. "Where are we going?" Jarren yelled. Darius sat across from him, his posture erect, his face grim. Despite the battle they'd just fought, he was spotless, his shirt unwrinkled, his hair in the messy perfection of a surfer after their hair had dried in the sun. "You don't have to yell," he said. "It's a microphone." He pointed to the microphone attached to the helmet. "Communication. Great." What Jarren had really been testing was to see if he could talk to Ellie without everyone hearing. The answer was no. They were all connected through the headsets. Alejandro and Hamari sat across from each other, with Hamari next to Ellie and Alejandro next to a bee. There was a pilot and a co-pilot, who Jarren couldn't see. "You didn't answer his question," Ellie said. "You know where we're going, Miss Agarwal," Darius said. "The 4 of you wanted to be heroes, and now you're going to get your chance." "What do you mean?" asked Hamari. She translated the conversation for Alejandro. "Gabriel Tuoer has been one of the top fugitives from the Veil for the last 20 years, and now we finally have his location, thanks to you." "Treadon didn't tell me where they were going," Ellie said. "No," Darius said, "but we're tracking the signal that sent the message, and it's moving south, toward the New Mexico desert." "Your boyfriend is brave," Abby said, "but he's going to get himself killed." "So you'll help them?" she asked. "We're going to stop them," Darius said, "and then we're going to negotiate with the Triune." "Negotiate?" Jarren asked. "The reason the Veil has been a safe haven is because I've made deals," Darius said. "I've kept a peace treaty between the Descendants and the Triune for years." Ellie tried to stand up, but her seatbelt kept her pinned. "A peace treaty? My family was taken. Dozens of Unguarded have disappeared. That isn't a peace treaty. That's turning a blind eye to the suffering of your own. Why did you even bother to help us at all?" "Nothing can be achieved without sacrifice." Darius leaned forward, his elbows resting on his knees. "The greatest weight is carrying the responsibility of choosing what sacrifice has to be made." Another voice crackled through the speakers. "We've got 2 targets moving south at 12 o'clock. It looks like 2 15-passenger vans, but they're moving fast." Darius's eyebrows came together to form a single wrinkle in his perfect forehead. "The Unguarded think they are rescuing Gabe, but it is a trap. What did he expect to achieve without telling me?" He turned his head toward the pilot. "Pull ahead and land on the road. Cut them off." Jarren's throat was parched, and there was a lump in his throat that tasted like regret. Ellie reached over and took his hand. I'm scared. What are you scared of? He asked. I'm afraid I've betrayed everyone. The helicopters lowered to the middle of the road in front of the two vans. The tires screeched as the driver slammed on the brakes. He wanted to close his eyes and make everything go away. He hadn't slept last night, and his muscles ached from the fight with the Fenris, but Ellie's words had twisted something inside of him. He understood the feeling of being betrayed. The helicopter shook, and a thick fog rose up from the ground. What's going on? Jarren asked. The answer came from the pilot. They're preparing to fight. The words were choppy and made Jarren's heart freeze in his chest. There were 5 helicopters with at least one set of trained Descendants and Guardians inside. Did the Unguarded in 2 vans really think they stood a chance? Then he heard Treadon's voice yelling over the sound of the helicopters. We don't want to hurt you, Treadon said. Let us pass, and we'll let you live. Jarren couldn't help smiling at the empty thunder of his friend's words. Of course. Treadon had learned everything he knew about fake it till you make it from Jarren. He couldn't have felt more proud. There must have been some kind of protocol for engagement that Jarren hadn't had time to learn. But the helicopters emptied out. The Descendants set up a perimeter along the road, some moving along the desert hills to flank the 2 white vans that could have been on a school field trip. Jarren jumped out of the helicopter and helped Ellie down to the ground. Ellie moved toward Treadon, but Darius put out an arm to stop her. There were at least a dozen kids lined up on either side of Treadon, and they faced the Descendants' line without fear. Their weapons looked homemade or slightly damaged, but they held their chins high. Treadon took a step forward. Ellie? I'm sorry, Ellie said. I didn't mean to tell them. Darius put up a hand. I've come to tell you all to go home. We will get Gabe, now that we know where he is, and give him an official trial at the Vale. We will negotiate for his release, but we cannot allow you to attack a Triune facility. You will break a tenuous peace that we've shared with the Triune. There's no reason to cause more damage. Treadon shook his head. Why would we let you rescue Gabe from one prison, only to send him to another? He hasn't been honest with you, Darius said. I have. You know the truth about him, and you know justice needs to be served. That's what is right. I am not your enemy. There was an increased whirring of blades, and one of the helicopters rose into the air, spitting up dust and making them all close their eyes against the thunder of the rotors as the wind whipped against them. Darius swore. Abi, who gave the order to fly? No one, Abi said. All of our pilots are on the ground. All eyes focused on the single helicopter as it rose into the air and turned south. Ellie pushed past Darius before he could stop her and ran to Treadon. They embraced. Jarren glimpsed the face through the helicopter glass as it moved away from them. Mom! Treadon yelled. Abigail Nelson had just stolen a helicopter from the Descendants. She was his new favorite person. Rachel stuck her head out of the window. Of course she was driving the van, and was ready to run over every Descendant and helicopter in her way. What are we waiting for? She said. We've got some kids to rescue. Take her down. Darius pointed at the fleeing helicopter. She will break the treaty and set the visions into motion. The Descendants and Guardians turned in perfect synchronization. The air shimmered and the ground shifted. Descendants up and down the blocked road were reaching for their gift. Don't hurt her, Treadon yelled. Jarren didn't stop to think. Stones lifted around him, ready to take the helicopter down. He sensed the energy coming from a Descendant not far from him, and he tackled the guy. The stones dropped. There was a sting on his cheek as a whip lashed out. The guardian of this Descendant had been caught by surprise, but neither of them were out to kill. Jarren's movement was a crack that brought down the dam of restraint. The rest of the Unguarded went after the Descendants nearest them. Some of them swung their makeshift weapons, and others wrapped themselves around legs and bit at calves. There was a moment of chaos as Descendants and Guardians dealt with the surprise attacks, fending off the kids hesitantly at first, and then with more intensity as they realized they had worthy opponents. Enough, Darius yelled, using some kind of energy to magnify his words into a pulse. Everyone froze. Most of the Descendants had the upper hand, holding kids by collars or twisting their hands behind their backs. Jarren rolled away from the Descendant he'd attacked, and their whip-wielding guardian. His face stung, and his fingers came away bloody from the cut. But they'd done their job. The helicopter Abigail had stolen was out of sight. Now Darius had 2 choices. follow her to the prison or walk away and see what kind of war she was about to start. Chapter 41. Location: Triune Prison. Date: July 10th. Abigail Nelson. Abigail lowered the helicopter to the ground inside the 3-story fence with barbed wire coiled around the top. She'd learned to fly helicopters from her father. It had been years since she'd seen him. He hadn't approved of her husband, and then when she and Gabe started on their mission, there hadn't been time to make amends. He'd been a pilot, a good pilot. He flew helicopters to rescue soldiers who'd been shot down behind enemy lines. He'd survived over 50 missions, and still found time on the weekends to give his only daughter flying lessons. She thought about her mom as she turned the engine off and let the rotor slow and stop. Her mother had been a patent lawyer who loved details and reading long, boring texts. Abigail had never understood her obsession with making sure people's ideas were protected, but there was a certain amount of heroism in her mom, even if it had been at a desk instead of behind the controls of a helicopter under fire. Which one had she turned into? A hero behind the desk or a hero behind the controls? The truth was, she'd wanted to be a hero, and now she was turning out to be a traitor to Adura and the Descendants. But she wasn't about to let Gabe rot in a prison cell. This was her mission, to save Gabe, no matter the cost. Abigail lifted her bag from the floor of the chopper and opened the door. She jumped down and studied her surroundings. She'd landed inside the prison in case there was too much security to get inside, but it looked dead. Nothing moved. No one shot at her. Her hand shook on the handle of her bag. Was it possible Rachel had gotten the location wrong? She had sneaked past the Descendants as they gathered around the vans. Everyone was distracted, and they'd left the choppers running. She'd done it. She would be the one to save Gabe, to trade herself for his freedom. Abigail walked toward the nearest building, and a door opened. Her confident steps faltered as Vox stepped out to greet her. He even had his arms open, like he expected a hug. "My dear Abigail, I've been so looking forward to your visit." The voice wasn't Vox's. The eyes were shadowed, and the smile on the thin lips might as well have been on a crocodile. Vox is dead, Abigail had to remind herself. This isn't the Vox who saved Gabe. This isn't the Vox who lost everything. This is the man who has taken everything from you. Abigail stopped and lifted her hands, bag dangling from her thumb. "I've come for Gabriel Tuoer," she said, proud that her voice didn't break. "Bring him out to me, and I will surrender myself in his place." Vox laughed, leaning forward and scraping his toe across the cement like an embarrassed child. "I forgot. No small talk. Let's get right to the point. You've come to trade your skills as a watcher for Gabe's freedom. You're willing to work for me against everything he has fought for, just so he could walk away." Abigail licked her suddenly dry lips. Her tongue barely moistened the skin. "Yes, I am." "And what makes you think I need a watcher? I've been able to collect plenty of specimens without your help." He spat the word specimens in a way that made her want to stuff a bar of soap in his mouth. "I could be useful in other ways," Abigail swallowed. "But before I take another step, I want to see Gabe. Bring him out here." Vox raised one eyebrow, a light flashing in the shadowed eyes. "Are you sure you want to see him? To see your betrayal? Are you sure you want him to know what his life has cost?" "I want to see him get into that helicopter and fly away." Vox nodded. Doors opened on 3 other buildings as a dozen possessed stepped out into the exercise area. They formed a line 3 bodies deep that stretched in front of her. When the line was formed, they stilled, almost as if she was surrounded by death. She swallowed the bile that rose to her throat. "Meet your new family," Vox said. "That is, of course, if Gabe agrees to the trade." "He doesn't have to agree. Only you." Vox smiled. "I like you. I always have." For a moment, the hiss and growl of Caden Bachman's voice fell away, and Abigail could almost hear the tender words from Vox himself. Abigail never suspected Caden Bachman would use his body after he died. It was so cruel. "I show you Gabe, and then you tell me why You would be more useful than a guardian? Yes. Fine. Vox stepped closer, and Abigail had to brace herself to keep from stumbling back. The door behind him opened again, and 2 possessed stepped through the door, dragging a man between them. Abigail covered her mouth to keep the gasp inside. She tried to keep her eyes on Vox, but she couldn't help but study the man she had known for almost 20 years. His hair hung long and unkempt over his face. There was dried, matted blood at the base of his skull. His back was a mess of knotted muscles and bruises. He hung from the possessed arms like he didn't have the strength to lift a finger. Abigail had never seen Gabe so defeated. A rag doll without the ability to do more than flop with the weight of their head. Here he is. Now what would you offer for this pathetic bag of human flesh? What have you done to him? I showed him the truth, the future he already knew, and reminded him what it's like to feel helpless. Is he dead? Abigail knew it couldn't be true. He wasn't dead. She could see his light. Hopefully, he still had enough strength to fly the helicopter. You've seen him, Vox said, but I'm not about to let him or you leave. As much as I like a good bargain, it looks like you've handed me all the cards. Abigail hated that she felt doubt in this moment. She'd planned this out, knew that all she needed to do was to get to Gabe's side, and he'd be able to fight his way out. She hadn't expected him to be so helpless, but she wasn't stepping away now. She had to have faith in the strength of the man she'd always known. I didn't come to bargain. She lifted her bag and unzipped it. I came to deliver a gift. She pulled the white dagger out of the bag. Treadon had used it to destroy the demon that had possessed Xander Calivan. It was the one item in the world that could permanently scatter a demon essence. All she had to do was get it into Gabe's hands. It flashed in the sun, and even Vox lifted his hand to block his eyes from the reflection. Gabe let out a moan. Abigail, no. Chapter 42. Location, New Mexico Desert. Date, July 10th. Rachel Sampaio. Darius had gotten things under control, like a principal walking into a classroom. He'd made the decision to go after Abigail and speak to the Triune himself, with only a slight hesitation after making 2 demands. 1. Ellie had to stay behind with the Unguarded to protect the remaining dagger in her arm. Treadon stepped closer to her, obviously not ready to leave her side ever again. 2. Jarren had to come with the Descendants to stop Abigail. Darius gave no reasoning for this request, but Rachel hopped out of the van and handed the keys to Ellie. You look like shit. I feel even worse, Ellie said, but I want to help. Sebastian is in the back of the van, Rachel said. He'll tell you what to do. She leaned in closer, and there's a little gift for you in the compartment under the back seat. Then Rachel and Jarren climbed into a helicopter together. Not needing a big reunion scene, he simply offered her his hand, and she reached out and took it, settling into her seat as close to him as the helicopter benches allowed. The other Descendants and Guardians from the Vale crowded into the helicopters, and then they were in the air, following in Abigail's dust. Rachel didn't let go of Jarren's hand, but she leaned to the side when the prison came into view. There, I see them. A bee pointed. There were no other landmarks nearby, no other towns or houses or signs of life. In the center of an empty, lifeless desert was an old-style Mexican prison. Rachel couldn't even see a road that led to the prison. It was an island floating in a sea of sand and sagebrush. How do they find such isolated locations with our overpopulated world? Jarren studied the layout of the prison. Look! Rachel leaned across him, making sure to dig her elbow into his thigh just for good measure. She lost all sense of teasing or joking when she saw what they were looking at. Abigail stood in the center of the prison yard. Dozens of possessed lined up on 3 sides of her. In the center, a man pointed at a shirtless guy dangling from the arms of 2 other possessed. Abigail had found Gabe and somehow already convinced Caden Bachman to bring him out. Maybe Abigail going ahead had been a good idea. Maybe we should have brought the others, Rachel said. I think we'll need every one of us to win this fight. Darius's voice came through the radio, but she sensed a crack in his calm demeanor, though she couldn't put a finger on why he seemed slightly out of control. There will not be a fight. There may be a chance to salvage the peace that we've had. You're going to try to negotiate? Rachel asked. I am the angel of truth, More powerful than a weapon is the realization that what you believe is wrong. Jarren gently moved Rachel's elbow off his leg. She'd forgotten she was still leaning on him. Sorry. Don't be. There's no one I'd rather be here with. Although I'd prefer a palm tree and an ocean view. I should have let you stay back in the van. Let me? Rachel leaned back. You didn't let me do anything. I chose to ride with you. Whatever happens, whatever you decide, whether you get your stupid descendant skills back or not, I will be by your side. Always. Jarren opened his mouth, but a scream sounded from below as the helicopter lowered, audible even over the sound of the chopper. Rachel pulled her door open, ready to jump and fight as the helicopter settled on the far side of the yard. Darius reached out and pulled Rachel back. She tried to pull free, but his grip was iron. Wait. Trust me. Give me 5 minutes. We don't have 5 minutes. All she could do was watch as Abigail darted forward, swinging a white dagger through the air. Possessed tried to stop her, but the slightest touch with the dagger and a gaping black wound opened in the possessed, leaving a black trail of disintegrating ash in the air as they fell to the ground. Gabe, who had appeared close to death, lunged forward, surprising the two possessed who had been supporting him. He broke free of their grip and dove for Abigail. As they reached each other, Abigail wrapped her arms around him, and Gabe leaned in, pressing his lips to hers. Gabe grabbed the dagger from her and pushed her away. Rachel gripped the seatbelt, the edges of the fabric digging into her palm, helpless as she watched Gabe bury the white dagger in the back of his own skull. Darius straightened his suit coat, stepping out as the helicopter settled onto the ground. Give me a chance to salvage this. He strode forward. Rachel was shocked to see the possessed step aside. Opening a path for Darius, he approached a man that looked familiar, the man who had given her secrets about XC energy, but he'd died. That couldn't be him. Rachel wanted to run to Abigail, but another hand gripped her arm. It was a different kind of grip, a desperate grip. She turned to see a bee holding her. Jarren looked ready to rip his arms off, but he waited for an explanation. We have one chance, Abi said. While Darius negotiates, you may be able to locate the other prisoners and help them escape. It isn't part of the plan. He glanced at Darius as he strode confidently through the ocean of possessed. But I've always cared about those who are missing. I know you want to fight, but if you can save them, please. Rachel wanted to scream into Abi's face. Had he not just seen what happened? Gabe, the person they had come for, had just stabbed himself with the white dagger. He'd killed himself in front of them. She had been so sure they were going to win this one. Get him back. This wasn't how things were supposed to work out. Abi looked deep into her eyes. Gabe would have wanted you to help them. Rachel couldn't deny or argue with his logic, but the sight of Abigail falling on Gabe, sobs racking her body, the dagger protruding at a crazy angle from the base of his skull, left her shaking. Gabe would have almost had to pull his shoulder from his socket to hit that spot on the back of his head. If he'd wanted to kill himself, it would have been a lot easier to stab himself in the heart. Jarren put an arm around her. What do you want to do, my love? Your love? Now I'm your love? Even in her cold state of disbelief, she realized that Jarren was saying the most annoying thing he could to pull her out of this, to get her to come back to him. She took a deep breath. We need to save them, she said. For Gabe. After everything he sacrificed, we can do this one thing so that his sacrifices aren't wasted. While the Descendants disembarked from the other helicopters and formed a semicircle facing the possessed, flanking the sobbing Abigail, Rachel and Jarren ran around the back of their helicopter and across the yard toward the closest building. Jarren opened the door for her and bowed slightly. After you. You missed me, she said, walking past him. I mean, there was some good competition. Jarren ducked as she turned around, but she hadn't brought her hand up to hit him. But there's no one else for me but you. I mean it. The last thing she expected from Jarren, after everything that had happened today, was sincerity. What happened to you? Jarren stepped forward, put a hand on her back, and pressed his lips against hers, firmly. With a hunger Rachel couldn't help but return. A scuffling sound came from behind them, and they both turned. There was nothing down the dark hallway. Rachel led the way forward. Whatever happened? I'm glad. You've grown up. Jarren kept his hand on her back and pulled a glowing sword out from somewhere. It sent a pulse of green light out in front of them. Almost dying can do that to you. Make you realize what is really important, what you really want. Did you grab the weapon that looked most like a lightsaber? Maybe. I take it back. You've changed, but you haven't aged a day past 12. They crept down the hall, but it seemed like all of the soldiers had been called to the yard to face the Descendants. This was the moment the treaty was upheld or shred to pieces. Rachel was glad she didn't have to stand around watching. The hallway split off at the end of the hall. It only took a moment to see that one way was a cafeteria-style room and 3 medical rooms. The other way held 5 doors. 4 of the doors opened into different sides of interrogation rooms. The smell on the mirrored side of the glass reminded Rachel of a time when Jarren had thrown a computer into a fire he'd built in his backyard. He'd been trying to make his dad mad, but Xander had only pulled the twisted hunk of metal from the cooling coals and walked past him without speaking. A chill spread through Rachel's veins. If Xander had been that cold before he was possessed, how unfeeling were the creatures that were outside with Abigail and Darius. Jarren shut the door to the interrogation room. One more door. Rachel opened it slowly. Stairs. We're going to have to pick up the pace if we have another level to cover. Jarren went through first. A growl made him look up. The stairs led up and down. A Fenris leaped over the railing from above, and Jarren brought his glowing sword up in a reflexive move. Electricity sparked from the blade, disintegrating the Fenris before the weight of his body hit the upturned sword. "This is even better than a lightsaber," Jarren said. They didn't have a lot of time. If there were both Fenris and possessed in this prison, they might be fighting a larger army than they originally thought. If Darius failed in his treaty negotiations, a clock ticked in the back of her mind. Faster, faster, faster. Rachel rushed down the stairs, away from the roof and through a door at the bottom of the stairwell. The walls were solid rock. No finishing, no sheetrock and nails. Just rock. Jarren reached out to touch it. They were here, but I don't know why they couldn't escape through the walls. You can't escape through the walls. Rachel went to the end of the hall. All the cells were empty. True, he said, but I'm broken. Maybe the Triune found a way to break them, too. There was one more door, but before she could open it, a growl came from behind them. She whirled. 3 Fenris pushed their way down the stairs, their teeth dripping black, the muscles rippling through the short, wet hair that lay plastered to their bodies. "There is no room to maneuver down here," Jarren said. "Is there another way out?" "It's a dead end," Rachel said. "Maybe we can separate the Fenris and pull them into a different hall. Then we don't have to try to fight 3 in a confined space." He opened the last door. "I think I found them. Keep the dogs back until I get them out. Then we'll have to fight our way through." "They let us come down here." Rachel had a hard time keeping her voice steady. She hadn't come all this way to die, but she'd walked into a trap. She'd led Jarren into a trap. They wanted us down here before they attacked. Rachel blocked with the shield Abby had given her as he left the helicopter. The first Fenris jumped at her. The steel hit the wall and shortened her swing, but she was able to adjust and bring the shield around to stab the Fenris with a sharpened edge. The delay allowed a second Fenris to jump. She swung up with her ball and chain, but her weapon was even more limited in the space and the momentum wasn't a kill shot. It had only enough force to bury her ball in the head of the Fenris. It shook its head, dazed, but it didn't fall or disintegrate. Rachel could hear the sounds of the children now. Pounding and yelling coming from the last hall. She attacked, swinging the ball and chain, pushing the Fenris back. They shuffled away from her, looking for an opening in the small space. Jarren came back, flanked by a dozen or more children. They took up the entire hallway behind her, and the Fenris blocked the stairs in front of her. "What do we do now?" he asked. "We get them to the vans." "The vans? I thought we left those behind in the desert." Rachel took the time to roll her eyes and give him a look. "I gave Ellie the keys. You really think she's going to drive away from these kids? Besides, Sebastian won't let them turn around. He's got to test his experiment." Chapter 43. Location: New Mexico Desert. Date: July 10th. Treadon, Nelson. The helicopters disappeared over the horizon. Treadon turned to Ellie. He saw the set of her jaw and the keys gripped in her hand. "You're not driving us home, are you?" "Don't try to stop me." Ellie climbed in the driver's seat as the other Unguarded clambered in. Some of them had bloodied faces and bruises from their fights with the Descendants, but they all seemed in good spirits. "That was our first official battle," said Paige. "I think that counts as a victory." "How do you figure that?" Treadon asked, turning to look at her from the front seat. "They ran first," Paige said. "We scared them away." Treadon chuckled, but rubbed his chest against the growing tightness. He had Ellie next to him again. His insides were screaming at him to protect her, but he had to get his mom. "Tell me you're sure." Tell me this is more important than protecting the dagger in your arm. Ellie gripped the steering wheel. I can't drive away. Not if there is even a small chance I could get Gabe out, or any of the Unguarded. I can't run anymore. Good. A face popped up between them. Sebastian was holding jumper cables in each hand, with wires that led to the back of the van. I think I know how to help them escape, if Rachel can get them to the gate. Treadon looked between Sebastian and Ellie, realizing that their profiles lined up. Wait, you said you're the first person Gabe rescued? Treadon asked. Yep. Did you have a sister? Treadon asked. She went missing with my parents. Ellie slowly turned, looking at Sebastian for the first time. Sebastian? She said softly. He turned, his face going pale. It can't be. Tears streamed down Ellie's face. It's you. I thought you went missing with Mom and Dad, he said. Didn't Gabe tell you about me? Ellie's voice shook with anger. He must have known. He knew you were my brother, but he didn't tell you I was still alive? Treadon couldn't quench the fury that was raging inside him. Gabe lied again. I cannot figure that guy out. Maybe he is the bad guy. Sebastian lowered the jumper cables, his hands sagging. I can't believe that. Ellie put the van into gear. We have another mission to worry about right now. Abigail and Darius will get Gabe. We're going for the missing Unguarded. They're not just going to let us drive into the prison, Treadon said, as Ellie floored the pedal and Sebastian fell back with the momentum. We've got the Descendants of the Veil creating a distraction, she said. We'll find a way in. Treadon resisted the urge to reach out and wipe the dust from her cheek. Her hair had snarled from the wind from the helicopter, and she pushed it out of her eyes, only to have it fall back. I've missed you, he said, but I'm glad you had a chance to go. Did you find what you were looking for? Ellie kept her eyes straight ahead, but a tear streaked through the dust when she blinked. No, I was looking for hope, but there was nothing about being able to change things. Why would you need to change things? He asked. Ellie's mouth opened, but no words came out. She took a deep breath, swallowed, and tried again. I want to be with you, but I don't want you to die. Not because of me. I won't condemn you to my fate. Treadon leaned forward. What are you talking about? My vision. Ellie let her eyes drift from the road to look at him. Treadon's heart skipped a beat. I know my fate. I know how I die. And if I make you my guardian, you die with me. Road! Sebastian regained his balance. Ellie swerved the van back between the lines. You don't know you're going to die, Treadon said. I do. You don't know when. Ellie's hands tightened on the steering wheel. What if it's today? Treadon sat back, thinking of the first time he'd seen her walking through a crowd of high schoolers, how he'd been drawn to her then, how he was drawn to her now. I would die with you. This isn't Romeo and Juliet, Ellie said. You have people who care about you, who need you. I'm not asking you to risk leaving them for me. Treadon put his hand out, palm up. He wouldn't grab her hand, wouldn't force her, but he wanted to give her the option. I would rather live as your guardian for 10 minutes than to never have had the chance at all. Ellie didn't look at him, but her grip loosened on the steering wheel. She brought her hand over, lowering it until their fingers intertwined. Despite the fact that they were driving at over 100 miles an hour, his mom had left them behind and they were headed toward a Triune prison. Everything felt right. The prison came into view and Ellie slowed down. The walls of the prison were red sandstone, but there was a dark outline that transformed into a horde of Fenris balanced on the top of the wall as they approached. Looks like the battle came to us. She turned the wheel to the side and the van drifted to a stop. Treadon looked back at the grim faces of the kids, ready to give their lives for a man who had saved them and then betrayed them. Whatever else happens, we came here to fight, right? Sebastian said. The other Unguarded in the van echoed the word, right. Let's take 'em down. Doors opened, and both vans emptied like clown cars at a circus. Treadon stepped around the van and stood next to Ellie. She pushed her shoulders back. He took her hand and pressed it against his chest. I love you, Eleanor Garwal. Whenever you're ready, I will be there for you. She looked up at him, and his breath caught at how beautiful she was. If we survive this, I will bond with you. If studying at the Veil taught me anything, it was that you can't let the fear of the future keep you from choosing good in the present. Treadon didn't understand how he could hold so much fear and so much love in the same chest. He thought he might explode. He studied the wall of the prison. Maybe you should wait inside the van. That will make it easier to protect you. Ellie waited for the other Unguarded to exit the van and then flipped the seat down, opening the compartment underneath. Let's get one thing straight. If you're going to be my guardian, we fight side by side. Treadon smiled. That's the best pickup line I've ever heard. I'm in. Ellie pulled a semi-automatic rifle from the floor of the van. Oh, not fair. You clean up the ones I miss. Ellie pushed the clip into place. We make a good team. The Unguarded faced the snarling Fenris as they growled from the top of the fence. What are they waiting for? Sebastian asked. An invitation. Ellie lifted the rifle. The thunder of the rifle fire split the air, and 7 Fenris fell from the top of the fence, dissipating before they hit the ground. The growl of the Fenris changed to an angry roar, and they jumped, raining down on them like black hail the size of a Volkswagen. While weapons flailed about and bullets fired, Treadon stayed next to Ellie. She mowed down the creatures, careful to keep her aim forward to avoid any of the other Unguarded. Ellie didn't even flinch when a Fenris got close enough to pounce. She kept shooting as Treadon brought his sword up and sliced off the head. 2 more got close, but he jabbed upward and then spun around, bringing the sword through the arched back of the 3rd. The line of Unguarded held firm, but there seemed to be no end of the slimy, dark creatures as they poured over the fence. I've never seen so many of them, Treadon said. I thought the Descendants were supposed to be a distraction, Sebastian said. He had stayed in the van, working on his machine. Treadon kept the Fenris from reaching him. Ellie dropped an empty magazine and snapped a second one in place, aiming for the new group jumping over the wall. They must not be fighting on the inside. I wonder what's going on. Maybe the Triune is honoring the treaty Darius mentioned. You'd think 5 flying helicopters into the prison grounds would count as an act of aggression. Unless they were expecting them. Treadon swung his blade in a wide arc, taking down 3 Fenris that had pounced at the same time. His sword was sharp, light, and deadly. The line of Unguarded was slowly breaking up, becoming more ragged. For all their training, they had never role-played a battle this big. Not when turning the wrong direction or stabbing a sword through a disintegrating Fenris could mean accidentally hitting someone fighting on their side. Sebastian finished with his machine and stepped next to Treadon, using a scythe to take off the head of a Fenris. Only Cato Filius could control so many. Would he have to be close by? Treadon asked. In the immediate vicinity, Sebastian said. It wouldn't be possible to control these creatures from a distance. They are starved demons and don't follow orders, really. So he's been collecting them, said Paige. You don't get this many starved demons all at once. Ellie dropped the empty rifle and pulled out whip daggers from her belt. They might have had a cooler name, but Treadon didn't know it. Blades came out of the handles when Ellie whipped them forward, attached by metal chains that were just as deadly as the blade. Ellie cut down 4 Fenris lined upright. The difficulty was making sure none of the Fenris were fighting an Unguarded. There were too many. Circle formation, Treadon yelled. He had to get the Unguarded out of each other's way, and if they were all facing out, maybe they'd be able to use their weapons more efficiently. That's a bad idea. It will make it easier for them to surround us, Ellie said. It's better than letting the Fenris wipe us out. We should spread out. Keep the Fenris against the fence. She pointed, but use more of the area. Then someone could get cut off from the group. They wouldn't have any help if they got overwhelmed. The Unguarded were already pressing together, forming a circle. Ellie reluctantly moved in as well. 3 Unguarded had already been injured, and friends pulled them into the center of the circle, a circle of protection, a circle of offense, or a kill box. Treadon didn't know which one he'd created. 2 more Unguarded went down, one with claw marks across the thigh, and another with 4 open wounds across their back. We're losing. Ellie's voice was almost a sob. We can't keep this up. Treadon took down 3 more Fenris, but a 4th cut low and swiped its claws across the side of his knee. He went down, unable to put weight on that leg. Ellie's whip shut out, catching the Fenris that was about to claw Treadon across the face. But it left her exposed, and a Fenris dove in, jabbing 4 long claws into her side. Ellie cried out, but stayed on her feet, twirling the whip daggers so they formed a shield of impenetrable spinning fans. 5 Fenris fell before the others paused, watching the glowing pattern. Blood dripped down the side of her leg and pooled around her feet. Treadon growled and pushed up on one leg, his sword stretched out. He looked around, seeing the exhaustion in the movements of the Unguarded. He'd brought them here to die. Did he really think they stood a chance to rescue Gabe after everything he had done to save the Unguarded? Not only had Treadon failed to help his mom, but he'd also undone everything Gabe had tried to accomplish. Another wave of Fenris surrounded them, creating a black circle 3 creatures deep around the small group of Unguarded. Treadon heard the roar of an engine and looked over the heads of the Fenris to see a flash of silver. A car. An Aston Martin as familiar as his favorite TV show. Selena, Jarren's mom, had changed her mind and decided to join the fight. Chapter 44. Location: Triune Prison. Date: July 10th. Abigail Nelson. Abigail felt a hand on her back, but she didn't want to look up. She didn't want to accept the fact that she'd failed, and not only that, but she'd also led the Unguarded to the very gates of hell. She hadn't just failed to save Gabe. She'd betrayed everything that he held dear, for nothing. Gabe hadn't moved. The dagger still protruded from his skull, his face pressed into the dirt. A pool of blood turning the dust to mud. The light touch turned into a shove with enough force behind it to send her rolling. Dust coated her face as her elbow and hip hit against the hardened ground. The pain was almost bad enough to register through her sorrow. The only thing she could comprehend was the distance. Gabe's body was too far away. He was always too far away from her. But not this time. This time, she would be with him until the very last moment. Abigail let out a feral scream of frustration and pushed herself back up, lunging for Gabe, ready to grab him and cling to him like a leech out of water. She registered 2 things as she moved. 1. Gabe's eyes were open. A blank stare, but a slight movement, just enough to track her motion. The second thing was the person who had pushed her, Vox or Caden Bachman, was leaning over Gabe's body. Abigail had one chance. She dove and gripped the handle of the dagger. She didn't think about the sickening sound of the blade coming out of Gabe's skull, or the resistance she felt as she jerked the dagger from his head. Gabe's body twitched as the blade came free. Abigail lifted the dagger to drive it straight into Vox's heart. His hand shot out and grabbed her wrist, stopping the dagger in the air and pulling it from her fingers. She felt like she'd hit a brick wall. She crumpled to the ground, the physical pain enough to finally overcome her emotional pain. The wind was completely knocked out of her, and she fought for a final breath of air. Vox pumped the dagger into the air. The Descendants hadn't moved. Not a single one of them had taken a step closer when Gabe had stabbed himself, and no one moved to help recover his body now. Staring up at the dagger as it flashed through the sun glaring down from overhead, Abigail saw an imperfection. The tip of the dagger wasn't white, but had a small black shard that hadn't been there when Abigail had brought the dagger with her. There was a pressure on her fingers. If she'd been able to breathe in, she would have gasped. Gabe's fingers wrapped around hers. He wasn't dead, and that black imperfection wasn't part of the dagger. It had come out of Gabe's head. Gabe was moving. How was that possible? The blood around his wound was clotting, the gash closing slowly. Abigail had seen Gabe injured and healed so many times she felt drawn back to the times in her kitchen, cutting the dead skin from Gabe's wounds, touching his skin, feeling his strength. The white dagger hadn't killed Gabe. Whatever had happened, Abigail needed to give him more time to heal without Caden Bachman noticing. She had more weapons than the white dagger, but she hadn't planned on using them. Her bag was next to her, right where she'd dropped it. She pulled the flap open, drew out the long sword that had always been too heavy for her. In one motion, she gripped the handle with both hands, rose to her feet, and swung the sword up in an arc, smashing the sword into Caden Bachman's hands. The movement was far more effective than she had planned. The white dagger flew into the air with several of his fingers. The sword had sliced right through the bone. Abigail stumbled back, keeping her eyes on the face that had once belonged to Gabe's brother. There was no light in Vox's eyes, only a deep blackness, like a pit of tar that seemed to suck her toward him. This isn't over yet. She only needed to keep his eyes on her for a few more minutes, but if she let herself be pulled in, she wasn't sure she'd be able to pull herself back out. You did this. You asked for this, and it won't be over until you take me down too. He wasn't your only enemy. Vox stepped over Gabe's still body, toward her. Abigail took one faltering step back, and then inhaled. She had waited for this moment for so long, to take out her anger and frustration and loneliness for the last 20 years. The perfect target for her anger was right in front of her, and she had enough to ignite a rocket. Abigail swung the sword again. Vox leaned unnaturally to the side, the top half of his body moving without affecting the lower half. From the corner of her eye, the line of possessed moved forward, but Vox put up his fingerless hand, stopping them with a silent command. "I do not need help to deal with an ordinary," Vox said. "You are mortal, and I am the son of a god." Instead of fear, a thrill of excitement sent a shiver through Abigail. After waiting in the shadows, wondering if Gabe would come home safe, wondering if she would ever feel like her life had meaning, she was facing the enemy, and she had a sword. The sword was too heavy for her, a sharp blade that had cut through his fingers. It was easy enough to keep him a sword's length away. She forced him away from Gabe. She swung again. Vox moved forward instead of away, moving into the swing that missed him by inches, standing close enough that their bodies touched. Abigail wanted to retch at the scent of decay on the man. His breath rivaled that of a skunk spray, and this close, Abigail could see the grayness of the veins climbing up his neck. The body was still dying. No, the body was dead. The essence inside was the only thing animating the corpse. It must have been awful inside of Vox's body, but Caden Bachman had done it out of cruelty to add 1 more pound of pain to Gabe's suffering. Caden pulled the sword from her grip like she was a child, and then pushed his hand forward into her sternum, hitting her with the force of a wrecking ball. Abigail knew her feet had left the ground, knew she was flying somewhere between the sky and the floor, but she felt nothing. When she hit the ground, the pain flared, and her awareness came back. She landed at someone's feet, but couldn't get her eyes to focus. All she could see was the tall, dark frame as Caden Bachman approached, Gabe's sword raised high. She closed her eyes, not out of cowardice, but out of relief. She had done all she could, and it had been her choice. She would do it all again. The whisper of the blade cutting through the air would be the last sound she would hear. Gabe would take care of Treadon for her. He'd promised. Chapter 45. Location: Triune Prison. Date: July 10th. Gabriel Tuoer. The moments between the shard being ripped free by the dagger and gaining control of his body again were agonizing. When Abigail flew through the air from Vox's hit, Gabe wanted to scream, but he'd barely regained motor function in his jaw. Words wouldn't form, and his lungs refused to push air through his vocal cords. The white stone of the dagger had attached to the hematite and pulled it free. He could access his knowledge and energy again, but he'd been so weakened it was taking its time. He willed his recovery to speed up as he watched Vox lift the sword over Abigail's form as she lay at the feet of the Descendants. Gabe pushed up, trying to get to his feet, wishing he could get to Abigail before the sword fell, knowing he would be too late. Abigail closed her eyes, but he couldn't. He couldn't miss a single moment of seeing her alive. She had done this for him, against all of the directions of Adura, against the visions and his warning, and knowing she wouldn't make it out of all of this, she'd still come. The sword flashed down. Gabe cried out. Metal clanged against metal. Darius's sword blocked Vox's, an inch from Abigail's nose. Vox growled. "So, you are finally ready to sacrifice your safety for power? I cannot watch an innocent ordinary be slain," Darius said. "We've turned a blind eye for too long. You forced my hand when you took the Guardian." Vox pulled his sword back and leveled it at Darius. A bee moved forward, blocking Vox's sword, pointing his own weapon at Vox's neck. "Your Guardian threatens me?" Vox asked. "You know as well as anyone that I am immortal, that you crave my knowledge and power as much as I crave the keys to the edge of eternity." Gabe's lungs finally filled with air. His mind connected with the synapses, sending messages to the rest of his body. He looked at Abigail, and saw her eyes locked on him, her hands covering her mouth to muffle her sobs, her eyes reflecting the light and joy he felt at seeing her alive. He pushed himself to his feet, facing his brother's body. "You're wrong." His voice wasn't as smooth as he would have liked, but it carried across the yard. Vox's back constricted, like he'd been stabbed from behind. "We do not crave more power than we've been given. We are the chosen warriors of Valde Novo. You are nothing but a shadow of what you could have been. You chose power over love, greed over brotherhood. Your desire for revenge has brought you to the pathetic state you're in now." Gabe didn't know what effect his words would have, but he didn't expect the snake-like smile that slithered across Vox's face. "Revenge was never my goal." He looked around. "The treaty is broken. My children, attack." The last words were a whisper, but the command sent a ripple through the assembled possessed. A bee rocked his neck from side to side, like he'd just climbed from an enclosed space and could stretch his muscles. Finally, he led the charge, and the other descendants and guardians followed. Abigail was swallowed up in the crowd, and Gabe moved to find her. Vox blocked his way. "You've failed," Gabe said, circling the monster. His brother's body was hardly recognizable. The face was too twisted with rage. Vox shook his head. "You've never been able to see the whole picture. It's why your precious descendant couldn't tell you everything. It's why you've been kept in the dark for so long. You just couldn't see it." "Do not speak of Adura." Gabe lunged forward with the white dagger he'd picked up from the ground, the blood of Vox's fingers staining the white handle. Vox parried with Gabe's sword. Battle sounded all around him. Descendants and guardians fought the possessed with light and sound and weapons of steel. There were far more possessed, and they fought with trained precision. The descendants fought with passion and purpose and the power they held in each of their veins. Lightning flashed from the sky. A black storm cloud blew in, picking up dirt and rocks and pelting the enemy, while each descendant fought in a bubble of protection. Gabe and Vox circled each other in the center of the yard, Gabe holding the white dagger, and Vox waving the sword Abigail had tried to use to kill him. "Haven't you ever wondered what we were waiting for?" Vox swung the sword at Gabe's neck. Gabe deflected it with the white dagger. The thin blade held firm against the broader sword, but Gabe didn't have the advantage to attack. "Why we collect fortunes? Why we experimented on the Unguarded? Haven't you ever wondered what we were preparing for, and why Adura didn't see it?" She did see it. Gabe blocked the sword 3 more times, but the attacks felt half-hearted. Cadophilius, the son of the Creator, wanted to talk. Vox set the point of the sword on the earth. The screams and yells of descendants and possessed pierced Gabe's skull and made him feel dizzy. Was this the final battle that Adura had seen? Was this the destruction with the bodies on the ground and the desert eating up the last of their hope? Vox laughed. "But not the reason why. I was left on this earth in a weakened state, having to slide from physical body to physical body, never able to take on my real form, only to fight through my children that I created, only able to expand my kingdom one accepting soul at a time. But once I open the doors, all that will change. I could have never taken your precious descendant unless she had allowed it. No, someone more powerful than I put this plan in motion, and you've been too blind to see it. You're a lying snake." Gabe wanted to feel the falseness of the words, but they rang true. "Tell me what you've done to her. Tell me where I can find her." Vox attacked, swinging the sword in wide, threatening arcs. Gabe deflected once, twice, but the third time Vox left an opening, and Gabe's guardian instincts took over. He twisted, stepped into the weak spot, and drove the white dagger up into Vox's ribs. Not Vox. This wasn't Vox. But even as the body crumpled, and the spirit rose out in a black shadow, the last words came out in Vox's voice. "You'll find her when you open the doors to the edge of eternity." And then Vox's body died in his arms for the second time. Chapter 46. Location: Triune Prison. Date: July 10th. Rachel Sampaio. Rachel killed 5 Fenris as she fought at the front line of Unguarded. Several of the Unguarded yelled out warnings and encouragement, but no one could help fight in the small space. The stairway was finally clear, and she led everyone back up the stairs, making sure Jarren brought up the last of them from behind. When they got back to the main door, she saw the chaos that ensued in the yard. The Descendants were fighting the possessed in a full-fledged battle. "We should go help," one of the Unguarded said. "No," Rachel put a hand on the girl's shoulder. "You don't have access to your powers. You would be helpless against them." "We're stronger than we look," said a girl that looked to be 11 or 12. "They captured us for a reason, and we don't want them to achieve that goal, whatever that reason was," Rachel said. "We need to get you all away from here. Is there another way out?" The girl pointed down the hallway away from the yard. "That way leads to the main entrance. There's a gate and a 20-foot-tall fence. No one has ever gotten out that way. It's better than taking you out there." Rachel turned the girl around and pointed to Jarren as he followed the last Unguarded through the door from the stairs. "Lead us out that way, and watch for possessed." Jarren waved his glowing sword. Several of the Unguarded made a sound. "Cool," said the girl in front of her that had wanted to join the battle. "Can I get one of those when we get out of here?" "I'm sure they're going to be the top sellers at the Vale gift shop," Jarren said over his shoulder. "How old are you?" "I turn 12 next week. I think Sally was the one keeping track of the days and making sure we celebrated everyone's birthday. She's the best." Rachel didn't know which one was Sally. She hadn't thought they were so young, not even 12 yet, and she'd already been here for a while. What had been the point of using kids so young? Why do this to them? Jarren led the way, and they made it out the front door, just in time to see streaks of yellow light hit the top of the wall from the outside. "Looks like they made it." Rachel never should have doubted Sebastian. "If we can get the gate open and get outside, we should be in the clear. Our ride is here." Jarren stepped into the small guardhouse outside the gate and pressed a few buttons. The gates slowly rolled open. She wanted to give Jarren's big "see how awesome I am" grin a smothering kiss, one that would wipe that arrogance right off his face. She returned his smile. She'd missed him, arrogance and all. Outside the gate, the silver Aston Martin shot lightning at the last few Fenris. The rest of the Unguarded huddled in a circle, facing out, like they had been surrounded by the armies of Mordor. The car stopped, and Rachel saw Selena in the driver's seat, looking as smug as her son. The first Unguarded stepped through the gate and dropped to the ground, seizing. The next Unguarded, a boy almost as tall as Rachel, ran to their friend and dropped to the ground, their body reacting in the same way. "What's happening?" Jarren asked as 4 more of the Unguarded stepped outside the gate and dropped, bodies shaking. "We can't leave." The smallest girl stood beside Rachel, reaching up to hold her hand, squeezing with the strength of the fear Rachel felt. "The inserts shock us, make it so we can't function. We have to take the shards out of our head." "We don't have time for that," said one of the other kids. "Look." Rachel turned and saw that some of the possessed from the yard had been reassigned. They ran around the corner of the building like the hounds of hell were on their heels. Jarren moved to the closest Unguarded. Jarren fell to the ground the same way, his whole body acting like he'd put his finger in a socket. "Jarren!" Rachel yelled his name, but the possessed were too close. She had to turn to fight to protect the girl beside her. "Why did he fall?" the girl asked. "Does he have a shard too?" "A shard. A brain surgery. A block on his descendant powers." Jarren had been experimented on as Xander Calivan's son. He hadn't been locked in a prison, but he'd been blocked from his abilities until Ellie had healed him. His father had apologized at the end of his life, but Rachel hadn't realized how much that man had to apologize for. Jarren wasn't broken. His powers were being blocked. Treadon and Ellie ran up to her. Treadon took down one of the possessed, and Ellie knocked the other one into the wall of the prison. "We can hold off the possessed, but you'll have to load them in the van. It'll take some time." Rachel shook her head. "The only way to get them out is to shut down the shards." More Fenris and possessed came around the corner of the prison. The Aston Martin's engine stuttered and shut off, possibly overheated or out of gas. Good thing Jarren was out for the count. He'd be crying over his baby right now. "There are too many, and not enough time," Rachel said. Ellie's face went calm, and she turned to Treadon, taking his hand. "Not a great time for a makeout session," Rachel said. "I know they do it in books, but really all of those characters would get killed in real life." "Are you ready?" Ellie asked, not responding to Rachel. I've always been ready. Treadon seemed to know what she was thinking without an explanation. He turned to find Paige helping Sebastian pull something from the back of the van. Paige, put up a wall. Hold them off for as long as you can. Ellie and Treadon ran forward together, passing into the prison walls. Ellie threw her whip dagger at the gate controls. The gate swung closed. Possessed that made it past Treadon and Ellie ran into an invisible solid wall so that none of them made it out before the gate closed. Rachel stumbled back, pulling the remaining Unguarded with her. They all fell to the ground. But Sebastian was almost ready. The gate clanged shut, leaving Treadon and Ellie to face 10 possessed by themselves. She turned and ran for the van. Sebastian pulled the machine from the back doors, and they put the pieces together. The gigantic battery, the wire connection. Rachel put the jumper cables on the battery of the van. The center of the machine created a charge, and Sebastian used water to create sparks. It had worked for him, shutting down the pull of the shard in the syringe, but they'd run out of time. They'd never tested a larger amount, or the shard directly in the skull. "Let's see if this works," he said. Rachel and Sebastian each had to carry parts of the magnet over to where all 19 Unguarded and Jarren lay, still twitching, their faces twisted in pain, unable to move. They set the machine down, Rachel holding the flat part that used to be the end of an old metal detector over the head of the youngest girl. "Turn it on." There was a moment where nothing happened except for an electronic buzz, then a spark and a fizzing sound. The girl stopped twitching. Her eyes opened and her face relaxed. "It works," Rachel said. "Let's get to the others." The Unguarded stood slowly and shakily, one at a time, as Sebastian and Rachel moved to help each of the fallen. The machine was able to short-circuit each of the shards until they got to Jarren. Jarren lay on the ground, face down, breathing shallowly. Rachel checked his pulse and turned him over. The machine had no effect as she waved it over Jarren's still form. "Why isn't it working on him?" Rachel asked. Sebastian shrugged, adjusting the settings on the magnet. "I don't know. Maybe it was the timing of the surgery? Or maybe they adjusted the molecular structure." "We need to go help Treadon and Ellie," Rachel said, her hand on Jarren's forehead. "Look at us," Sebastian said, standing up. "Some of us can barely stand. Some of us look like we haven't seen the sun for 3 years. We are at our weakest. We need to get out of here and regroup. Everyone get in the vans." No one moved. Paige rubbed her toe in the sand. "Not you two," Sebastian said, looking at Paige in desperation. "Please, we have to get everyone out of here." "We can't leave them." Brexton stepped forward, touching the head of one of the boys who looked to be fully recovered. "Even if they abandon us, we have to do better than that. We have to show them what we can do. We've been waiting for a chance to get back at the Triune." "Can you access your knowledge and energy?" Sebastian asked. The boy shook his head. "Not really. I feel better, but the shard is there. You've short-circuited whatever it was that kept us from leaving, but when we go in there to fight, we'll be fighting dirty." Rachel looked into the faces of unguarded children, some who had been collected by Gabe, others who had been prisoners and were delaying their chance at freedom. Their faces glowed with hope and determination. Fear was there, but instead of being pushed down, instead of the children running from their fear, they held it up in front of themselves, like a lantern guiding the way. Ellie had told her about the vision of the Unguarded dying, their bodies laid out side by side. Rachel was desperate and a little embarrassed that she was still searching for some reason to keep the kids safe and out of the fight, but mostly she wanted to hug them all and cheer them on. If this was the future, they were all willing to walk toward it of their own free will. Selena stepped through the crowd and knelt next to Jarren. "I will stay with him. Go and save your friends." Chapter 47. Location: Triune Prison. Date: July 10th. Treadon Nelson. Treadon found that his movements were guided by an internal voice, a need to keep his descendants safe. He predicted the movements of the possessed, the way he predicted the movements of the other team on a football field. He knew what they were going to do before they did it. He knew how to read Ellie's body language, and he had the sense of how to use her movements to work alongside his. They were an unbeatable force of nature. They were meant to be together. They cleared themselves a path through the possessed. and came around the corner of the prison to the main battle. There were so few Descendants and Guardians compared with the mass of Possessed and Fenris. Ellie pointed to where Gabe fought, weak and down on one knee. Abigail stood next to him, using the white dagger to stab at the Fenris as they tried to get close. "There's too many," she said. "I don't know if we can get to them." "Is this how we die?" Treadon asked. "In the vision?" "No," she said. "Not like this." "Then we're practically immortal." Treadon squared his shoulders. "Unless I mess everything up." "You've only ever fixed things." Ellie twirled and stabbed a Fenris that had broken away from the main group. "Do you think we have time for a kiss?" "I hate to say it, but I think Rachel was right." Treadon smiled at her. "Although I wouldn't mind if the last thing I did on this earth was kiss you." "Not dying today, remember?" Treadon saw a break in the crowd where Darius and Abi were pushing a group of Possessed back. "There," he said. It was like a hole in the defensive line. Ellie and Treadon darted forward, ducking weapons and blocking claws. They reached Gabe and Abigail. He looked ready to collapse. Abigail had sweat pouring down her face and black Fenris dust smeared across her forehead. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised you'd be here," Abigail said. "I wanted you to be safe because I love you." "I love you too, Mom." Treadon cut off 4 Fenris and a Possessed, clearing a circle around his mom. "But this time, I'm going to keep you safe." He'd never moved so fast, never felt more capable. He was going to be Ellie's guardian, and he was ready to prove he was worthy and ready to fight by her side. "We want you to be our witness," Ellie said. She touched Gabe's shoulder. He struggled to his feet. "Are you sure you're ready?" Gabe said. "He's willing to die for me, and I'm willing to let him have that choice." "Plus," Treadon said, catching another Fenris in the teeth with his sword, "it would be nice if completing the bonding created a pulse. You know, with the whole situation and everything." Gabe nodded. "Stand together and hold hands." He looked to Abigail. "I will need your help." "I'm not a Descendant." "I just need you." Treadon tried to take Ellie's hand, but there were too many Possessed, too many Fenris. Each time they tried to create a circle, one of them had to turn and fight to protect each other. "We need a tiny break if we're going to be able to bond." A noise came from the far side of the yard, loud enough that even the Possessed paused and turned to watch a group of ragged and dirty children, with light in their eyes and a war cry on their lips, ran around the corner and entered the battle. The distraction gave them just enough time. Treadon linked hands with Ellie. Gabe put his hand on Treadon's shoulder. Abigail took Gabe's hand and mirrored his movement, touching Ellie softly. Treadon felt the energy between the 4 of them. A warmth started in his center and moved out, filling him, heating him, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Vox's body twitch. A black dust rose from his chest and began to swirl around them. A voice from within the dust battered Treadon's mind. "You can stop this. You can save her. Adura saw the end. But you can change it. I can show you how to save your Descendant. But not if you do this." The black dust bit into his cheeks, and Ellie's grip tightened as she flinched against the pain. Gabe's grip was firm, and his mom's stance never wavered. "I've already made my choice." Treadon let his heart pull in the energy Ellie was sending him. "We'll figure things out without you." 1 Descendant, 1 fallen guardian, 1 partial guardian, and an ordinary formed the bonding circle, completing the connection. Light rays burst from Treadon's chest, cutting through the black pillar of sand. The whirling form of Catophilius wailed, the noise rising to a howl as it smashed itself against the circle of light surrounding Treadon and Ellie. The ground beneath his feet fell away, and he realized the 4 of them were floating, as if they'd become lighter than air. Power flowed through him, changing his body, his weakness shifting to strength, his confusion solidifying into clarity. He saw the battle below him, the devastation that Adura must have seen. He knew that this wasn't the moment she'd predicted. For all their efforts, they had more battles ahead, and the enemy wasn't who they thought. For a fleeting moment, he saw his own vision, an image of himself standing over Gabriel Tuoer, a sword to his throat. He tried to blink the vision away. "Treadon Nelson, you have been chosen as a guardian for Eleanor Agarwal, to protect her and be by her side from this moment until the great Valde Novo shall receive you across the edge of eternity to your eternal glory. Do Do you swear to serve and protect your descendant until time ends? Until then and beyond, Treadon said. There was an explosion of sound and energy. Treadon closed his eyes against the light, but his grip on Ellie held. Gabe's hand didn't loosen from his shoulder. A ringing filled his ears, and the breath left his lungs. His feet touched the ground again. When he opened his eyes, the enemy was gone. The only evidence left was a black streak outside the circle that was now etched an inch deep into the ground of the prison yard. The possessed remained motionless on the ground, shells of bodies with nothing to animate them, and the Fenris remains blew away in the wind. The pulse from the bonding had scattered all demon essences within the prison compound and the surrounding area. He felt Ellie's warmth against him, the pressure of Gabe's hand on his shoulder, but his insides were changed, his body more powerful, his mind clearer. The thoughts and emotions of people around him battered at his mind. He put both hands to his head as Ellie shifted away. "Are you okay?" she asked. "There's so much," Treadon said. "I wasn't expecting it." Gabe grabbed his arm and helped him to his feet. "You will learn to manage the noise and use it to your advantage. The change can be overwhelming at first." Treadon nodded and blinked hard, like he could clear the noise in his head with his eyelids. It didn't work, but catching sight of Ellie standing next to him, wrapped in his mother's embrace, helped him focus. He reached out for her, and she took his hand. "How do you feel?" Treadon asked. She looked amazing. Her skin glowed in the desert sun. Her eyes shone bright, and when she looked at him, he felt an irrepressible tug toward her. She was his descendant. He was her guardian. Ellie let out a breathy laugh. "I feel alive, and it feels so good, like there's nothing I couldn't do. What about you?" Treadon nodded. "I get that. I'm ready to follow you into the jaws of death and stand there holding the mouth open for you." "Gross." Rachel approached them, hand on one hip, black dust and possessed blood smeared across her chest and forehead. "You might need someone else to write your romantic lines before you speak them." Ellie ran to her and wrapped her in a hug. "I'm so glad you're okay. That was insane." "Well," Rachel said, "your bonding was a complete disaster, and your wedding party sucked. But you saved us, so I can't complain that I didn't get to wear a bridesmaid's dress." "Where's Jarren?" Treadon asked. "He's at the gate with Selena," Rachel said. "He was experimented on when he was little, and he reacted differently to the security here." "Let's go check on him and the others," Gabe said. He hadn't dropped Abigail's hand after the bonding. Abigail gripped his arm, like she never meant to let go. They turned, but a man stepped in front of them, blocking their way. Darius cleared his throat. "Gabriel Tuoer, you're a hard man to find." Chapter 48. Location: Triune Prison. Date: July 11th. Eleanor Agarwal. The yard of the prison had transformed from a battlefield into a temporary hospital. Injured Unguarded lay in shady spots, while a few Descendants and Guardians moved among them, checking injuries that were healing too slowly, applying a poultice to help pull the poison from their bloodstream. Sebastian's magnet had allowed for the Unguarded who had been experimented on to walk through security without passing out, but the shard in their heads blocked a lot of their energy and knowledge. Still, most were healing. Ellie helped Rachel, Treadon, and Selena move Jarren to a shady spot against the wall of the prison. Jarren groaned, but he hadn't woken up. Ellie placed a hand on his cheek, sensed the dark stone in his mind, and pushed healing energy into him. It felt different than the last time, but it was probably because she knew what was wrong. Jarren groaned again, rolling into a fetal position. "Jarren!" Rachel shook his shoulder. "Jarren, can you hear me?" "Give me 10 more minutes," he mumbled. "I'll make it to school on time." Rachel sat back on her feet, letting out a huff of air. Ellie shared her relief. She put her hand on her friend's shoulder. "He's going to be okay." "Thank you." Rachel smiled. Ellie stood and brushed the dust from her pants. "I'll go help the others. There's more I could do." Treadon stood and reached for her. "I'll come with you." Ellie nodded and turned, only to run into Darius. He stood directly behind her, and she put a hand up to keep from pressing her nose into his chest. Treadon was by her side in an instant, a protective arm around her shoulders. "She is in no danger from me," Darius said. A bee moved closer, hovering like Treadon. "Where are you going?" Darius asked. "Some of the others are struggling to heal," Ellie said. "I can help." Darius looked down at Jarren. Rachel used a long piece of grass to tickle his ear. He slapped her hand away. "I don't think that is a good idea." Ellie took a step back. "Why not?" "We don't know enough about the effects of the hematite shard in their heads." Darius glanced around the yard, a muscle flexing in his jaw. "I am sorry for what these children went through, and I would hate for them to be damaged further." "I wouldn't damage them," Ellie said. Darius stepped closer, lowering his voice. Only Treadon and a bee were close enough to overhear. "I studied Jarren at the Vale, and I think your healing changed something. He isn't reacting the same as the other Unguarded who have been experimented on. I don't want you touching the other Unguarded until we know more." Ellie dropped her hands to her side, feeling like a bucket of ice water had been dumped over her head. Was it possible she'd made things worse for Jarren? She hadn't known what she was doing. She tried not to shiver as her old fears resurfaced. For all the good she tried to do, she always seemed to mess things up, running from her family when they needed her, accidentally choosing a guardian, hiding from her fate for 10 years. And now she tried to help Jarren and made things worse. Were all her decisions doomed to failure? Treadon's hand slipped into hers, and he squeezed. So many bad decisions. She'd finally felt confident about completing the bond with Treadon, but now she felt a flood of doubt. She had wanted it, wanted to be with him, wanted to save everyone, but she'd done the only thing she didn't truly want. She'd condemned Treadon to die with her. She kept her chin high, hiding the doubt that assaulted her. "I won't use my powers on the others. I will just see what I can do to help." She tried to walk away, but Treadon's hand held firm, his feet planted in front of Darius. "What are we going to do now?" Treadon asked. "What is going to happen to these kids? And what about Gabe?" Gabe and Abigail had been escorted to one of the helicopters and sat in the back seat together. Darius took a deep breath, pinching the bridge of his nose like he had a headache. A bee leaned in, whispering in Darius's ear, but Ellie could hear every word. "We can't leave them," a bee said. "They have suffered enough." Darius flinched, like a bee had snapped him with a whip of accusation. He didn't move for a moment, and then he nodded with slow acceptance. "We will take them all to the Vale, but they must remain outside. They can stay at the Rift, and we will help them get settled, but I must protect the Vale. I must keep those I have promised safe. I have to do my part when the edge of eternity is opened. We don't know who will betray us, but I can do everything in my power to make sure we are ready." A bee stepped back, lowering his head like he had crossed a line. "You have always watched over us, Darius, but I cannot watch the suffering anymore, even if it means sacrificing my own safety." Darius looked at him sadly. "And what about me, Abi? Would you compromise my own safety?" Abi's head dropped lower. "You know I am at your side, always." Darius placed a hand on Abi's shoulder. "Thank you. Gather them up and get them loaded. I will send others ahead to the Vale to prepare a camp for the Unguarded, above ground." Abi made a quick bow and walked away. They were going back to the Vale. The visions of Adora hadn't all been fulfilled, and the future was still rolling toward them on unstoppable wheels of fate. Treadon was by her side, and whether she died tomorrow or 10 years from now, she was glad she wasn't alone anymore. But there were more to the visions, something she was missing. She wanted to believe she could find a way to keep Treadon from dying with her. Maybe, together, they could find a way to save them all. We hope you enjoyed this recording of Fall of the Guardian, written and read by Tracy Daly. Copyright Night Nook Publishing 2024. Thank you for listening.